Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Kadence Amplify. This is our second Kadence Amplify, and we are so happy that you're here. If you are a user of Kadence, you know that the magic of this suite of applications, the theme, the plugins, really changes the way you work with WordPress. And we want to give you all of the information, guidance, knowledge that you need to create an effective website for your business, for all of your initiatives. Everything that you want to do online, we're here to support you. We're here to help you make more effective sites. And in so doing, we wanted to create this event with some of the leading speakers in their field, both talking about Kadence as well as SEO, security, and so much more. And we wanted to invite them to speak to you so that you could learn some of the tactics that can help you make more effective sites. Now, we're getting started here in track 1. There is also a track 2 that has other speakers on it that will be running concurrent. We're both on YouTube, so you can switch back and forth based on whatever is interesting to you or needed for you in the moment. And these will all stay on YouTube, so you can refer back to them. We'll also slice and dice these up into their own individual presentations. If you have comments, questions, you can put those into the live chat here on YouTube, and we will answer those questions for you. And at the end of presentations, those comments will come on screen, and we will talk more with the speakers about the things that are important to you. So thanks so much for being here. Drop in the comments where you're watching from, because we'd love to hear from you all. Our first speaker on track 1 is Jake Pfohl. Yes, I said his name right because I've been practicing it for like a year now. Jake Pfohl is one of the most active members of the Kadence community. He has been using Kadence since early 2020, and he's been focusing on creating Kadence child themes and wireframe templates. He's one of the innovators in creating design libraries based on Kadence. He's based out of Dubuque, Iowa, and he just a few months ago quit his 9-to-5 software engineering job so he could go full-time as an entrepreneur, helping others build fast, profitable websites with WordPress and Kadence. And without further ado, I'm going to bring Jake on. Jake, how are you?
Hey, I am fantastic. How are you?
I am doing very well. So happy to be here. We have so many awesome people here who are ready
We
to.
have quite the lineup for the second Kadence Amplify. I didn't think you guys could outdo the first one, but the lineup I would say is even better this time around. So I'm super excited to be here, kicking off track 1 with everyone. It is Friday. It is a beautiful fall day here in Iowa, so I'm excited to get going.
Amazing. Well, I'm just so happy you're here, and I'm so happy you're kicking this track off. I am going to show myself out, but I will be
Okay.
in the background. I'll be backstage. So if you need anything at all, holler, because I will be here for the whole session. And I'll let you just do your thing, Jake. Thank
Sounds
you.
great. Let's get into it. All right. Well, hey, hello, everybody. As Kathy said, my name is Jake Pfohl. I am based out of Iowa. I have been using the Kadence theme, the modern Kadence theme, since it was released back in early 2020. I use it almost every day, and I have been blogging since 2014. So for almost 10 years now. And in using Kadence, I have shifted my business and started to create different wireframe templates, different child themes, and whatever I can do to help people create fast, profitable WordPress websites with Kadence, because it's one of my favorite tools out there. I don't think that there's a better tool out there as far as speed, customization, ease of use. I mean, everything is just incredible. It is an entire ecosystem of tools that you can use to help you develop websites. I mean, everyone talks about, what theme do you use and what block plugin? And that's just 2 of the things that Kadence has, is the theme and the blocks. But there's Kadence Cloud that allows people like me and other amazing, incredible designers out there to create, cloud libraries and child themes. There's a child theme builder. There's Kadence Conversions to help you with pop-ups and everything. So I love Kadence, and I'm super excited to teach you this morning and show you how you can build your very own Linktree page in Kadence. I actually got this idea from Kathy. She had posted a blog on the Kadence site. I don't know what it was, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. And it was really cool because it's like, if you have your very own WordPress website, there's no need to pay Linktree services or a subscription to have a Linktree page to point people to the links, your most important links. You can simply create your own Linktree page, build it, and then share that out in your profiles. And you have way more customization options available to you through Kadence Blocks and things like that. And so I got the idea and I was like, hey, what if I could create these templates so that people can literally click once and have this whole entire Linktree template on their page. All they have to do is literally fill out the button text and the links and fill in your avatar image and you are done. And so today I'm going to be showing you how to bring in those templates so that you can get started almost instantly with these Linktree pages. And then I'm also going to go through and show you how to build one from scratch quick. And so I'll be answering your questions throughout. So if anybody has any questions, or Kathy can throw some questions up on the page here. But anyway, so I am the founder of Start Blogging 101. So this is the website that you see on here. So I created this back in late 2019, early 2020, right around the time that I started using the Kadence theme. And so I don't really have a ton for a presentation as far as like slides and things go. I like just getting in there and showing you exactly how to build these things. So let's just get started with this. Let's go over to, I do have a written tutorial. There's probably a few little things that need to be updated here as far as Kadence Blocks 3 goes, but for the most part, this is all going to be very accurate. And if you want to follow along, or if you just want to access this at some point, I do have this entire written tutorial on startblogging101.com. So you can see that up here. And then if you go over to the search icon up here and just search Linktree, it should pop right up. It's called How to Create Your Own Linktree in WordPress with Kadence. And this is honestly one of the most popular articles that people get to on my website from Google, which is really cool because it ranks really highly on there. And I had not created a video tutorial for this yet. So I thought, hey, this would be a perfect opportunity to do a video tutorial on this for Kadence Amplify. So if we scroll down here, this is a live working version just on the desktop. But so this looks good on desktop, looks good on mobile. Obviously, most people are going to access it on mobile. We're going to build it to specifically look great on mobile, but it works on desktop too, which is really cool. So here's just a live working version of my Linktree page that I had built. And so you just have a avatar image here. You have your Instagram handle. You have different social links to, a Facebook group or YouTube channel, and you can put whatever social links you'd like here. And then you have all of your Linktree links here to all the most important pages that you want to point people to in your social bio. You could put this in your Instagram. You can put it in whatever bio you want on social. And it's just a really cool way to showcase, these links, get people that are coming to your profile to go to the most important places that you want to send them to. And it took hardly any time at all to build this, thanks to the templates that I've built. And again, I'm going to show you how to build this from scratch as well. So let's just get started here. So as I scroll down here, the very first thing that you're going to want to do is install the free Kadence Blocks plugin on your website. So I'm going to go to my local website here. I'm going to take about a couple minutes here. So this is a brand new child theme that we're actually just releasing today. So I have the Kadence Amplify event that I'm presenting at right now. And then right after this, I'm going to be announcing this huge product release of our second Kadence child theme from Start Blogging Themes. So this thing is called Rewind, and it's a total blast from the past. It's nostalgic. It is this very, very cool, bold, vibrant, retro WordPress site that has everything that you need to get started on with blogging, to get started with all of your core pages. So we have 7 pre-designed pages in here, including your 4 core pages. So you have your homepage here, with different blog posts and things like that. You have an about page that, showcases your story, your experience, your skills with these nice animated progress bars, your results, different follow me buttons for your social profiles. And then we have a blog page here. So you can separate your blog into various categories and showcase those in a really cool retro fashion all throughout here. So I have 3 different sample categories here, but you can obviously swap that out with whatever you'd like. And then there's a nice contact page here with one simple job, and that's to get people to contact you through this form in a really cool retro looking box and fashion here. And then there is a Linktree page, of course, included with this child theme. So I'm going to be teaching you actually today how to build this specific Linktree page, this really cool retro looking page. And if I just bring up the the device toolbar here, this is more what it would look like on a phone. So you can see that it has, 7 different Linktree buttons. You can add as many or as few as you would like. You'd put your image here, your Instagram handle, and you'd have your social profile here. So anyway, this whole rewind theme, like I said, is just being released today. If you want to check out an entire walkthrough video, it's less than 30 minutes, but it shows you everything that you can do. I just released it right before I went live here on my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/startblogging101. And you can see it's this video right here. It says how to build the ultimate retro website in WordPress. So definitely check that out if you're interested. So let's just go into the back end of my site here. So like I said, this is a brand new site. I just spun it up and I put the rewind theme that we're just releasing today on it. So that's all I have done. If we go into appearance and themes here, you can see that I have the Kadence theme installed. And then I have a child theme, which is this rewind theme that I just was showing you activated. It's just a child theme of Kadence that sits on top of Kadence. So I have those activated on my website. And then if I go over to the plugins here, you can see that I have the free Kadence Blocks plugin installed on my website. That is the only thing that you need to get this to work. But for this presentation, I also have Kadence Theme Pro installed and activated. I also have Kadence Blocks Pro installed and activated. I'm going to show us a couple of little cool things with that. And that's everything that we need for that. All right, so assuming that you have the free Kadence Blocks plugin on your website, the first thing I'm going to do is show you connecting to our templates so that you can start with these Linktree templates as quickly as you would like, and you would be able to literally just fill out the buttons, the text, and you'll be good to go. So if you come into any poster page here, so let's just go into a page here, and let's just create a new page. If you have the Kadence Blocks plugin installed on your website, there's a Kadence Design Library button up here. So I'm going to choose that. And you can see that I'm connected to the Start Blogging Blocks library. And so this is a set of over 300 templates and full pages that we have built to help you create landing pages, to help you create affiliate blog posts, to help you boost your social presence. And then we also have a number of full blog post outlines with some AI prompts in there. So this is everything that you need to create a fast, profitable website. And included in this library are specific Linktree templates. So if I come over to the search here, I'm just going to search Linktree. And you can see that here are the Linktree templates that we have pre-designed and built already for you. These top 4 are 100% free for you to access, always will be. And then if we scroll down here, we have a few other variations. We have some buttons with borders. We have some 3D buttons. And then we have some slightly more complex buttons, which would be, you could have an image off to the left here or an image like this, which is something that you pretty commonly see with different Linktree pages. But first and foremost, I'm going to show you how to get these onto your website. So if you're interested in getting these free templates onto your website, you can go to startbloggingblocks.com. Hey, look, it was Kathy there in my video. So you can go to startbloggingblocks.com. And if you scroll down here, there is a section that says try Start Blogging Blocks for free. And all you have to do is just put in your first name and your email and click send me the free blocks, and you'll get a free license key sent to you immediately. And then all you have to do is just come into any poster page here. Like I said, get the free Kadence Blocks plugin on your website. You go into the design library and then you click this plus button to add. This is to connect to a cloud. And then there will be really, really easy instructions. You can get connected up in 30 seconds or less. You would put in the connection URL and your free access key here and click add connection. And you'll see Start Blogging Blocks tab pop up here, and you'll be able to go into the free templates. There's a free section on the left-hand side here, and you can scroll down here, and here are those Linktree templates that I talked about. So if we just choose one of these, you could see, actually, let me set my my page settings correct here. All right. So we have these all good. So you can see that even though in the design library, when I came to the Linktree templates here, even though it looks like this, it brings in all your global colors and goes perfectly with the brand of your website, because it's all using the Kadence global color palette, which is really, really awesome. It's one of my favorite features of the Kadence theme, and they've had that since the release. And so you can see as it comes here, it already has all of my colors. It has, you know, my main brand color and kind of that retro look with the courier font and things like that already in there for you. And then literally all you would have to do is come in here and you just, you know, whatever link here, you know, and whatever you want that to say. And then you click on that button and you come over here and you add your button link, and you do that for 7 of them, and you add your image, and you're done, you know, in no time at all. So that's really, really cool to be able to access those templates and just be able to get started with this Linktree stuff in, you know, a matter of a few minutes, rather than needing to build it all yourself. But we will go through how to build this all as well. So let's just come in here. So I just showed you how to connect to the Start Blogging Blocks library and import your Linktree page that you want. You know, there are a few pro templates in there with different styles if that is something that you like. So I'm just showcasing some of those. So the very first thing, let's get into building our own Linktree page from scratch here. The one thing that I kind of glossed over, but I do want to go over. So if I just let's just back out here, and let's just start a new page. So what you would want to do if you're going to build your own Linktree page. Actually, you know what? Let me just pause for like 30 to 60 seconds here and see if there's any questions in the chat up to this point, and I'll answer any of those, and then we'll get started with learning how to build this all from scratch. So let me just check out the chat here. Okay, I'm not actually seeing any questions so far, so that's good. If you guys have any questions, just feel free to drop them in the chat, and I will get to them. All right, so let's just build a Linktree page from scratch here. So the first thing you're going to want to do is go into your pages on your WordPress dashboard, and so we're going to add a new page here. And the nice thing is you can call this whatever you'd like. I like just using the word links. I think it's nice and succinct. This is really cool too if you have, you know, like a personal brand, like yourname.com/links. You know, you see that in like a social media bio. And I think that that is just really clean looking. You know, sometimes you see like the shortened Linktree URL and it doesn't really tell much, you know, but it's kind of cool to just like have like yourbrand.com/links. And so I'm just going to call this links here. And then in the tutorial here, to have the very first thing that you're going to want to do for a landing page is make sure that you have the correct page settings. And this is something that actually trips up a lot of people. And so I do want to just go over it quick and show you the settings that you should have to build a full width page on your website. And so you can see the settings are listed here. But if I come back here, the page settings are in the upper right here. You can see it says page settings. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable the page title because we don't want the page title to show. The page layout, we want to make full width. So we're going to choose that. And you can see that that expanded out to the edge of the screen. We're going to make the content style unboxed. So normally it's in a box, which kind of contains it just slightly, but we're going to unbox it. And that makes it truly full width there. And then we're going to remove the content vertical padding on the top and bottom. So we're going to disable that. And then we don't want the featured image to show anywhere on the page itself. So we're going to disable that. And then another really important thing with Linktree pages that I like doing is I'm actually going to disable the header and footer, which is another really nice perk of Kadence. Because if you ever go to a Linktree page, you normally don't see the logo at the top with like a menu button and then their footer at the bottom. I think that that's kind of cluttered and it deters people from taking action on the Linktree page. So the number one thing you want people to do is to focus on the links and go to whatever links it is that you're showcasing. So we're going to disable the header and footer of the site so that those don't show. All right, so these are the page settings that you want to have a full page website or a full page site here for your Linktree page. So let's just come in here. All right, so then I go in and just kind of showing the how to build the Linktree page. So we're just going to do that all in the editor here and do this all from scratch and build a really cool retro looking Linktree page. All right, so the very first thing that we're going to want to do is add a row layout. The row layout is, you know, your core container block that if you're building any type of landing page, you're going to be using the row layout block. And a shortcut that I like using to help speed things up when building with Kadence is to do a / and then type the name of the block. So you can see it's already at the top here, but if you just type row layout, you can see that row layout shows here. So we're going to choose that. We want a single column here. So I'm going to choose the single column. All right, now there's a few things we're going to do here. So the very first thing is at the row layout level. So I'm going to come back to the block settings, which is in the upper right here. So at the row layout level, we want to contain the inner content width so that it's only 400 pixels wide, which is going to look really good on mobile. So we're going to actually specify a custom content max width of 400 pixels here. So I'm going to do that. And so you can see that even though this row layout itself is full width, the inner content, as you can see, as I hover over here, is 400 pixels wide. This is going to look good still on desktop, and it's going to look really, really good on mobile. So we're going to do that. The next thing we're going to do is add a background color. So I'm going to go into the style here, and I'm going to choose background color. And here's my color palette of my retro website. And so I'm going to choose the 8th color, which is just a slightly off-white color. So it's just like a light beige here. So that's looking really good. So we're going to add a background color there. The next thing we're going to do is add top and bottom padding to this row layout. So one really nice thing with Kadence Blocks 3 is you can visually see the top and bottom padding as you hover over it. And you can really, really easily change it using their variables, which is awesome. So I'm just going to bump this up and drag this to large, and I'm going to bump this and drag that to large. So we have a large padding on the top and bottom. Just give it a little bit of breathing room so it's not hugging the top or bottom of the page too much. And then one other kind of important thing here that most people do not think about is we're going to actually set a minimum height of this row layout. So if we go into the advanced tab here and I open up the structure settings, you can see there's a minimum height control, and we're going to set that to 100 VH. And so what that does is it makes sure that if you only have, say, 2 or 3 links on this, it makes sure that the background spans the full height of whatever device is accessing it. So I'm on this really large computer screen, right? And if I only had 2 or 3 links, that background would only go to, you know, maybe down here. And then it would all be all white under there, and it just doesn't look good. So that's why we're setting a minimum height of 100 VH there. So that should be all we need for the row layout. And so that's the container that's going to contain everything. So now the next thing we're going to do is add our avatar image. So I'm going to come in here and we're going to add an advanced image from Kadence. So if you just search image, you can see that there's image advanced here, and this is the Kadence image block. So we're going to do that. We're going to select an image here. So here in my media library, just for the sake of this tutorial, I'm just going to use one of the retro avatar images that we have here. So I'm going to choose this pink one right here. All right, so that's looking good. There's a few things we're going to change with the settings here. So first of all, we're going to set a max image width of 150 pixels. So that condenses it down, makes it, you know, not so in your face and large there. So we're setting that to 150 pixels wide. We're going to come up here to the toolbar and align this center. And then let's see here. We're going to go into the style tab here, and we are going to add a border, a 2-pixel border. So I'm going to come in and set this to the 3rd color palette or 3rd color in my palette here. And we're going to set a 2-pixel border around that. For the border radius, I'm going to add some slightly rounded corners to all 4 corners. So I'm going to click this linked button here, and we're going to set this to 6 pixels. And so you can see as I click off that, it has just a nice subtle rounded corners there. Let's click back in here and let's add a box shadow. So to give a nice, you know, bold box shadow for that looks really good with a retro theme, we're going to do 3 for X, 3 for Y, 0 for blur, and 0 for spread. And in the color here, I'm going to set that to the 3rd color as well. And there you go. You can see that you have that real nice, you know, kind of bold box shadow that is very common in retro designs. So that's looking good for our advanced image. Let's see if we need anything else here. I think that should be all we need for the advanced image. So let's jump down here and click on the image, and we're just going to press enter to enter a block under there. And then we're going to add our Instagram handle. So let's just do an advanced text block here. So we're going to choose the text advanced text blocks from Kadence. The very first thing that we're going to do is we're going to change this from an H2 to a paragraph here. So we're going to do that. We're going to come in here and we're going to align this text center. And I'm just going to type at Instagram _ handle. All right, so you'd put your Instagram handle here. And then we're over in the style here. The font size, I'm just going to set to medium. And let's come in here and let's set some top and bottom margin. So I just want to make sure that there's no margin on the top, and the bottom we're just going to set to XS using the variable padding. So that's just going to give a little more space for our next block to come in. If you like, you can come in here and you can set this to bold, right? I mean, you could come in here and you could go into the advanced typography and you could set the font weight to bold if you'd like. If you like that bold look, you could set it to a different font family if you want. So the heading on this site is using Courier, so that's that real retro look. So I'm actually just going to inherit the heading font family here, which is a new feature that actually just came out with Kadence Blocks. So that looks really retro-y and it has that nice Courier look, that monospace font. So that's looking good for the Instagram handle. Let's see here. We're going to enter down here and we're going to do some social icons now. So for the social icons, I like using just the Gutenberg block for this. I think it'll just save us a little bit of time. So I'm just going to do a slash and start typing social. So we're going to do social icons. And then the first thing we're going to do is change the items justification. So we're going to justify these center. And then you just have to click the plus button to add different social icons. So let's add, Facebook. And then one thing with the social blocks icon is you have to jump back up to the parent block. So one thing that's really nice is checking out this document overview. This gives a nice reflection of how the blocks are laid out on your site. So I like having this open sometimes. I think it helps, especially if you're not familiar with building pages. This helps you visualize where the blocks are and the different levels that are going on. So to add a new icon here, we have to jump up to the social icons parent block, and then we're just going to click the plus again. Let's add YouTube. Let's jump back up. Let's maybe add Twitter. They need to update that to X, by the way. And then let's go up and add block, and let's do, I don't know, TikTok. All right. So we have these blocks. One thing is you can see they're kind of grayed out right now. They will not show unless you actually specify like the address, like the social profile link. I'm not going to link to anything. So I'm just going to put a hash symbol in there, and that will just cause them to show up here. So I'm just adding that in here. All right. So now those all show up. You can have the brand colors here when you use the core Gutenberg social icons block. It does just bring in the brand colors. I think to go more along with this retro theme, I'm going to change the background color. So I'm back at the social icons parent level here. I'm going to come over to the styles tab over here, and I'm going to go to the icon background, and I'm just going to choose this third color in my theme. And you can see that sets it all to black. So that's really cool. That feels a lot more, in tune with the brand of this retro website. All right, so we have our avatar, our Instagram handle, and our social icons. I'm really quick just going to check and see if there's any more questions. Doesn't look like there are right now, so let's just keep going. All right, so after the social icons here, let's enter down, and we are just going to add our Linktree buttons now. And this is really, really nice because once you add one and design it the way you want, you can really easily duplicate it all the way down, and you're going to be done. So let's just add an advanced buttons block. So if we look at buttons advanced here, this is the Kadence buttons block here. All right, so it adds here, it automatically brings in your theme colors with the hover color and everything. So that's all looking good. There's nothing we need to change here. Here in the general tab, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change the button width to full. And so that is going to take up the remainder of the space. And since we contained our content here to only be 400 pixels wide, it's going to span that full 400 pixels here. And then we're just going to click in here, and this is where you type whatever you want it to say. So I'm just going to type Linktree button 1. All right, so that's looking good. Let's come over to the style here. And let's add a border and a box shadow to make it similar to our avatar image here. So for the border, I'm going to set it to the third color. I'm going to set a 2-pixel border. We are also going to add a 6-pixel border radius here. So we're going to click the linked button here, and we're going to choose or type 6 there. So that, again, gives the nice slightly rounded corners here, just like we had with our image. So let's click back in the button here. We're going to add a box shadow. So I'm going to turn on the box shadow here. We're going to do the same box shadow that we had with the image. So 3 for X, 3 for Y, 0 for blur, 0 for spread, and set that to black, which is our third color. And there we have it. We have a button here with, your border and your box shadow. That's looking really good. One other thing that I'm going to do is add an icon. What's really nice with the Kadence buttons block is you can add an icon super easily to the beginning or after your text. So let's just open the icon settings and open the icon dropdown. Let's type arrow, and I'm going to use a more bold arrow here. So I'm going to choose like this bold right arrow. So you can see that adds to the right of our text. So that's looking really good. And then in the typography settings, I'm actually just going to set a line height of, let's say 1.4. That's just going to condense it just slightly. And also if this button spans, if the text of the button spans more than one line, you might want to mess with this line height attribute here because that will determine the vertical spacing in between the text there. So I'm just setting that to 1.4. If you would like to use different font size, so you could do medium to bump it up there. Large is going to be way too large here, but if you want medium, you can do that. I'm just going to turn it off and just let it inherit whatever we have set at the customizer level here. So that's looking really good. We have the button fully done. I just want to make sure that we have everything here. It looks like, it looks like we do. So similar to the social icons, this button is a single button block, and it's contained inside a parent buttons block. So you can see over on the left-hand side on my document overview that there is a parent buttons block. So I'm going to choose that parent button block here, and I'm actually just going to choose the orientation to be vertical. So I'm just saying, hey, I want the buttons to all, when I add them, I want them to add vertically rather than horizontally. So we're going to choose that. And then all we have to do is there's a little plus button up here that says duplicate previous button. And so all I have to do is click that. And then I'm just going to keep going to the parent block and just do that until I have 7 buttons. So you can see all I did was create that one button, styled it the way I want. And just like that, we have 7 buttons that all look exactly the same. And you could do this for however many buttons you'd like. And I'm just going to really quick come in here. Let me actually remove this Jasper extension because he's kind of getting in my way. All right. Sorry, Jasper. All right. So let's do 4. Let's 5, 6, and 7. All right. Just like that, within a few seconds, we have 7 buttons now. And then at the parent button level here again, one really nice thing is there is a button gap. So that is default set to extra small, but I'm going to bump this up to medium. And so you can see if you do large or medium or small, that's just changing how much vertical spacing there is in between the buttons. So I'm just going to do medium there, and that looks fantastic. So here we have our avatar image, our Instagram handle, our social icons, and then 7 Linktree buttons. And then all you would do, like I said, is you'd come in here, you'd type whatever you want this button to say, and you come over to the general settings and you add your button link here, or you can also link it in the toolbar up here. You can just type whatever link you want. And then let's just save this and let's preview this in a new tab. And there you have it. And I'm just going to go in and so I'm pressing F12 on Chrome, by the way, which opens your browser inspection tool. And I'm choosing, it's real hard to see, but in the lower left here, there's a little button that says toggle device toolbar. So if I don't have that on, this is what it looks like on desktop. And if you do choose that, this is really nice. I like setting this to responsive. And then you can come in here, and this is a really nice way. And this is actually what it's going to look like on these different screen sizes. So one thing with like just the WordPress built-in editor is, switching between desktop and tablet and mobile, it just does not give an accurate representation of how things are going to look. So I always recommend you go in and preview your page on the actual front end and then toggle this device toolbar in Chrome. And then you can come in here and you can easily change, different sizing for the resolution. Obviously, this is contained to 400 pixels, so not much is changing, but this is really nice if you're like building like a full width landing page and you want to make sure that things look good on tablet and then mobile. You can condense that down really easily and see how that's going to look. So another thing is you can come in here and you can actually see what it's going to look like on an actual phone. Like it gives the exact dimensions. So I'm going to go to like an iPhone 12 Pro. And so this is what it will look like on an iPhone 12 Pro. So really, really clean, really nice. It doesn't have that header and footer, showing the logo and the menu and things like that. So this is really clean, looks exactly like a Linktree page. And we just built that, in a matter of maybe 10 to 15 minutes. So that's how you build your own custom Linktree page with Kadence. I'm going to see if there's any more questions that have popped up here. Okay, so John says, do you have a way to make a button that says latest blog post and have that link to the most recent post? Okay, interesting. So I don't currently have anything built that does that. I'm trying to think. I'd have to bounce that idea off and see if there would maybe be a way to, I don't know if there's something dynamic you could do. Another idea is like, I mean, the really nice thing about these pages is like I'm sitting here and I'm building these with advanced button blocks, but you can do whatever you want on these pages, right? So if I had even more time, say I had another hour or two, I mean, we could build something like crazy. We could add a subscribe form in the bottom. We could include a fixed button at the top or bottom using, Kadence elements that does something. I mean, any block that you have available to you, you can put in here. So, I mean, one thing that you could even do is that I'm thinking of is you could literally just add a posts block, just the free post block, and you could probably set that to be your latest blog post, I'm guessing, and you could probably show the thumbnail, not show the thumbnail. You could show just the title, and you could style that however you want. So I'm assuming that you could probably just use a post block and put that in here somewhere, and you could just have a little, headline that says check the latest posts, and whenever whatever your latest post is, it's going to know that from your website, and it's just going to show that. So that's actually a really good idea. I like that idea. Yeah, that's another thing too. All right, so Juan says, nice library. How do you keep up with the styles of so many elements? Do you use CSS or just copy and paste styles if you have to make some changes? So I mean, when we're building, well, the whole Start Blogging Blocks library, it's a nice library, and that's because we've put, thousands and thousands of hours into it. We have spent so much time, designing and developing all of these blocks. But I mean, a lot of these blocks might have similarities. So your best friend with Kadence is going to be the copy and paste styles. So like if you're building two similar styles, something like this, you can come in here and you can really easily just copy and paste styles. So like this button right here, there in the toolbar, there's a thing that says copy styles. And if you had another button, you can just come in here and you just click here and paste styles. And that's going to just take all of the styling and copy and paste it to that button. So that is a massive, massive time saver. And that's something I use all the time when I'm building with Kadence Blocks is the copy and paste styles. So that definitely helps speed up the process. One more thing, I don't see any more questions. This was also in the tutorial here. So let's just scroll down, and I'll actually just show a live yeah. So here it is, a live example of this. So one idea is to add some animations to your links. This isn't really going to do a whole lot, but it is kind of cool that like when it first loads, you could have this animation. So as I scroll down on this page here, you can see it's happening pretty quickly. But you can have your links animate in, and I actually created an example of this. So let's go back here and let's open up Pages, and I had this links test. And if I preview this, I added some animation. This is a Kadence Blocks Pro feature, but on these buttons, if you go over to the Advanced tab, and there is this drop down that says Animate on Scroll. So I'm fading down right on this button, and I'm making it last 2,000 milliseconds, so 2 seconds. And then this one I'm setting to fade down left. So this one is fading right, this one's fading left, this one's fading right, and I'm just alternating those and making them all take 2 seconds. So when someone first loads your page, so say they click the link on your bio or whatever, you can see when it comes in here, gives that nice cool effect, right? So if I refresh this one more time, you can see them just kind of animate down. I don't know. It's just something kind of cool. It might be a little gimmicky, but if you like adding animation and stuff and you have Kadence Blocks Pro, you can add any type of animation to your buttons. One more thing that Kathy gave me the idea on when I first wrote this blog post is having some analytics to track what buttons are being clicked. So one way you could do, so if you have this page, you might be wondering, hey, how many clicks are certain buttons getting? Because you might find that the fourth button that you have is getting the most clicks, and maybe you want to move that up to the top so people see it quicker. So there's a couple things that I can think of that you could do to track clicks on your website. One thing would be to use an affiliate plugin, like an affiliate link plugin. And what you could do is you could set like a specific like campaign, like add a parameter or something to your link, so that, and maybe you tag it with Linktree or something, and then you put that link right here. And then whenever someone clicks it, or say these are affiliate links or something, whenever someone clicks it, you could track and see, hey, that Linktree button specifically was clicked this many times. So that's one way of doing it. Another thing, and I do not use this plugin. So I mentioned it in the tutorial, but I do not use it. And so I'm just throwing that out there. So, but it does seem to be a reputable plugin. But there is this plugin called Track the Click, and it's just a very, very simple plugin. So you can see I have Track the Click activated here. It looks like this. It looks like there's like 3,000 or so downloads on it. But if you go into it here, it tracks all the clicks that happen on your website. So as I was actually clicking around, you can see that it's showing how many times certain things were clicked. And so certain buttons on your Linktree page, when those are clicked, that would likely be able to track, how many times those buttons are clicked, and then you'd be able to take action and maybe move them around or whatever you'd like. Or maybe there's some buttons that aren't getting any clicks at all, and maybe you only want to focus on, 2 or 3 important buttons on your Linktree page. So I just wanted to show that quick as well. Kathy says analytics. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you for linking that. So Kathy linked that in the chat there to that Track the Click plugin. So that's a really cool feature as well. But that's all I had for today. It's 9:43, so we're about 43 minutes in. I'm not seeing any more questions, but yeah. Hey, Kathy.
I have questions.
Yeah, what's
Can
up?
I ask questions?
Absolutely.
I'm here for questions. I'm here. Oops. See, I need to. Okay, I'm just going to remove the slides. I'm just going to talk to you, Jake, because I want to talk to you about everything that you've got going on. You literally have been one of the innovators of building business on top of Kadence. Like, you saw really early all of the things that you could use in Kadence in order to really build a business, and to not just do that, but to create so many, just like, I mean, the Kadence team is pretty small, right? And you took it to the next level. You're very close to what your customers need, to what people in the community need, and you saw needs and you filled them. And I want to talk to you a little bit about that, because I know, the Linktree stuff is really fun, and I'm so excited about all the stuff you're doing. But I wanted to talk to you about like what you saw in Kadence, and what advice you could give other people who maybe are looking for like a second income stream and see what you're doing.
Yeah. So, I mean, as I mentioned in the beginning of the video, I mean, Kadence is an entire ecosystem of tools. I don't think that that's hounded on enough, honestly. Like I think so many people are just so caught up in like the specific like theme or whatever that they're using, or the blocks that they're using. And like, that is 2 out of however many products that Kadence has. And so Kadence has, the Kadence child theme builder. So if you are a designer, or you get playing around and you realize how easy it is to build pages and stuff in Kadence, you can take your expertise and you can package that all. You could create your own cloud library, as I've done. There are a number of people out there that have done that. That you can create child themes. I don't have it up anymore, but that's all right. But there's like child themes that you can create. So pre-designed pages. So this was the first child theme. This was actually from the first Amplify event that I gave. This was our first child theme called Discover. And actually, let me just go on Start Blogging Themes. So startbloggingthemes.com. This is the site for our premium Kadence child themes that we've built. So we have these 2 themes. So here's the Discover theme that I'm talking about. This is a very clean, like minimalistic look. So if I come in here, it looks like this. And all these come pre-packaged with like 7 pre-designed pages, full blog post outlines, which I didn't even talk about, but I have plenty of videos talking about that. But that's what massively differentiates us from other theme builders out there. Is I have so much expertise in doing affiliate marketing and getting organic Google traffic and how to rank on Google and bringing in traffic so you can get affiliate sales with product reviews, comparison posts, instructional posts, and things like that. And so, yeah, I just wanted to show that off. And then this is the Rewind theme that we are just releasing today. In fact, after I get done with this, I'm going to be sending out some emails and announcing the launch of this here, which is a real cool retro-y theme. But yeah, so Kadence, I saw this from the beginning. I mean, I always had, in fact, I told this story in the first Kadence Amplify event, and I think that it's kind of a cool story. Is like, I started blogging back in 2014. I had no idea what I was doing. I wrote some articles about things that I was interested in. My first blog had things on WordPress, music, let's see here, technology, grammar. Like it was the most, like the biggest grab bag of just random things. I had no idea how to like take that traffic and monetize it. And then I started learning how to build a blog. I started getting into like page speed because my pages were so slow. My median load time was like 17 seconds, which was insane, because I had this really bloated third party page builder, a slow theme on there, and I got really into page speed and how can I speed up my site. That's when I saw the video from Adam Preiser about Kadence when the modern Kadence theme was released, and I installed that. And from the get-go, I was like, this thing is incredible. It's everything that I need. And then I always would have people. I started Start Blogging 101, which you see there, and I had so many people asking me, how do I build this thing in your sidebar? How do I build this about the author thing that you have? How do I build this product review with different star ratings that you show on your site? Like, I want to be able to do that. And I was like, well, I can create a tutorial and teach you how to do it for free, or I wish I could create a template, but there was nothing at the time. And then all of a sudden Kadence Cloud was announced. And that completely changed my world because I was able to take these pre-designed templates and package them into their own individual blocks. And I was able to take all those things that I was building on my website and throw them into this like cloud library and then have anybody access them at any time. And so I highly recommend it. If you are interested in design, even if you just enjoy building things, like every single person is different. Every single cloud library out there, every time I see someone announce a new one, it's so cool because everyone has their own touch, their own originality. You know, everyone has their own style and way of doing things. And I think that that's what's so cool about these cloud libraries. And what I think is like really going to help build the Kadence brand. The Kadence Marketplace recently came out, and I know that that's like being worked on, but like showcasing all the different cloud libraries, showcasing, you know, all the different child themes that people are building. And I think that that's just so amazing to be able to, for someone, you know, who's been building for a really long time, you know, package all their stuff into these blocks and theme or child themes. And it just saves you hundreds, if not thousands of hours, because every single person that's like looking to start a website, I have friends and family ask me all the time, hey, can you help me start a website? It's like, yeah, well, I could build it from scratch. You know, how many times have you heard that, Kathy? Yeah. I could build it from scratch, and I'm going to probably build like the same looking templates, the same 3 content boxes, like, and it's going to take me a lot. Like, I know what I'm doing, but it's going to still take me some time. I'm like, what if I could just templatize this and like have this like thing that you just import in perfectly, and it has every single thing that you need to get started. And then you get to focus on creating content. And that is the thing that makes money for your business, because so many people get caught up in the page speed. They get caught up in, how do I build this thing and make it look good? And I'm not joking. I spent thousands and thousands of hours on my website just figuring out the design. And I'm like, what am I doing? Like this stuff isn't going to make me money. Like, you can have the prettiest site in the world, but if it does not convert, like you're not going to make money. So like you need to be focusing on like affiliate blog posts, like driving traffic from Google, focusing on how can I make affiliate commissions, and that's what I've specialized in for the last 10 years.
Yeah, and the content you put out and the advice you give to Kadence users is just immense. That post that you wrote recently, I'm going to try to find it and pop it into the chat, but the one about how to do product reviews.
Oh, that I can bring it up.
How long did that take you to? So good. Here,
Longer
do you
than
have it?
I would like to admit. Months. It took me months on and off. This is by far the most comprehensive blog post I have ever written. If you want to learn how to start making passive income online by writing product reviews, this is the article for you. I spent so much time on this. And this whole thing is a massive, massive comprehensive guide. All the table of contents here, 13 step-by-step things of every single thing that I do to make passive income through product reviews, including things like this sticky sidebar thing here. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like people like saw this kind of thing and like, how can I do that? And I'm like, oh, well, here, let me throw that in a template for you, right? So creating these affiliate boxes, right? These things that you see on Wirecutter that are just proven to convert. So many people just have like a wall of text. It's like this little like paragraph and it's like, click here to learn more. And it's like, that's so boring. Like it doesn't draw the attention of the visitor's eyes. And this way, if you have like these product boxes, you have nice little tags, you have a product image, a nice bold, title, these big call to action buttons. And like, I've built so many of these things and there are so many customers on Start Blogging Blocks. I mean, like one of the product reviews that I had written was making anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 per month just from one single article. And that's just one product out there. And so like, there are so many people that are just creating these things in bulk. And that I'm a part of a number of blogging groups. And there's some people using our blocks that are making, 10,000 a month, 20,000 a month. It's insane to see some of these success stories that people have by building these things. So yeah, I would definitely recommend checking out this article because it is very comprehensive. I put a ton of time in it, and I think you're going to learn a ton about how to make some passive income online.
Yeah. And this is the thing that I love about what you're doing, Jake, is not only, well, you're deep in on what Kadence can do and the knowledge of how to use these tools so well, but you're also in so many groups and have been doing blogging for so long that you know what works. You know what are the tips, what are the tricks, what are the things that you can do on your own blog in order to make it successful. And you take all of that knowledge and incorporate it with Kadence, and it makes just this perfect synergy of knowledge and expertise with the tool that is the platform for creating such perfect content.
Yeah.
And page speed and effectiveness, it's magical. So I'm constantly sending people. You probably owe me an affiliate commission. You just have to buy me a beer.
I didn't get you signed up.
Because I send people to you all the time, don't I?
Yeah, no, you do all the time, and I appreciate that so much. And that you just explained that so eloquently, man. That was amazing. So thank you so much for explaining that and everything that I do, because I truly appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Everybody needs to follow Jake. Jake, where should they? Well, obviously you're on Facebook. You're very active in the Kadence Facebook group, but you also have your own group on Facebook as well.
Yeah,
Start Blogging Blocks.
Let me bring that up here.
Yeah.
Whoops. All right. So yeah, if you want to join the Facebook group, it's facebook.com/startblogging101. Oh shoot, yeah. That's the fan page. Sorry. So it's facebook.com/groups/startblogging101. Here we go. So it's WordPress without page builders by Startblogging101. So we have over 1,500 members in there. It's very Kadence based, but the whole idea is just kind of building without bloated third-party page builders. That was how I got started, because I've been there. I've used bloated page builders. I used to be on Cornerstone, then I used Elementor, and then I switched off and I went block based only with Kadence. literally have never looked back, and people are just coming over in droves from third-party page builders to block-based solutions.
Yeah.
So that's why I created this group. So definitely check that out for the Facebook group and connect with me there.
Amazing. I am trying to find the link, but I have too many Chrome windows open. I'm just not going to try. Just go Facebook search WordPress without page builders. I am 100% behind that. I have, Jake and I, we've talked a lot about my history with WordPress, starting out really early, then seeing all the power that page builders could do, but then seeing some of the problems of having that extra layer on top of WordPress, and then coming back down into Gutenberg, building with blocks and the speed, performance, the long range longevity of a site that's built with blocks, so that as Gutenberg or the page block editor, as that matures, that you are as close to what WordPress is doing as possible. It just makes your life long-term so much easier, your site so much faster, your customers so much happier when they're loading that fast and zippy page. It's the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, in the 2020s, like Google's taking page speed more seriously than they ever have before with their core web vitals and everything. And I would not be surprised if at some point in the somewhat near future, they've already said that it's a ranking factor, passing Google's core web vitals. But I would not be surprised if they put even more of an emphasis and more of a, just give even more of a ranking factor for that, because page speed is everything. I mean, it's so huge. I mean, you hear like massive e-commerce brands like Amazon, I think you've mentioned that before too, is just like, they've done all these studies that, like 0.1 seconds, of affects like their conversion rate by some insane number. I'm not even gonna throw a number out there because I don't know, but it's crazy. It's like these studies they do out there are crazy. So if someone's gonna come on your page and like have it slowly loading and like everything is just kind of like, whatever, like they're just going to back out and find something new. So having a site that's super, super speedy is so important.
It's critical for the success of your site. Well, Jake, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Good luck with your launch. Everybody needs to go follow Jake.
Yes.
Just join his Facebook group. That's where you need to go. I'm in there too, because I am a fan of Jake as well. So
we have Kathy, we have Hannah, and we have Ben in there. So we got the whole Kadence crew.
Yeah. We're in for it. It's great. And look, we've got Mark Woodard, who's one of the developers
so much,
on Kadence. And
cool. Awesome. Sweet. Appreciate it, Mark.
Mark is awesome. He's one of our developers on Kadence and just does a tremendous job. And John, of course, very thankful for your presentation. I'm very thankful, John, that you've been here. Guess what I get to do next? Well, actually, Jake, just stick around for this.
Okay.
So Rachel Winchester was on tap for our next presentation, but I just got a message from her in the last half an hour that she is not well and isn't going to make it. She sent me a recording, but I can't pull it up. You can't do all of that in minutes. So you guys, everybody that's watching, you've got a couple of options. You can head to track 2 and see Maestro Stevens, whose presentation is going to tee up there in just about a minute. WordPress with purpose, freshen up your website strategy. Or, and this is where I torture myself, you can hang out here with me for a little while. Or I could make the screen blank and you could just go drink coffee. Or you can hang out with me. Jake, I'm going to let you go. But
I hope you prepared some jokes or something. A lot of like fun stories for an hour.
I'm going to leave it up to the audience of what they would like me to do. I can talk about Taylor Swift. I can do a presentation about passkeys if you're interested in security.
That would be interesting.
I can do a presentation about the landing page launch pad. I have that all teed up. I can do tons of different things.
You have options for sure.
So I need you guys in the chat. I'm going to watch the chat for the next minute or so. Do you want to talk about landing pages and how to make your landing pages sell? And we'll do that for a little bit. Or we can talk about passkeys and a new technology that's coming down the pike that's going to make our WordPress sites and all of our accounts more secure. So you're going to have to put that in the chat. What do you want me to do? Landing page launchpad or passkeys because the password is dead? Do one for beginners. Keep it simple. Then we'll talk about landing pages. It
I was
sounds
going
like
to say,
landing pages.
passkeys is super interesting. I would love to learn more about that. But
okay.
Peter does say that should do one for
we'll
beginners.
do landing pages. I've got a presentation
landing pages
already.
is good. Yeah, that's a really good topic.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out with me, Jake.
Yeah,
I'll
no
let
problem.
You go.
Thanks for having me. This was fun.
It was
Always
so much
is.
fun. Send me good wishes because I'm going to wing it for a little bit.
Will do. All right. Well, we'll see you guys later. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Have a great week.
All right. We're here. Landing pages seems to be it. You guys should still research passkeys because it's super interesting. If you know anything about SSH keys or Bitcoin or sending messages via PGP and where there's a public-private key and keeping things all encrypted, it's fascinating, and new technologies are coming that are going to allow you to better secure your online accounts, whether it's now available for your Google accounts, PayPal has it, Stripe has it as a second factor of authentication. It's going to change the way we interact with technology online. So you should still research it. I have a presentation up on YouTube on my channel that you can go watch later. But let's talk about landing pages. Let me just get my presenter view all set here and see what I can do with StreamYard. I'm going to share screen, and I am going to try to find that window for Canva. Let's see what happens. Hopefully it works. Let's see what happens. Get back to StreamYard real quick. And it is not there. It cannot access that. All right. We're going to talk about landing pages. What is a landing page? Is a landing page. I'm going to try to export this really quick. We're doing it live, people. We're doing it live. We're going to download this as a PDF, and we're going to talk about landing pages and what makes a landing page sell. What is a landing page? A landing page is anything that you're using as the first place that a customer shows up on your website. All right, now I have to... Come on, I switched from Google Slides to Canva, and learning how to present with Canva is a new challenge for me, but I'll do it. I'll get there. I'll get there soon enough. You just thanks so much for your patience as I figure this out. I was not ready for this. Share screen, window. Let's see if this works. And it is still not working. I'm going to open a new window for Chrome. I'm going to open a file. See, this is this is why I'm a hacker, because sometimes things just don't work and you just keep trying until it does work, right? Hack away. Slides. Just going to upload it into StreamYard and see if that works. Okay. That may work. It's looking much better. All right. So a landing page is anywhere that your customers show up on your site. It can be your home page. It can be a specifically designed page. Let's say you are running ads on Facebook or Instagram, and that ad is going to then bring someone to a specific page that's tied to that ad. Let's say, for example, you are selling personal care products and you're running ads, and you want somebody to come to a landing page and learn more about the benefits of using that product, handle any kinds of objections that people might have about those particular products. And so you have an ad that is specifically talking about someone's pain point. Let's say you are selling deodorant and you sure don't want to go on a date with that cute woman and smell bad, right? So you're addressing a customer's pain point, and this is the solution to the problem. Click here, learn more, whatever that call to action is on a social media site. And it goes specifically to a page that's crafted that continues the message that you started on social media. That landing page is specifically crafted for that specific experience. For anyone who is just popping over here, Rachel Winchester, who was scheduled for this time period, is not here. I'm Kathy Zant. I'm going to be talking about landing pages because I have that available. Look at, there's a landing page, slide deck right there. But the problem that we have with our customers is that they have let's see, slide, there we go. They have short attention spans, as do we all, right? We all have our phones that basically have us flitting from one thing to another to another. We have approximately 2 seconds to really make an impression with a customer. So we have somebody who is basically looking at something. If they click to our landing page from that social media site and they end up on a landing page, they're going to make a decision really quickly whether or not they want to do business with you or not. I sometimes feel like this goldfish. I think we all do at times. So yes, Andrew, we were going to have Rachel Winchester here. I am filling time with the knowledge that I have because Rachel is not feeling well. Wynn is not feeling well, but we are going to fill our time as best as we can here. We're going to talk about the purpose of a landing page. Our landing page is designed to meet our customer where they're at and to bring them to a place where we are helping them either solve a problem or meet some kind of aspiration. They either have, a need that they need to fill, or they have something that they're trying to achieve, something that makes them feel better about themselves. So everybody in this world is really motivated about carrots and sticks, right? They either want something, want to make more money, they want to have that relationship, they want to have more relaxation, they want to be better in terms of productivity. What is that core psychological need that they have, or what is a pain point that they're trying to solve? One of the things that Kadence solves, slow loading pages. So there's a pain point. Your page is loading in 17 seconds and you want it to load in less than a second or less than 2 seconds so that you get that first impression with a user. Pain points solved. Your audience is coming from various locations, right? They're either coming from your email, if you have them on an email list, or they're fresh. They're completely new to you on social media groups, affiliates that might be sharing your products. They might be on YouTube and then showing up on your landing page from there. They might be searching for something. In that way, they are asking questions. They are trying to solve a specific problem. So it's really important to understand where your audience is coming from and to design a landing page that has that in mind. You have to understand the context of where they're coming in and meet the customer where they're at. Now, if they're coming in from social media, think about what you're doing on social media. It's usually the time of day where it's just like, okay, I just need to check in. I'm maybe at my low point and I just want to go away for a little while and look at funny videos. Social media, YouTube, those types of things, you really have to have some attention grabbing types of things happening in order to pull them to your site. And then that conversation needs to continue and it needs to be contextual. Our real goal here is to bring Nemo home, bring our goldfish back to the place where they really want to be. We have to do that with our landing page. We have to take them from a place where they are sensing that they have a problem or an aspiration, and they are then getting that solved by showing up on your landing page. So here are some elements of an effective landing page. And if you are designing landing page, these things might seem very familiar to you. We have a hero area at the top of the page. We have some social proof. And that hero area oftentimes will have that call to action, that initial call to action. I mean, if somebody looks at something with social media and they really come in and they're like, oh yeah, I want this. We want to give them a clear call to action in that hero area. A lot of times people will come back a second time. Let's say you have an ad campaign running and they come back to your landing page on a second visit and they've already kind of made up their mind and they've already, consumed all of the content on your page, let's give them in that hero area a button that they can click to make the purchase, to get more, whatever that conversion item is. Now, landing page every page on your site is a landing page, and every page on your site should have a clearly defined call to action. It should have a clearly defined, this is what we want our customer to do on this page. Is this page's call to action? Is it conversion item to download a PDF, to give our email address in order to get into an email sequence? Like, what is the one action that you want somebody to take on a landing page? That call to action goes in the hero area and it'll go further down on the page. Social proof is always a good thing to add, and social proof can be a number of different things. It can be testimonials, it can be logos. And Kadence is great because it's got, the logo farm you can just pull in, and it's got some like sample logos and you can just pop the logos in for all of your clients. It's got testimonial blocks that you can pull in as well. And Mark is making a great comment here to make sure that your call to action is above the fold on all devices. Really important too. Always to consider the device that someone is using. If you're designing the page and you're on desktop and that call to action is above the fold, is the first thing that someone sees when they're on your site on a desktop, that's great. But also make sure you take a look at how it looks on mobile, especially if the place that someone is coming from is social media, because if they're on Instagram, they are not looking at that on a desktop, are they? They are looking at that on mobile. So knowing where your customer is coming from and making sure your page is designed for that, critically important. Thanks, Mark. Features and benefits. What problem are we solving? What are the features of your product or service that are going to entice your user to take action? What problems are you solving for them? What benefits are you giving them? Is this something that is solving a problem of a pain in their life? Is it something that's going to make their life better? Whatever those are, those should be clearly delineated somewhere in the middle of the page. And of course, all of this can be different based on specific needs. And you can do different landing pages and do some A/B testing and check, like, if you move social proof down, does it change the conversion on that particular page? Objections. And I'm going to go through some samples of some objections I've seen on other sites. But objections, everybody's got an objection. If I'm trying to sell you something that you've never used before, let's say I'm trying to sell you a car. You have a ton of objections in your mind. It's too expensive. Do I really need a car? Do I really want this car? Do I want something that maybe has better gas mileage than what I'm trying to sell you? Maybe I want a different color and I don't have it in stock. All of those things are objections. And whatever you're trying to sell, whether it is somebody just giving your email address for a PDF that's a free download that gives them information that they're looking for that's going to help them do something, giving an email address has a lot of objections to it as well. I don't want to give you my information because you're going to spam me. Tons of reasons why people don't want to even do that. So no matter what you have as a goal with your landing page, someone's going to have an objection and you need to solve that. And of course, we want another call to action because they've just gone through a journey of seeing the social proof, seeing the features, seeing the benefits, seeing all the reasons why they should take action. You've handled some of their objections and actually maybe even turned some of their objections into a feature or a benefit. So they've gone through that journey. They should be ready to convert. They should be ready to take action. I want to talk about a few sites that I've done some analysis on because I think these sites are really effective in how they do landing pages. Now, Lyft and a few of the others that we're going to go through do really good landing pages. And these all work on mobile really well. They also work on desktop very well. Lyft has a very interesting customer profile, right? Because they have two different types of customers. They have drivers, which are a customer, and without drivers, their business doesn't exist. And then they have riders, people who are taking rides with the drivers. So those two very distinct customer bases need to be met where they're at. So drivers have a specific need, and they are going to be motivated by very specific needs that are very, very different than riders. So we need to have landing pages that address both, because you can't have one call to action that meets both of those. So we need to be able to move our target audiences from where they are investigating what needs to be done here into a place where they take an action. Now, this is the home page for Lyft right here. And they right here are targeting drivers, a wider audience. And they have a very clear call to action and a very clear headline. 5 words, one action, one app, all the rides. It says everything right there. Incredibly succinct. And there's that sign up button. But when we scroll further down, we start going into the solving of problems. I don't have a ride, or I don't want to park, or I just need to get there fast and I don't want to have to worry about driving. I have things I need to do on my laptop while I'm getting to a meeting. Very succinctly, they have those aspirational problem-solving messages here. But look at that photo. I mean, does this woman have a care in the world? She's not worried about traffic. She is worried about how she looks, how good she looks, and she's looking quite good there. And she is relaxing in the back of a car, and all of the problems are being solved. So there's a very aspirational photo here that says so much. The photography that you put on your landing pages are really going to tell you a lot about what types of problems you're solving and the aspirations you're helping your customers meet. Scroll down a little bit further and we have an objection: safety. I don't know about you, but my mom told me not to get into people's cars that I didn't know. She also told me not to go stay at people's houses that I didn't know, but we have Airbnb. It's like a brave new world. These apps have changed everything for us, haven't they? So safety is a concern. And we see people in a picture here who are feeling pretty safe. So this picture is aspirational and it's solving an objection. It's addressing an objection right here. You're going to be treated with respect. You are going to be safe. You do not have to worry about taking a lift. And then they have a link to more safety features if you want to dive further into that. We scroll down a little bit further and there's a membership program, Lyft Pink, and they have some benefits with that as well. And then they also give us some different options for getting around. It's not just about rides. So then they're expanding that journey into different products for riders. So you can wait and save, you take Lyft, bikes, scooters, priority pickup, and you can explore all of those further as well. Now, if you have a new rider here, one of the things that they need to do is they have a learning curve in getting to know a new interface for a new app. And here they're showing a screenshot of how easy it is to use their app, handling the objections of, I don't want to have to figure out how this works. Look at how easy it is. That one little screenshot with a couple of supplemental pictures really shows what Lyft can do. We're really going in deeper and deeper into an exploration of the features and the benefits and handling the objections as we scroll through Lyft's primary landing page, which is their home page. Now, when we get to clicking on driver, which is a different market segment, a different persona altogether, the page changes a lot. The navigation goes away. This is what we often call a squeeze page, because we are squeezing someone into making a decision. And we're getting very aspirational right away in the hero area here. Hello, future driver. Well, that's assuming a lot. I'm just here to explore things, but they are assuming you're going to want to do this. And they're very gentle with it, but they're very forward. You are a future driver, and it's very easy to get started. Let's put your phone number in and click next. A little bit of legalese and all of that fun stuff, but we're getting right into it. We are not giving any more exploration. We're going to take them through this journey. Why Lyft? Well, you're going to make money and you're going to keep your tips. It's really interesting as you scroll through that page. You start to see this banner down at the bottom. Are you interested? Yes or not yet? So that can change what you're showing as somebody is scrolling through that page. But why lift? Why should someone want your particular product or service? Why should they engage with you? You need to give them very, very clear, very, very succinct copy that tells them exactly what they're going to get from it. Handling objections. If you don't have a car, Lyft is going to help you with that. So that's an objection. I don't have a car. I can't drive for you. I'd love to make some extra money, but yeah, I'm not putting people in my car. Well, here you go. Here's a way around that particular objection. Spotify is another one that's got two different types of listeners. We've got free listeners who are listening to ads, and we've got premium listeners. So we have different landing pages that are designed for different types of users. If you go specifically to the homepage for Spotify, play millions of songs and podcasts for free, making an emphasis on for free. Get Spotify for free, handling all the objection of I don't want to pay for money, but my friends have been talking about the Spotify thing. I guess I'll check it out. That's the customer that this is targeting, very specifically meeting that customer where they're at. Now, if you are already a free user, we would like you to go deeper. And if you go to the page that's designed for people who already have Spotify free, they have tons of reasons why you might want to upgrade and get premium. First of all, they're going to take away that friction. You can get a 1-month free Spotify premium membership just to try it out. You can cancel anytime. We'll take away all of that friction. Just let's see how you like it. And once you start listening and there's no ads, they're going to bet that you're going to be coming back and making sure that you are a Spotify listener premium forever. They've got me and now my daughter, and so they'll be paying until she graduates from high school for sure. Airbnb. Again, we've got two very distinct customer types. We have people who have homes to rent out, and we have people who have desires to go someplace and get away from it all. Now, I'm in North Texas, somewhat on the outskirts of a major metropolitan area. This page actually geo-targeted me, and they are telling me on the homepage that 45 miles away, I can go live in a tiny house for $120 a night in Pottsboro, Texas. No idea where that's at. But they are targeting me with all of these very beautiful country get away from it all pictures. They know where I'm at. They know I'm tired of Dallas traffic, and they know I would like to get away. So they are meeting me where I am. If you go to Airbnb.com and you're not logged in and you don't use them very much, they're going to still geo-target you based on your IP address, and they're going to make some assumptions about what it is that maybe you want. It'd be interesting if I was on a IP address in the middle of nowhere. Do they show me big cities? Very interesting. But they're meeting me where I'm at, and they are making some assumptions about who I am based upon what they know about my persona. Now, when I click on Ready to Airbnb on the top of that previous page, if I want to have people come stay in my home, they're still geo-targeting me. I'm in that general area right there, and they're showing me a couple of things that are very enticing. First of all, they're showing me what my neighbors who are Airbnb-ing are making. I'd like to know who's making $785 a night up there. Interesting. I would like to know people who are making $250 a night. Very interesting. And they're telling me at 7 nights, I can make almost $1,300 if I just open my door to complete strangers. Again, not a conversation I'm going to have with my mom. She told me not to do this. I have plenty of objections of having strangers in my house. And I'm sure everyone who considers having Airbnb, what do? They have objections, but they also see these enticing aspirational numbers that are saying, hey, look, you would like some extra money, wouldn't you? They know me. And when you go through that page, it actually takes you through and shows you all of the objections. And they actually encourage anyone who's interested in renting out their home to actually make a phone call and talk through all of those objections. What if something happens to my house? What if something gets broken? Am I protected? And they handle all of those objections in a much more intimate way because they want people who are opening their houses up to be very successful. So there's much more of a personal touch with that particular landing page and with that particular site. So there's a couple of different calls to action there. There's the call to action of sign up and get started, but there's also that call to action of I still have objections and I need help. And they are very much meeting those types of customers where they're at. That is what a landing page is all about. A landing page is about understanding your customers, understanding your prospects, understanding what services, products, and solutions that you have for your prospects and meeting them where they're at. If you're not doing that, if you don't understand your customers, all of the marketing tactics in the world, all of the analytics in the world are just going to be fish flopping around in a pond. It is not going to be helping your customers get to solutions. It is not going to grow your business. Knowing your customers and the problems that they have and providing solutions and being of service to them is job number one of any marketer, of anyone building out a landing page. If you're building sites for other people, a lot of times they aren't really even sure what their customers need and want. And as a developer, sometimes it's your job to help them understand their customers more as well. And really putting your focus in on here's what our customers need. Here's who our customers are. Here's what motivates them. Here's what sings to their heart. And we're going to help them get all of that and more. And then all of the tactics just fall into place. I think it was Donald Miller who said, if your brand is strong and you understand your customer, it is like having round wheels on a car that just goes. But if you don't understand your customer, if you don't understand your market and what motivates these people, it's like having square wheels on your car. A little bit harder to get where you want to go. Your copy needs to have think about some of the examples we just saw. Clarity of purpose, clarity of copy, very succinct. We know who you are. We know what you're trying to do, and we're here to help you do that. That call to action on all of those examples, very, very clear, very, very concise. Social proof and authority. People want to know that you solve problems for other people like them. So I always look at testimonials of people who are like me, who have a problem like me, who want to solve something and do things that I want to do. If you've helped other people that are like me in the past, I'm going to want to do business with you. Let's think about something that goes wrong in your house. I'm in charge of dealing with this house. So that is like my greatest trauma in life right now. Broken fridges, broken garage doors, all of these things. And they break and you don't know, who do I call? Who can help me here? It's one of the most stressful things that can happen when someone has a need like that, when they have a pain point and all of their decision-making capabilities go down to one. Just tell me what I need to do. I can't evaluate all of this. My food is spoiling. My garage is open. Help me solve this problem? Anybody who can come and solve that problem is going to be like my hero. And that's your job as a salesperson, as a marketer, as a website developer, is to find those people and solve those types of problems. Testimonials. I call my neighbors. Do you know who can handle this? I look on Google looking for reviews. I want to know other people who have been in this painful place. I want to know who helped solve those problems. So social proof and authority, if you can get those types of things on your landing pages, it's going to create that emotional feel of you've got me, you've solved my problems. Your design should be clean. You should have inviting colors. It should be very concise. It should look good on all of the devices. And one of the great things about Kadence is that you can see a representation right in WP admin. This is what it's going to look like on tablet. This is what it's going to look like on mobile. Just to give you an idea, you should still test on every single devices. Removing labor and confusion. Let's go back to the example of my broken fridge. That was hard work that day trying to figure out what was going on. And the person that I hired to help me fix it removed all of the confusion, removed all of the work I had to do in order to find the right vendor, to find what the problem was. They came out, looked at everything. You need to take that kind of experience and put that on a landing page You have a problem, we're here to solve it for you. This is how easy we're going to solve it. Remove all of the confusion. They don't have to go researching what do other people have to say about this. It's all right there. Um, this particular presentation then went into building landing pages with Kadence AI, but Ben is going to do that later, and I am not going to steal Ben's thunder. I am just going to be here with you guys for the next 30 minutes. If you have questions, pop them in the chat. Um, I am here to answer them. Questions about Kadence, questions about marketing, questions about anything, just pop those in the chat and I am here to answer all of those for you. If you have specific landing pages that you would like me to look at, I am happy to load those up and we can even do an analysis, maybe how we can make things better. Um, it's just really important to know your customer. I think that's the point that I'd really like to hone in on. If you know your customer, building out those landing pages are easier. A/B testing is something that is also really super helpful to do. Design up a couple that you think are going to work, and then test them. See which messaging is what I would be focusing on. What messaging meets the customer where they are at most effectively? With A/B testing, like colors and things like that don't seem to be the route to go, but messaging, photos, what things are meeting people where they're at? And if we don't have any questions, I can let you guys go over. Maestro might be still going on with Michelle over there. Why is everybody sick right now? Everybody's getting sick. I might have to, take a break and go take some immunity boosting things because we've got Hannah as well, who is going to be running track 2, also ill today, and Michelle is taking over for her on track 2. And Rachel Winchester, also out ill today. Let's hope our other speakers are all going to be here. I'll give you a little preview of what is coming up the rest of the day. Let's see if I can quickly share the rest of our there we go. This is where we're at right now, if that wants to stay up. So right now, Maestro on track 2, and I'm filling in for Rachel here. I hope that presentation on landing pages was helpful. Let me know in the chat if you got something out of that. Up next, at the top of the hour, we will have Zach Stepek over here, and he's going to show us how he's going to be using Kadence to build custom landing pages. So, hey, I just kind of teed up some stuff for him. And if you're interested in accessibility, and you should be, Amber Hines is over on track 2 on building accessible websites with Kadence, which is just something that's near and dear to my heart. That's going to be a great session there. And then at 1 p.m. Eastern time, over here, Thomas Raef from We Watch Your Website is going to be talking about cybercriminals. So if you're into security like I am, got to be here for that. But I know it's going to be a tough call when we've got Clifton over on the other side in track 2. He's going to be talking about building and customizing websites using Kadence starter templates. That's going to be a great presentation as well. So you've got a couple to choose from there. And then you have to join me. Well, we've got 2 great speakers. My friend Brandy Lawson is going to be joining us at 2 p.m. Eastern on scope creep. Brandy is brilliant. If you do not know Brandy, then you are in for a treat. So much of what I have learned about analytics and tracking what's happening on your site comes from Brandy. But Brandy is also just brilliant on managing products. She was a keynote speaker at WordCamp Phoenix. When I lived in Phoenix, she was one of my dear friends, still one of my dear friends, but I'm just not in Phoenix anymore. But she is brilliant. So much that you can learn here, whether you're developing products and looking at how to curb scope creep, or if you're in an agency and building sites for others, this is going to be great. And then we've got Katie Boykin, who is going to be talking about crafting a homepage that connects and converts. I think that's going to be an amazing session as well. And the great thing, thank you, Peter. I'm glad that this is helpful. Peter just said going over these upcoming speakers is very helpful. So I'm filling time here, folks. I'm here to talk about whatever you want. So Katie's presentation is going to be great as well. And then after that, we've got Adam Preiser from WP Crafter, and he's going to be talking about elevating your online store and e-commerce potential with WordPress blocks. I am so excited for that one. And then if you have any interest in podcasting, which I think podcasting is an amazing tool for getting your message out to the world. The founder and CEO of Castos, which is the service that Kadence Beat uses for getting the podcast out, he is going to be here to talk about how to integrate your podcast and website for seamless listener experience. I am super excited about that. And then, you're going to be here for this, Ben. Ben is going to be showing building websites with Kadence and AI. And I can't wait to see. I've been, out of the loop a little bit on the AI stuff. So I am excited to see where it is right now and what we can expect when this launches. This is going to be just an amazing presentation. So great. Well, if you guys don't have any questions, I don't have any. I'm going to close this off until the top of the hour, but we will be back at the top of the hour with Zach Stepek, who is a dear friend and one of the most intelligent people when it comes to like getting a really highly performance site up. He has done some amazing sites that I am sure you've visited because I've visited them. I'm like, oh, wow, you did that too. He has been just a powerhouse behind some of these very high traffic sites and scaling them into a place where they can handle just amazing amounts of traffic. He's so much fun too. So I will see you at the top of the hour at back to track 2. Yeah, I'm just filling time. I'm just here. If I could sing, I would, but I can't, so I won't. But we can talk. You want to how to use Kadence Cloud? I could do that. I think I can do that. Kadence Cloud. Are you looking to build a cloud library? It's been a while since I've done Kadence Cloud, but I can definitely talk about Kadence Cloud and give you an idea of kind of how it works. I do have a Kadence Cloud instance set up. I think it's still there. Let me see. I've done demos on it before. So let's get into a quick overview there. Do we have it? Yes, we do. It's still there. I have 5 updates. I'm one of those weird people that when I'm demoing a site, if it's got updates, I'm like, I don't want to show it. Kadence Cloud. There we are. All right. Is it going to show? All right. It's not going to show this. Okay. I can work with that. All right. So Kadence Cloud. So what is Kadence Cloud? Kadence Cloud is a plugin. You can put Kadence Cloud on a site. So let's say you spin up a WordPress site, you install Kadence Cloud, Kadence Blocks, the premium stuff if you're going to add Kadence, elements of Kadence Blocks Pro, the theme, all of that stuff. So spin up that site, and then you're basically going to install the Kadence Cloud plugin, and that is going to give you some capabilities of creating design libraries. So can be very basic. Good, because that's all I'm going to remember. So you can drop your favorite designs into any website. There's a video here on the Kadence Cloud homepage that shows you how it works. So you're basically just going to build a library, connect your library, and drop in your content. I am going to show you the one that I demoed. I haven't looked at it in forever, so it might not be pretty. Bear with me, but I'm going to show you basically what we've got going on. So installed plugins. Make sure you're seeing what I'm seeing. Yes. Plugins, installed plugins, and It is on a slow server. But you see here we've got our cloud library. So I've got Kadence Blocks Pro, Kadence Blocks. And if you're getting the cloud, you might as well just get the full bundle. It's got everything in it, right? So Kadence Conversions on here, Kadence Pro. I've got the child theme builder on here as well, but I'm not going to go through that. We're just going to talk about Kadence Cloud. So I've got the plugin in here, and you see it creates basically like a custom post type over here. Now, basically how Kadence Cloud works is you have this site, which is the home of your cloud library, and you can create whatever you want here, and then you connect to that cloud library from other sites. So you've got the cloud library here, and then let's say you're an agency and you have 50 sites and you have all of those 50 sites, you can create connections to that cloud library and pull in content. So like you have the design library for Kadence, and you go into any site that's Kadence Blocks, and you've got that design library up there, you then also have access to your cloud library. And I'm going to show you really quick um, how to how to do that with recent post block and change to show images. Not quite sure what that means. I'm going to create an element for this cloud library that we're then going to connect to. All right. And I'm just going to use the current Kadence design library. And we're going to pull in something from one of the patterns here because this is live. I'm not going to build it out completely. Let's say I want that one. And we're going to prepare this content. Now I'm pulling that from the Kadence design library. I'm pulling it into this site, and I'm going to publish it to this design library. And this is a cat site. So I am going to go into the background of this particular image. And I'm going to go to my media library. And let's pull in a cat. There we go. And then I can change all of the copy over here. And then I'm going to publish this. And this is going to publish this basically as a custom post type. So now I go over here, and I didn't title it, but let's say this is going to be the yawning cat. All right. So we've got that set up. And do I have, for cloud settings, we're just going to call this the Sally's Cat Blog Library. And you can tell your users like how often are they going to resync. You can do it. I'm just going to say 1 month here. I did have an API flash key. This is what creates the, let's see if I have it still. I don't know why. Okay, so the API flash key is basically going to do a screen capture of that whole library and create an image that then gets referred to for all of those 50 sites for your agency that are going to connect to that parent library. And this is the parent library. So then we have our access keys here, and you can have as many access keys as you want. And there's plenty of people who set this up and sell access to their design libraries. So you can generate additional keys. I'm just going to show you how we can get this connected. I'm not sure how it's going to look. Let me see. Let me find a test site that I can connect to. All right. Always good to have test sites lying around. Let's see. Kadence area and a parsable library. Yes. So Peter's asking, is there a Kadence area and a personal library? Yeah, let me show you how that works. And then how do we put the images in a block like in your linking page? Same way that you would normally do for any site. So for those cloud library items, these are just like, they're just like little block collections. So if you wanted to, anything you do here then gets inherited into those. We'll they're not child sites, but like those sites that are going to connect to that parent library. So this is like the parent library where you have collections of blocks that are all yours, and you can design them out any way you want. You can do an entire page in here. You can do a collection of a couple of different rows. You can do a contact form. You can do all sorts of things and just have those available as specific blocks in your other site. Okay. I am going to go to another test site. Just a second. Give me a second to get this particular one set up. I'm going to copy this in. Okay. All right. So I have a new post on a separate site altogether. And I have to get my settings back. All right. So we have this design library up here. And I want to connect to Sally's Cat Blogs design library. If I click on, you click on design library and you'll see the Kadence library, but you can add other libraries. So you click on this plus, and then you need the connection URL and the connection access key. So I'm going to go back over to that information, and I'm just using test sites. Of course, you would probably label it something different. You can even put it as a subdomain for your particular agency. I'm just going to put in Sally's Cat Blog because that's where it's at. And then you probably recalled seeing that access key. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste that in here. And I'm going to add the connection. I'm going to generate another key. Copy that. And let's generate another key. Add that connection. And something's wrong. Maybe I need an update to, anyway, what would happen is you would get another option up here. So you would have the Kadence library, and then you would have like Sally's Cat Blog. And I told you at the start of this that I wasn't sure. I haven't looked at this in months, so I'm not sure what's going on in here. But basically, that would be what was happening there. You would just then be connecting in, and you would have another option here for another cloud library. So with all of the different design libraries, like the one that Jake has for Start Blogging Blocks. Jake's library has the same type of thing. If you buy his pro, if you get his free, he sends you a free connection key, and then Start Blogging Blocks shows up as another option at the top of that particular when you go into the design library. And then if you buy a pro license, then he has some logic tied in with his Kadence Cloud installation that allows your unique connection key to allow for all of the pro items that are in his particular library. So in a nutshell, that is how Kadence Cloud works. Got another question from Peter. Like in your site, all media is typically pulled from the media library. Entire blocks can be pulled from the cloud library. Yes. So we have that block. So we had that block that had some text, and we had the cat picture that's in my media library on that particular site. Because I'm pulling it into Kadence Cloud, now those sites that are connecting to that particular cloud, those sites are going to pull in that cat picture, and it will go into those subsites. It will pull into their media library, because now all of the content that was in the cloud comes down and is in the media library on the site that was connected to Kadence Cloud. So hopefully that explains that. Any other questions? Oh, good. I'm glad that was helpful. I'm very happy that explains everything. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. It seems a little complex, but if you know WordPress and you know Kadence, once you install the Kadence Cloud library and you start working with it, it makes a lot of sense. For example, Give WP, another sister brand to Kadence within Stellar WP, they were going to put together landing pages for specific nonprofits to use, and they wanted to do them in Kadence. And we was talking and like, let's try this with cloud. So Give actually has a cloud implementation, and it's got some free blocks. So it's got a header block, it's got a donation block that's pulling in Give because they have Give installed on that cloud site. And so people can then mix and match. They can pull in header 1 and donation form 3 and footer number 4. And so it's kind of like a mix and match landing page building system that's specific to nonprofits, that's using Give. So you can do, like, if you are working with a client and you want to give them options for building out landing pages using Kadence Cloud, and you want to give them like different things that are branded specific to them. You can create a cloud that's specific to them and give them the power of building out those landing pages. And let's say you're using your own, let's say you love gravity forms and you want to give them the option to pull in a specific gravity form. You can build that within a Kadence Cloud item. And as long as gravity forms is installed on that parent cloud site and it's installed on the site that's pulling that in, as long as those both things are there and the licensing is all set up, that form will pull in and should be just fine. And I've not tested that with gravity forms. I pulled that out of my ear. So you would have to test it, make sure everything works. But, of course, the Kadence team is there to help you to make sure that you can do all of that. But you should be using like maybe the Kadence advanced form block. And then I can guarantee for sure that that's going to work very, very well. So, yeah, Kadence Cloud is really powerful. If you're building a lot of sites for others, or if you have a client that requires a lot of hand holding when they're building stuff, it's really powerful to just create a few things that gives them, it's almost like you're giving your 8-year-old a pile of Legos that are perfectly matched to each other, and they can build things themselves. And maybe you just have to come in every once in a while and say, "Yeah, we don't build those things. Like, let's not do it that way. Let's try this. This might be better." And then you end up in an advisor role, which is much more fun and much more interesting than the one that has to build out all of the work all of the time. And then the customer, your client that understands their customer very well, they're the ones that are making some of those decisions, and that learning process doesn't have to be quite so hard. And then it just makes life so much easier. A question: what happens if you don't have Pro, but you pull in a cloud layout that has Pro features in it? Yeah, those wouldn't. And so if there's a client site that did not have Kadence Pro and you're doing like an animate on scroll type of effect or something that's only resident with Kadence Pro, that just would not be able to be affected. It wouldn't like stop from it from being pulled in, but it wouldn't work. So if you installed Kadence Pro, then it would work. So, all right. Well, let's take a break, you guys, because we've got Zach Stepek. He's coming up in just a few minutes. Zach is, I think I see him in the backstage area, and Zach is going to be showing us how to build out really fast landing pages. Zach, I've already talked you up, so you're going to have to knock it out of the park because my reputation's now on the line here because I have told everybody how amazing you are. I'm really excited for this presentation with Zach, but I am going to show myself off for a few minutes and refresh myself, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with Zach. Oh my gosh, did you see that? I did a thumbs up. Did it come on screen for you? Do you guys see that? That's new. Interesting. Okay. Learn something new. I'll be back in just a few minutes with Zach. All right. I hope you liked the music. I just clicked one. I didn't even know what I was getting into. This is fun. This is Kadence Amplify. If you are just joining us, you are in for a real treat. You are in for a treat with Zach Stepek, one of my favorite people in WordPress. Zach, I'm going to give you a quick introduction and then bring you right on. Zach has helped countless straw owners make decisions that have enabled them to grow, scale, and thrive in our digital first economy, generating hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue along the way. He is currently working as a client enablement manager at Convasio, and he's here to show us some of the amazing performance optimizations that he has created for his clients using Kadence. Zach, you're here.
Yes, I am. How are you?
I am doing very, very well, and I am happy to see your smiling face. I was talking you up just a little bit ago, talking about all of I basically said that you have created some sites that have really scaled, and that if anybody's listening, they are pretty much sure to have seen a site or two that you have created along the way.
I
Take
believe
them
that's probably true, yes.
there.
I've been very fortunate to be at the forefront of WooCommerce performance for, since 2015, really.
Yeah.
And it's been a heck of a ride, and one that I don't plan on getting off anytime soon.
I hope you don't, because you're doing such amazing work. Now, we were actually at the Smithsonian talking about a site that you have been building with Kadence, and you were showing me the performance optimizations and just some of the cool design decisions that you had made with some of the Kadence tools. And I'm like, dude, you're coming to Amplify. Here you are. I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's been a really fun process. It's basically been a journey where I've gone from page builder to page builder over time, and I think I've found home finally.
Yeah.
And in my pursuit of performance, I have always looked for the tools that are going to give me the fastest page speeds. And I have faster page speeds now than I ever have using Kadence with Gutenberg. So, but
Love
we'll
it.
talk a little bit about that. But we're mostly going to talk about building custom landing pages and why I think it's an important thing to do. So,
Amazing.
so
Well,
should
I'm
be
going
a
to
lot of
show.
fun.
Yeah, this is great. I'm going to show myself out, and I'm going to give you the stage. I'm going to pull your slides in, and I'll be monitoring for. You could probably see on the side some of the questions that might be coming in. If you want to answer them real time, I will be in the back and I can pull them on screen. Otherwise, at the end, I will just come, because I always have questions. You know me, I
Of
always
course.
need to know. So I'm going to let you go and
Okay.
have a great session.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, so Kathy gave me a bit of an intro already, but let's just go through a little more. So she mentioned I'm the client enablement manager at Convasio, but I've been building websites since 1996, and I know that makes me old. You see the gray in my beard, right? I am a mastery level user of single pixel spacer GIFs, unfortunately a skill that has gone out of style. I've spent the last 20 plus years teaching web technologies, everything from Cold Fusion to Flash to Flex, Dreamweaver, Air, Flash Media Server, WordPress, WooCommerce, PHP, CSS, everywhere from MTV to IBM. It's been a lot of fun. And I make WooCommerce scale. And as some of you may have noticed, that's not an easy thing to do. So that's a lot of fun. And I always like to include something that's personal, and I'm a concert photographer. Now, a lot of people say they're a concert photographer, but I'm a concert photographer. I go out and take pictures of musicians probably every weekend. So that's just a little bit of my work, just to show you what I do when I'm not sitting in front of a computer. So in this session, we're going to talk about what's broken in the current e-commerce landscape. We're going to talk about why we use landing pages, which may be a little bit of a review after Kathy's impromptu session. We're going to talk about why I use Kadence, and we're going to talk about how to build landing pages with Kadence. But more importantly, we're not just going to talk, we're going to do. So, what's broken? Well, the more friction you introduce to the purchase process, the less likely your customer is to convert. 55% of shoppers say that friction is frustrating enough to quit a purchase mid-process. Now, this is a big deal, right? If 55% of shoppers say that friction will make them stop buying, and you have a sales process or a sales funnel that's full of friction, you're going to lose 55% of your potential sales. So we want to avoid that. Now, there are multiple types of friction. One of them, Kathy mentioned, slow site speed. That is an absolute cause of friction during a buying process. The other, though, is this weird separation between marketing and e-commerce. And I don't know why, but we have this almost desire in the web community to completely separate complex interactions from marketing pages. Now, why? Well, e-commerce platforms generally don't allow for deep customization of your product page, right? So, and what do I mean by deep customization? Well, we're talking breaking out of the box and not quite looking like every other e-commerce experience on the planet. So, what brand do many people consider to be the pinnacle of the e-commerce experience? When we go through and we look at people who have, made great websites, who do many people consider to be the pinnacle? Well, I'd say probably Apple, right? And even at Apple, they have this separation, this experience that adds friction just simply because the marketing site and the e-commerce site are two completely different things. They're even on different URLs, right? It's apple.com/shop for everything that has e-commerce functionality. So the marketing pages have great marketing content, right? They do a really good job of creating very nice interactive marketing pages. And then from there, you have to click a call to action to go to another page that's going to ask you a whole bunch more questions about what it is you want. So what if we could just take this and move it all into one experience? One other reason why I want to talk about this, the average e-commerce conversion rate is about 2.5% to 3%, right? And that's really not that high. If only 2.5% to 3% of the visitors to your site are converting, you are potentially losing out on 97% of your potential sales there, right? The average landing page conversion rate is 9.7%. So considerably higher. So we're going to talk about how we can close that gap. Now, it's interesting because most tools don't allow for this. If you try to use one of those black box e-commerce platforms that really don't let you do much apart from, customize within their box, well, you're going to have some trouble with closing this gap. So first, let's define what a landing page is. Now, Kathy did a great job of this, but let's go through my definition here. A landing page is designed to persuade a user to take an action, right? That could be any of a number of things. It could be purchasing a product. It could be signing up for an event. It could be signing up for an email marketing list. Landing pages are often used as the destination page for an advertising campaign. So if you are spending money on advertising and you want to push people to a page that is higher converting, you're going to use a landing page that is designed specifically to target the campaign that you're running, right? A landing page includes a single or limited number of calls to action. So the single or limited number is important, right? You don't want to create a landing page that's selling 20 products. You want to create targeted landing pages that are selling a single product or a related group of products. And of course, a landing page can be a consumer's initial impression of your business. So if you are sending people directly to a landing page from your marketing campaigns, it's the first thing they're going to see of your brand. So it's really important that we get this right. Now, landing pages have a number of components, right? We want to make sure we're using a compelling hero image. That's the big image at the top of the page that makes people think, oh, this looks really cool and I want to stay. And then we want to immediately engage our users with a catchy headline, something that grabs them in and drags them into our purchase experience, right? And then we want concise supporting copy to go along with that immediately engaging headline. If you want even higher dwell time and higher conversions, add a video. Video on a landing page more than doubles both the dwell time and the conversion rate. And that's because people are willing to sit and watch a video. Why do you think YouTube's been so successful? Because people are willing to sit and watch a video because it keeps them engaged. We also want to include social proofs. And social proofs are things like reviews or comments from customers, or if you're an e-commerce site, the number of things you're doing to secure people's data. Those are all social proofs. Then we want a strong call to action. We don't just want add to cart as our button. We want to say something like, if we're selling, let's say, a modern pair of headphones with some really cool noise canceling technology that nobody else has yet, we want to say something like join the revolution, right? Something that is a call to action that feeds into like this need and desire to be part of something. And we want to repeat our call to action multiple times, maybe with different copy throughout the page. So that's the structure that we're going to talk through, a little bit of the background on that. So what do we need to be able to do this? Well, we need a tool set for building landing pages with WooCommerce. But I have good news. Like, we don't have to go out and develop this thing ourselves, right? Wouldn't that really kind of suck to have to go out and build all these tools ourselves? But Kadence already fits this role perfectly. So Kadence adds superpowers to Gutenberg, right? Page speed's great. It's reliable. It gives us power. It has a number of integrations with other tools and with WooCommerce itself. It's easy to use, and there's great support. These are all things that make Kadence the right choice for building landing pages for your WooCommerce site, or for just building your site in general. But I've talked for 14 minutes now. I think it's time for me to stop talking and start doing. So let's go ahead and jump into the browser here. And I have a simple site that I set up called WooLander, because why not? And let's see, I believe I've got the Kadence theme installed. That's ready to go. We've got WooCommerce installed with the demo data that comes packaged with WooCommerce. And so let's just go in and let's look at what this site looks like by default. Oh, that's not much. Let's go into the shop. Okay, well, we've got a shop. We've got, standard product pages. We've got, some stuff in here, but that's okay. It's not bad. It's not perfect. It's not where I would want to be, but let's see what we can do to kind of spruce this up a bit. So let's pick a product together. So let's say we are going to be running a special on the logo collection. So let's work with the logo collection. And I see that my post ID for the logo collection is 40. I can get that right out of my URL. So at its simplest, if we were to go in and build a page, we could add a new page. And we've got Kadence installed. So we have Kadence Blocks available. We have also a whole bunch of WooCommerce blocks that are installed by default with WooCommerce. We can add additional blocks, but this is just going to be our logo collection landing page. Now, I want to disable the page title because I don't want people to see logo collection landing page, right? That's not something I want them to see when they get to the page. So we're just going to go in here and I am going to grab a nice stock image, one that we used already, but I'm going to insert. And let's just insert a nice image overlay. And let's select an image. Now I'm going to upload this nice image I used earlier. We'll give it just a minute to stop processing. Maybe. It's all local, so it should be working, but let's see if we can get it to insert now. There we go. Just got stuck for some reason. And we can go in and add a little text to our image overlay, right? And then I can go in here and we can look at this block. Do I want to hover zoom in? No, I just want it to stay static. There we go. And then I can add some more stuff here. Let's go ahead and add a row. And I'm going to go ahead and just do all of this myself. Just add an image. I'm going to choose from the media library, add the logo collection. I'm going to add a let's add a text advanced block here. Let's add an H1. Let's make it an H2. Call it the logo collection. Okay, so I could go through and continue building out this entire page with all of the content, right? And I could create custom content for everything, but we do have the ability to insert dynamic content as well. So let's say I wanted to use some dynamic content, and we could use any of a number of pieces of dynamic content from the post. So we could use the post excerpt here from the current post. Now, we don't have a current post, but we can also choose a different post as the source of our dynamic product, or our dynamic information, right? Our dynamic data is now coming from that specific product. And I can even go in and we can use the post title from the same product and add dynamic content there. So now these are actually tied to the product itself. I could even go in, and if this was a Kadence image, I can go ahead and make sure that this image is selected dynamically as well as the featured image, and our image source can again be, oh, I typed connection, of course, the featured image from logo collection. So now if the product updates, the page is going to update too, right? And then from there, we probably need a way for them to add this to their cart. Now, there are a couple of ways to add an add to cart button, but probably the easiest one is to use an advanced button. And let's just make it big because I like big buttons. And then what I want to do is I'm going to add an icon to this. I'm going to select maybe. Okay, that was weird. I'm going to select a cart icon. I'm going to use this solid cart with the down arrow. I'm going to put my icon on the left. And we're going to call this add to cart. But we just talked about how that's maybe not the best call to action, right? So let's come up with something better. Right? Maybe that's a little better. And we can have get the entire collection there. Now, there are a couple of ways that you can add an add to cart button, like I said. You know, WooCommerce includes some tools for doing this, but let's just do the simplest one. I believe that should be correct. And let's publish our page. And if I did everything correctly, let's see. Oh, I missed something here. I always miss something when I do live demos, though. So give me just a second. It's the fun of a live demo. There's a very good chance you're going to miss a step. So give me just a moment here. I know it's something silly. They definitely do add character. And considering I am a character, I think I've done a lot of live demos. So, okay. Yep, that's what I'm missing. Let's go ahead and fix that. So, it's really easy to miss simple things. And in this case, it was something quite simple. It always is, isn't it? Oh, it's... So we should have item 40 here. That should work. Huh, but it's not working. It really doesn't like me today. What did I miss? Did ID equals 40? This should be working. Okay, well, let's show a working example of this in the wild instead. So this is a page that I built for a company that I've been doing some work with recently. And we have a landing page for one of their products. And this landing page is the one that Kathy was talking about earlier that I was showing her at the Smithsonian. Quite fun. And as we go through, we can see, there's a whole bunch of complexity to this page, right? There are different levels of product you can buy. These are all subscriptions. And each has a different set of tabs. And then we have this Get Started button, which has a link of / add-to-cart equals and the product ID we're trying to add. Right? So that's the simplest way. Now, this is a giant landing page. This is not something that you would, normally be getting from an e-commerce platform, right? And so we have this entire landing page that was built with Kadence, these various tabs, and yes, these buttons here, those are really tabs. Little trick for you. I've styled the tabs to look like buttons, and they're still just tabs. They're switching the content below. And then when you click, I've actually done some work to make sure that we never see a cart. So we actually go straight to checkout, and we never see the cart page. And that's all being done very easily with Kadence and Kadence Blocks and a simple button to add to cart. So that's really cool. We can actually go in and we can tie in a lot of data from our products. And if we look at even just the other blocks that are included alongside WooCommerce, we can see that there are a number of other options. Let's just go to Browse All here and go down to WooCommerce. There are a number of other options that we can look at as, different things that we can add. So if we wanted to, we could use their single product block to actually add the entire product here, right? And they do have a great block that shows the product with the add to cart and all the read more and everything else that you might want. So if you want to simplify a little, you can definitely start just with their block and not have to worry about building any of this yourself. But sometimes I like to have a little more control, right? Now, one of the things that we could do now that we have a landing page like this is we could build out a whole bunch more content related to this product. And so what I can show you here is a while ago, and this site is not using Kadence, but it was built before Kadence existed. So I built this site in 2016. It's still running the same code base from then. This is the storefront theme of all things. Things do. Well, my internet connections were. We just have the ability to add a bit more to I apologize for my internet issues if we're having some trouble there. But we can add just a little info than we would normally, a little more info here. That one doesn't have quite as much. Let's go to one of these other ones and see if there's a longer overview. That one has a shorter overview. But basically, the whole point here is that you can take and build really deep custom content into a landing page that is the product page. So this site, if you're not logged in, you can't see pricing and you can't add to your cart. But if you continue scrolling down here, you'll see there's just a ton of content about what this security camera does. And so by building a more complete landing page like this, you can actually create an experience where we no longer have that separation between where the product page and the marketing page start and end. And so even the specifications are built out to look, a certain way, very professional. We actually stole some design inspiration from people like Blackmagic Design for this page. But we were able to use tabs, build out all these tabs, create different views of what the product actually represents. And so we could do all of these same things, just like I did here, to create a more complete landing page that doesn't require the user to have that disjointed experience between marketing and commerce, between learning and buying. And that's the key, is to not have a broken experience between learning and buying. So that's how I build landing pages for WooCommerce products with Kadence. Are there any questions at this point? And I'm always happy to push further if there are questions that push the live demo into new territory. So ask anything you'd like.
I have questions.
I know you do.
I always have questions. That was really great. Excuse me. I love that you took my impromptu, but you took it so much further and dove deeper and really talked about, that friction between commerce and sales and marketing and how that often happens sometimes. And yeah, very cool. I'm really interested in the project that you just completed. Was it built in WordPress before?
It was, but it wasn't. I know that's a really weird answer, but they had built something that was kind of a weird hybrid between React pages and WordPress, and it was really hard for the marketing team to manage. They couldn't maintain most of the pages without a developer. And now, because it's all in Kadence, and as you saw, I mean, not only is it all in Kadence, but this is the view of the page on the front end. This is the view of the page on the back end. So not only is it all in Kadence, but it looks the same with very few exceptions across both environments. Yeah. So the editing experience is just as solid for the marketers who are going in here to manage this.
Yeah.
As it is for the users who are using the page.
So are you turning this page over to the marketing team at the client?
Yeah. So all of this started as a Figma design that I then figured out how to make work in Kadence with Kadence Blocks. Some of the things on this site were a little harder than others. One was this little check mark, which you can see here on the button, is just added as a standard button. And I've added an icon to the button, right? So if I open up the icon settings, I've added the icon there.
Nice.
And we have our colors set to the same for hover and non-hover states. But they had in the design that icon needed to be over the border. So we weren't able to show that in the editor, but we can show that the correct icon is selected in the editor. And the reason why they wanted that is that these pages are very similar.
Mm.
And they have these two different paths. So both of these are futures related,
Yeah.
but the different path has different content.
Gotcha. Oh, look at that form.
Oh yeah, that is a Kadence form.
Is it?
It is. It's a beautiful Kadence form.
You're using the advanced form block for that?
I am.
Nice.
Yeah, it's got that nice separation in the name and the email address fields, and yep, and each of the forms is different. So if you are on, I'm gonna have to fix that again. We had a bit of a regression with CSS here, so that's supposed to actually be white with no background. So I'll fix that later. But by the way, this menu is the Kadence menu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So these separators, it looks like there's actually functionality in Kadence for this now to create a non-interactive separator as an item in your menu. That wasn't there when I started. So I had written custom CSS to do this and make it non-interactive based on what the link URL was. So if the link was set to a hash mark and 0, which generally is never going to go anywhere, then it defaults in the menu to this styling instead of an actual link.
Nice.
But that's the thing. Like, these pieces all are available, and this is just style. I mean, I can show you, because why not? Because I haven't put this out into the theme yet, because we're using a child theme. So I can show you right here. This is our table customizations, right? Overriding the stripe colors for tables that are striped so that they have a slightly different look, right?
Yeah.
So they wanted those tables to have two background colors. So I overrode the stripe colors. We're hiding the bundled products in checkout. So if we have a bundle, it doesn't list all of its pieces. Removing the gap at the top of pages on mobile so that the header fits right up against the content at all levels. And then we have the menu customizations. So here, right, we have anything with an href of just the hashtag there. Pointer events of none, cursor of default. So that makes it so the browser doesn't do anything with that. It makes it bold, it changes the padding. That's all
Nice.
just happening there. And then these login, logout buttons are actually using targeted menu items, because those menu items were easier for me to use. But those login and logout buttons and the dashboard buttons are still just part of the Kadence menu. They're just styled differently.
Yeah. Nice.
And that's all just done with some simple CSS tweaks, including this check mark, then moving the check mark.
Yeah.
That's just a simple CSS tweak.
Yeah.
So it's all here.
And that's not that complex of a style. I've seen some style sheets in my time, and that's really clean, very neat. I could work with that. So that means it's well structured. Very
140
good.
lines of CSS, right? Yeah,
Yes.
that's about where you want to be if you're introducing custom CSS. And eventually I'll get it out in the theme, but right now, as we're still kind of actively making some changes,
Yeah.
having it in the customizer is easier. So
Yeah. Yeah. Talk
so
to me
yeah.
a little bit about performance improvements when you moved some of these pages from where they were into Cadence. Did you see a dramatic bump?
So yes, and one of the things that most of the people here should find very interesting is that with React, the site was loading its pages in 3 to 4 seconds. And
With
now
React?
with React.
Hmm.
So for all of those people who say, oh, just go headless, it's going to make everything faster. Sure, if you have really good React developers, it will. Or it just might not, like in this case, where 4-second page loads were happening with React. So we optimized images, we optimized the overall site, and we brought it down to a point where it's averaging about 600 to 700 milliseconds for the largest contentful paint.
Wow. That's
And
amazing.
yeah, it's really a huge difference for them. And the thing is that it feels near native
Mhm.
when you're browsing through just because it's quick,
Yeah.
right? So getting to that near native speed, I mean,
Yeah.
just to be completely transparent here, my internet connection issues are because Comcast is doing work in my area and my connection went down 22 minutes before my presentation.
Oh,
So
geez.
I am tethered to my phone doing this
Are you really?
presentation
Oh,
right now. So yes. So I'm tethered to my phone, and you can see, even though I'm tethered to my phone, these response times throughout this
yeah.
site are just crazy fast, even for these complex pages,
Yeah.
right? So getting to that near native point, because you have 3 seconds. That's the limit of time that most consumers will give you. I believe it's almost 70% attrition if a
Mhm.
page takes more than 3 seconds to load. That's
Yeah.
a lot. 70% of people just go away. And then 2 seconds is really the sweet spot. But if you
Yeah.
can go even lower, awesome. The
Yeah.
faster it is, the less friction you have. I saw this question from Ben, and thank you for highlighting it. So I do put the CSS into the theme later. Um, I feel like the customizer is a great tool for making quick tweaks, but things that are going to become a permanent part of the site, I feel deserve to be in the theme, right? One that protects the changes so that if the marketing team wants to go in and change things and tweak a little CSS, they're not in the same place where things that are essential to the site running are.
Yeah.
Because somebody messes with that CSS, well, these buttons won't look like buttons anymore, right?
Right.
So I will move it into a style CSS file in the theme later. And then, do I see visitors to landing pages mostly coming from ads or not necessarily? So it depends on the site, but in a lot of cases, landing pages actually have a higher rate of search engine visibility just simply because they have more targeted content. And the more targeted the content is, the more closely it's going to relate to what a searcher or a potential buyer might be looking for. So, generally I'll see higher conversion rates and more visitors on these pages, just because they're more highly targeted. Um, Greg, the site is actually using a child theme. So if we look at appearance and we go to themes, it is using the Trade Funder Kadence theme. So just a quick and dirty child theme that, to be completely honest, because I wanted to save time, I made with the child theme builder. So, yeah. Is it faster as well? Ben, in what manner do you mean faster?
Yeah, is it faster to build? Is it faster for the end user? Is it faster?
All of
Page
the
speed?
above.
All of the above. Yeah.
I mean, I would have had trouble putting together this layout in most other page builders. Oh, is it faster putting it in the style CSS? Yes. Long term, it would be faster because when you're using the customizer, that CSS is stored in the database. So we have a database query before that CSS loads. Once it's in a static file, it can be edge cached along with everything else. And we have Cloudflare Enterprise in front of this. So um, we're edge caching every static page, and we can edge cache all the resources like CSS and JavaScript and images.
Yeah. Yeah. So typically if you're developing a site and you have just like a couple lines of CSS, the customizer, just put it there. If it is going to be a longer style sheet, if it's going to have a lot more different options that you're putting in, there are more classes, more IDs that are being defined, then you'll want to put something into the style of a child theme. So you do not want to put it into the style sheet of the parent Kadence theme, because the next time you go and you update the Kadence theme, all of that gets wiped out. When you do it as a child theme, then that will stay resident. You can update the parent theme easily, and all of your customizations in the child theme will be there and stay there. So always good to do things that way.
And Ben is mentioning that he's had some issues with styles not working unless they're in the customizer. That may be a specificity issue, which is a really long word to say. Maybe you need some more selectors in your definition of what that is applying to. Just simply because specificity, that's the cascade part of cascading style sheets, right? And sometimes you just have to be so overly specific that it hurts. I mean, literally physically hurts. Because it just, I've had selectors that are like 17 selectors deep. Yeah, it gets painful at that point, but that's the way you make sure it overrides no matter what.
Right. Right. You mean I shouldn't just go do exclamation point and point on things randomly?
I mean, you can if you want, but if you hand that off to somebody else, and they don't know that important is there, and then they're trying to change that style, you've given them the what I like to refer to as the missing semicolon hunt, which for anybody who does a significant amount of programming knows, the missing semicolon hunt is the most fun problem in all of programming. Because where is that line ending missing in this 7,000 lines of code? So that's my least favorite type of hunt, and so we try to avoid important as often as possible.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. It's definitely tempting when it's just like, why is this not working? And the CSS is just getting complicated and you have to get something, just fix it, please. But
Yep.
it's always better to be much more intentional with how you are cascading those styles, right?
Well, and here's the question, right? Um, Tammy, I feel that. Yes, you know, I've definitely done it to myself as well. And then I'm hunting for, 3 hours to try and figure out what's wrong, and then I get back to what's wrong, and it's my own code.
Yeah.
But the important thing to remember is if you're working on a team with other developers, um, are you more important than your other team members? Because that's basically what that declaration is saying, is that everything that I just told this to be is more important.
I'm sure we've all worked on teams where that happens.
Oh, absolutely. Me too.
I should apologize to maybe a coworker or two in the past, but I'm important.
Yeah.
I'm the Taylor Swift of WordPress. I'm important. No, I'm just joking. That's an inside joke. But
So now I'm horrible. I didn't include a good closing slide here with my contact information,
that's
but
okay.
you can find me at zach.stepek@convesio.com if you're wanting to talk about scalable WooCommerce hosting.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit. Can you talk a little bit about Convesio and what's unique about I mean, there's hosting providers everywhere. What's unique about
Yeah.
Convesio? What do they bring to the table?
So the interesting thing about Convesio as a platform is that we're all containerized. So you have multiple layers that comprise your hosting stack generally. There's the web head, which serves PHP as web pages, right? It interprets PHP, talks to the database. And then you have the database layer, which stores all of your data, right? And then you have the object caching layer, which caches the results from the database and is either Memcache or Redis. The great thing about what we do at Convesio is that each of these layers can be completely separated and scale independently behind a load balancer. So when you are looking at high traffic events, let's say you have a WooCommerce site that has been on Shark Tank. And the true value of Shark Tank, by the way, is not the first aired episode. It's the fact that it is in syndication so much that you get repeated traffic throughout the lifespan of that episode. So you are notified when you're going to be replayed in syndication. That way you can get ready for having yet another traffic event, right? And so that add-on effect is kind of the biggest part of Shark Tank. But when that happens, you want to make sure that your site's going to be ready to handle as many visitors as possible and as many checkouts as possible. And in order to do so, you have to make sure that you have hosting that can scale. And this isn't just for WooCommerce. It's not just for e-commerce sites. We have a membership site that has hundreds of concurrent users. We have a learning management system that has thousands of concurrent users for a homeschooling group.
Wow.
And so at that scale, first of all, when you have thousands of logged in users, you have thousands of users whose content can't be cached because they're logged in, they're getting customized content for themselves that can't really be cached well. So,
Right.
So you have to have the power to be able to run at that level. So what makes us unique is kind of here. Our Docker technology is going to make it so that your site doesn't crash, even during high traffic. You'll never outgrow us. It's hard to get to a point where we can't handle something. You can focus on just your business, and we don't charge for add-ons. So I've heard that there are hosts that charge $100 a month just to enable the New Relic daemon on a site. We don't do that. And we have 24/7 support from our actual DevOps engineering team in Slack. So you can get real-time help in Slack, chat, or email. And they're all real engineers. There is no tier 1 support in our world.
Wow. Amazing. Yeah. And you're doing client, like you're helping people build out sites and get their sort of like a solutions engineer. What is your exact title? I said it at the beginning, but client enablement.
So I'm in client enablement, which is really a catch-all term right now for I wear a lot of hats and I help our clients succeed.
Yeah. Yeah. And you definitely have the expertise, the knowledge, and gosh, you're just so smart. I'm just blessed to know you. And uh, I just am always amazed at all of the stuff that you do. I am so amazed every time I hear you talk about a project. I am in awe. So I am very, very happy that you came to Amplify. And people can follow you. You're on Twitter, Facebook, all of the
Pretty
places.
much all the places as at Z Stepek. So first initial,
Okay.
last name.
Excellent. Great. And still doing Mighty Swarm?
It's kind of it's a bit dormant right now, but it is still there, and we have
Yeah.
a couple of customers we're still working with. But honestly, I love the hosting space.
Yeah.
It allows me to serve my goal, my purpose, my mission of helping store owners um, at a deeper level, and honestly, without having to run an agency. And so I'm still, sticking true to my mission as a person, um, but it's a lot less overhead and a lot less stress.
Yeah.
So
Excellent. Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us at Kadence Amplify.
yes,
This was a
thank you for
great
having me.
presentation. Hopefully, I didn't like with my impromptu, like, I think you just took it so much deeper, so much more technical. I was like, at first, I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot all the titles. And
It's
I was
okay.
so nerve-wracked. I was like, "I've
I
got 2 presentations, pick one," and everybody went with landing pages. I was like, "All
I
right," and then I saw
was
yours title, I was like, "Oops."
I was
But
actually listening to make sure, and I was tweaking my presentation in real time to remove the things that you were already covering. So
okay, well, great. Then I gave you more space to really run and show your expertise. I am, yeah, we have so many people who are also amazed at your insights. Yeah. Zach is definitely someone to watch if you're starting to do really more technical things and trying to get sites that are ready to scale. Zach is the man. So,
well, I appreciate that, Kathy, and as always, it's fun to get some FaceTime together.
yes, always. All right, cool. Well, I'm going to close it out, say goodbye to you, Zach, and we're going to tee up our next speaker. All right. That was so cool. Zach is amazing. Like I said, I was sitting in the Smithsonian and he's like, I'm using Kadence on something. And I'm like, oh, show me. And he showed me. And I was pretty amazed by it. It's definitely some interesting landing pages that he's developing, and he's using Kadence in some interesting ways. Like those looked like buttons. They did not look like they were tabs, but because of Zach's knowledge of how to really optimize the use of CSS, wow, he's doing some great work there. So definitely a great presentation. Hope you guys got something out of that. I know I sure did. And always, anytime I can spend time with Zach, he is an incredible person. If you're ever at a WordCamp and you see Zach and you get some FaceTime with him, don't sleep on that. Zach is amazing, just an incredibly brilliant human being. And part of this lineup, more brilliant people coming. One of my friends, another friend from WordCamp US, Thomas Raef is up next. All right. So those of you who know me know I've been around the WordPress space and had some deep dives on security. And the headline for Thomas from me is Thomas is the best kept secret about WordPress security that's out there. I didn't know Thomas until some articles came out about plugins, and maybe plugins aren't the best place for doing malware scanning. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I've seen malware that opts out of malware scanners. I've seen that happen before because I used to clean hack sites. And then Thomas was the dude with the data. Thomas runs a business. We watch your website, and he is watching, I think, 6 million websites. I'm going to have to ask for some clarification, but he is here to talk about what the baddies are up to on targeting WordPress. And you are now going to be let in on the secret, the big secret in WordPress security. Thomas, where have you been hiding all these years?
Oh, hiding in malware, hiding in plain sight. I don't know what the right term is, but yeah, you know, based on how I got into this industry, um, I never really had to do a whole lot of marketing. I connected with Bluehost early on, and they, at that time they had one guy, Richie Jackson, who I'm sorry to say has passed. But Richie was like the only guy in terms of service at Bluehost, and he just looked at it as somebody calls with malware. I don't know what to do. I've got the okay to send everybody to Tom. So that's what I'm going to do. So, I mean, we'd literally spend hours on the phone every day. And matter of fact, we were so close that he was telling me about this girl. I don't remember how old Richie was at that time. He was a young guy when he passed. But there was this girl, and he would tell me about her, and you could just tell in his voice that he was just enamored with this lady or girl. And so he'd ask me, what do you think I should do? And Richie, you got to ask her out. No harm. And so he eventually did. They wound up getting married, and yeah. So anyway, but he was the first person in terms of service for Bluehost, and that's how I got started. So that they're like, hey, how would you like if we started sending you business? Like, okay. So yeah, so I kind of stayed hidden because I won't say things came easily, but I got to focus most of my attention on the technology of malware and how to beat it and so forth. So
yeah, definitely. Well, I am so happy to now call you friend and to have you here on Kadence Amplify, because it's not just about our last session with Zach Stepek. Amazing, some of the cool things that he's doing with Kadence. But doesn't matter what you're doing with Kadence if there's security issues. It doesn't matter what you're doing with Kadence if there's SEO issues. There's lots of different aspects to WordPress that complement what you're doing that are foundational. And security is one of those things. I've been around the space for a while. I have seen maybe not all the malware you've seen, but I've seen some things. And I didn't have all the programmatic tools that you do to deal with some of it. So I got to deal with it by hand. But you know what? It's like driving a stick shift. I know.
There you go.
I'm so excited for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Do you have a screen sheet and screen share of something that you're going to show?
Yeah, I have a Google Sheets or whatever the heck they call it.
Okay,
Slides.
great. Yeah, perfect. Down at the bottom, there's a present button, and you should be able to, if you go to, I think you can either share your screen or you can go to slides. If it's Google Slides, there's add a file from Google Slides, and then you can just stay on this screen and it will just toggle across for you. You can just hit your arrow keys as you go through it. And
all right, let's see here.
Yeah, hackers don't sleep. They are always doing something. That's one of the things I love about security is that there's always something new to learn. There's always something. It's been a morning.
I bet.
It's been a morning. We had a speaker, Hannah, who was going to be running track 2, is ill today. And so I had to scramble and get Michelle Frechette is handling track 2. She's our hero today. And then we had a speaker that is also ill. I don't know what's going around, but I'm going to take my immunity stuff later.
There you go.
Another speaker who was out sick. And so I filled
wow.
the time. So,
well, that's good. I mean, listening to you and Zach talk, and I've listened to you talk about security. It's like, the more I get to know you, the more I realize how much you know. The old saying about jack of all trades, master of none. I think you're like a Jane of all trades, but master of a lot of stuff. I mean, honest to God, you really are. I mean, you seem to know a lot about a lot, and that's just amazing.
I never stop learning, and I get very passionate about things. So I've been passionate about started with HTML and then CSS. I mean, I'm old, right? I look younger than my age. Shh.
You're old.
But I grew up with the internet. I grew up with, CSS. Well, JavaScript came first and learned how to do like image swaps for mouse overs before CSS was around and was able to do those types of things. CSS came along. I learned database stuff super early, active servered pages, and I don't want to go through my whole history. This is your hour, but I've done a lot and I'm super interested in a lot. So, and now I'm really interested in teaching all of that. And that's one of the reasons why I pitched the Amplify event and said we should do this, because there's more to WordPress than just Kadence. And if people are going to be truly successful, we have to help in every way we can. So
Yeah,
that's why we're here.
this is a great platform.
Yeah.
I love the Kadence. You got me hooked on Kadence, so we are in the process of converting our site over to Kadence and creating some landing pages based on talks that you've given and some of the stuff that Zach talked about today too. So I'm like, ooh, I was taking notes and like, yeah, this is awesome stuff. So
Nice. I
yeah,
told Nathan Ingram actually over at iTheme Solid Security, said, if I can get Thomas on Kadence, I win the internet. So if I can, so there's high stakes here.
yeah. No pressure, Tom. No pressure.
No pressure. All right. I see your slides. I'm going to pull those in and you can just toggle. You should be able to toggle with arrows down below. And I'm going to show myself out and come back in for questions.
Okay, sounds good. Hello, everyone. I'm Tom Raef, founder of We Watch Your Website, and I'm going to be covering today the why and how of today's cybercriminals. Quick little background on me. I've been doing website malware removal since 2007, and since then we've removed malware from over 5 million sites, and today, as we speak, we're now monitoring about 7.5 million websites around the world. So gives us a lot of insight. So first of all, you have to understand why hackers do what they do and why they're picking on WordPress. And probably you all know that WordPress is the most popular CMS platform out there. And the hackers know, they're very familiar with the WordPress ecosystem. They understand the hierarchy of everything. They definitely know where the ins and outs are because their livelihood depends on it. I mean, these are professional hackers, even if they're only what some people call script kiddies. These script kiddies are typically people that don't know enough to do the hacking themselves, but they know where to get the hacking tools and they know how to make money off of that. So, but those are script kiddies. So they're very familiar with the ecosystem and how it all works as well. And they know that like agencies have hundreds or thousands of websites. So, I know in talking to a number of agencies around the world, a lot of them deal with phishing, which one of their people might get a bogus email saying, this customer is requesting a refund. Click here to, counteract their actions and, to fight the dispute or dispute the claim. Anyway, so, and that, just by one of their people clicking on an email like that could help the hackers get into their organization, even if they're all remote. And then all that person needs to do at that point is to access a website, click on an admin, use a management system to control, hundreds or thousands of websites. And once they click into that, the hackers have stolen the information. A lot of times, even if it's just like username and password, they'll steal that. They also steal the cookies, the authentication cookies, as soon as you log in. So, they have so many ways of infecting sites, but their main drive for all this is to make their money. So just a few things, hackers know that a lot of people don't update as often as they should. Kyle from the Tab Facebook group had a questionnaire go out, and are you aggressive or passive on updating? And it was very interesting survey. And I've always been of the type, because I'm from the security side of things, I've always been the type to promote, update early, update often. It's kind of like voting in Chicago. Do it early, do it often. That's a joke. But, for updating WordPress, core, although core has been pretty stable over the years, they do have some security updates, but plugins especially, themes occasionally. The last big theme that I recall, which probably about 10 years ago, was the Tim Thumb. There was a lot of themes and a lot of plugins also that used Tim Thumb, and didn't matter where you used it, hackers found it and they abused it and got into your website. And then for number 3 here, I've got familiarity breeds contempt. What that means, I've got dash local antivirus. Being in the computer industry, a lot of us feel like, I've heard this before from people, like, oh, I don't have an antivirus on my computer because I know what websites to stay away from. I'm like, really? Because we've removed malware from millions of sites, and I still don't know, just by looking at a site or presuming, somebody sends me a link, I'm just presuming that it's safe site. Now I do have security set up on my local system so that I don't have to worry about that. But same time, being in the computer industry, a lot of times we feel we get a sense of just comfort, so we don't update. We don't protect things that are at the local level. Like, oh no, nah. I especially, nothing against Mac users, nothing at all, but Mac users always seem to feel from years ago that I'm on a Mac, I don't need antivirus. That's not true. So, at any rate, you definitely need antivirus, because hackers are looking for all ways of getting into your website. Now we've also got, I've got sharing is caring. A lot of times people, you work in an agency and find out that some WP admins login credentials have been compromised. So, we dig through the logs, find out somebody's logging in using that username and password from, recent case, Moldova. And, the people I talk to say that, we don't have anybody in Moldova. Well, it's a pretty good sign that it's been compromised, and hackers are using it from a server or from a IP location in Moldova. So the point here to remember is that everybody who needs to log in as an admin should have their own account, because that way, when we look in the logs, or the or the WordPress database, we can see in there, this was the user that was used to log in on this date from this IP address using this browser. Now, browser can be spoofed, but it just gives us more information so we can track down, whose account actually got compromised. And hackers know that they can hide, and they've got more people. Let's say I had a a video up on my YouTube channel. Yeah, I actually have a YouTube channel about, you work in an agency, somebody gives you their admin login, and now you're farming out you're subcontracting some of the work to somebody else. So you give them the login, and then they also maybe subcontract some piece of it out to another individual. So now there's like 4 of you in the chain that have the same login credentials. All it takes is for one of you to either use open Wi-Fi that's been compromised, or you have a local virus on your computer. Hackers steal the username, password, and login URL, and log in as you. So, like I said, sharing is caring, but don't share usernames and passwords. And I also have on here, you won't know until it's too late, because, you assume that, you're safe. We had a situation recently. A guy was traveling overseas, took his laptop with him, and went on Wi-Fi in a local cafe overseas and logged in, thought nothing of it. Came back, and people are logging into his WordPress from all over the world. Why? Because there was probably a bogus Wi-Fi. Because he takes every precaution, almost every precaution, and but somebody compromised his information on an open Wi-Fi, and that's how they got in. So I said before, why hackers hack? First one, money. They all make money. There was a outfit, I don't know if they're still around, but it's called RBN, Russian Business Network, and this was possibly about 10 years ago. It was estimated that they were making like $5 or $6 billion a year, so off of hacking. So not all of that was websites, but the fact remains, these people make a lot of money. And they like to redirect sites because some of the ways of them making money, they get paid for traffic. So in a case like that, they might put redirects up on your site. Those redirects could be in PHP or in JavaScript, but they're basically redirecting traffic to your sites to somewhere else that they're getting paid to drive traffic to. It used to be pharmaceutical sites up in Canada. That was just one instance. But yeah, just there's so many revenues of stream. Was it Robert Allen wrote a book years ago, multiple streams of income. And I think every hacker in the world must be must required reading for them, because they do have multiple streams of income. They can infect your visitors, what they used to call drive-by infections. So they put some JavaScript up on there. JavaScript will run in the browser, and it does everything it possibly can to infect the visitor's local computer. They also make money by stealing your resources. This is why hackers love when you're hosting your website on a VPS, or a cloud server. I'm not going to mention any names because they all have instances of hacked websites, and it's not their fault. But anyway, but hackers love those because once they get on there, they steal the resources. So now they've got a server at their access, to do what they want, and they can launch. Not so many people host email on the same server anymore. So it used to be that they would send spam, from a server, back in the cPanel, WHM days. There's still sites using those platforms, but that was about it. People would hack into a website and then use it to send out just boatloads of email, spam. So they're using your resources, and they also sell your resources. So they may hack in, find out that you have your server can send email, or they can use it to attack other websites. Again, there's so many ways of for them to use your resources, and they sell access to your server. They set up phishing sites. That's still a big one. We still see a lot of infected websites where hackers have uploaded just folders with literally thousands of files, and they're all phishing, different phishing sites, different phishing URLs. And this isn't so popular anymore, but it used to be. There was a website, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of it. It's unimportant, but they used to have defacing competitions. So like if you were in the hacker groups online, you would see that they would announce a defacing competition. And basically what it is they would see who could deface the most websites, like in a 2 to 4 hour window. And they would have a leaderboard on there. I mean, it was very organized. I don't know what the prizes were. Probably, nothing but bragging rights. But all they would do is just put up like some dark message up on all these websites, and then it could be verified. So and I said, how hackers make money. A lot of times they get paid for traffic. Now, some of you people might be in agencies, or you might be, involved with marketing people, and they're like, okay, we created this new site. Now we got to drive traffic to it. So you farm that out to somebody, a CEO guy. The CEO, I say guy, I mean person. The CEO person farms out different segments of it to other people. Somewhere along the line, there's a hacker waiting at the end, and his or her main job is to drive traffic to the site that you just created, and they're very good at that. So that's one way that they can make money. They create residential proxies. Now, most of you, I'm sure, probably know what a proxy is, and it allows you to like go through a different IP address other than your own. So I'm here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Let's say if I wanted to visit a site, and it appears that site only takes IP addresses from Germany. So I could find a proxy in Germany and connect to that, and then visit that website, and it's going to see the last the last IP address, and that IP address is coming from Germany, so it allows me to see that site. So residential proxies are a new thing for hackers. A lot of these sites that sell access to residential proxies, not all of them, some of them, a lot of them, they don't care where how you get access to the computer, to the computing resources to create a residential proxy. They want it to add to their list, because they get paid to they can charge their customers based on how many proxies that customer uses. And this one, number 3 here, has been super huge lately. Installing info stealers. You can Google the term info stealers, and you can see, I don't even remember the last count, but there's a lot of information. Hackers are constantly installing info stealers on people's computers. They know how to make it what they call FUD in the hacker world, fully undetectable. So you could take their virus and run it through virustotal.com, which is now, I believe, owned by Google. And you'll see that out of like 90 antivirus companies, none of them will detect this virus. So that's fully undetectable. And if I'm the creator of a virus, I can give you a warranty. I can tell you that if the virus I'm selling you to use for your nefarious activities. If in the next 60 days it becomes detectable by any one of those 90 antivirus companies, I'll recompile it, rehash it so that it'll fly under the radar again, and I'll give you an extra 30 days on top of it. So these info stealers, and like I said, one of the things that people don't realize is the amount of information that hackers steal with these info stealers. If I log into a WordPress site with a username and password, it not only steals the username and the password, but it also steals the login URL. So if I'm hiding the login URL with a variety of plugins, but if I'm hiding that WP admin or WP-login.php, all that information is sent to the hackers. So whether I call it, admin Tom, whatever I decide to rename it to, all that information is sent to the hackers. And they're also stealing session cookies, authentication cookies. Now, in the case of username and password, the best way to defeat that, two ways to defeat that, is have 2FA on your login. A number of security plugins offer that. Not that that's the best way to go, but they do offer 2FA. And the other thing, very simple, make it a requirement that your people log out. Don't just close the window. When you close the window, the cookie's still active. So if it's stolen, and I think on WordPress, I should know this, but it's either like 24 or 48 hours before it expires. So you close, you log in, you do some work on a WordPress site, and you just close the tab or that window, that browser window, that cookie's still active on your site. You go to another site, your computer gets infected with an info stealer, and it starts stealing information. The hacker's got 24 to 48 hours to use that cookie, log in as you, not even log in, just access the admin panel, and there it is. And they can create a bogus admin. They could do all sorts of stuff from that point, and they never have to log in. So now we see those differently in the logs. You can tell when somebody's authenticated via cookie or username and password. So it does show up differently in the logs. It's a very slight difference, but it's there, and it's definitely a difference. So hackers also make money by selling access on the dark web. So like I said before in the previous slide, they might gain access to 10,000 websites on a weekend, which is nothing. And they just package that all up and they sell it on the dark web. So somebody else wants to use those sites to attack other sites or to install phishing file, whatever their profit motivation is. They can buy access to a whole boatload of compromised websites and up on the dark web. And like I said before, hackers make money by selling access to server resources. So you want to, do a DDoS, a distributed denial of service attack on a whole bunch of sites. You could go up there, buy access, and you've got it. So we know why hackers hack, but how? And these are not in the order of frequency. I'll be one of two people I know that will say that 1 and 2 should be flipped. A lot of people keep saying that the number one way that hackers hack is through outdated plugins. It's not. So from the data that we've compiled, it's not. Now, if you were to ask me this during the Essential Elementor add-on plugin fiasco back in May and June, yes, during that time, an outdated plugin was the primary way hackers were hacking. But overall, like if you look at like a year's worth of our data, info stealers are the primary way that hackers are hacking into websites. So, the fact that you're not protecting your local assets, your Macs, your PCs, whatever you're using to log in to your WordPress sites with, the fact that you're not protecting those with as much vigor as you should or could, just lends credence to the fact that hackers are stealing information off your computers and using it to infect websites. And again, there's a friend of mine, Kelvin, from Germany, from snicko.io. He has a login system, so he and I exchange information frequently. And one of the things up until recently that was pretty prevalent with plugins is that they were getting the IP address from the header. So they were getting it from the and when you get the IP address from the header, in an HTTP transaction, you can spoof it. So like occasionally we get reports from clients or prospective clients saying, hey, my server company sent me a notification that our server is being used to attack other websites. Can you look into this? How can this happen? Blah, blah, blah. And then we say, okay, have them send you the report, forward me the report. We take a look at it, and the plugin that was used to identify the IP address of the attack uses the wrong source. So hackers can spoof that IP address in the header when they attack that site. And it says it's like, 1.2.3.4.5, whatever, when it's actually not. So they're getting bogus reports. Now they have to pay somebody like us to investigate it, because otherwise their server company is going to shut them down. So, and that's why, Kelvin and I have a real problem with security plugins, is because, they're handling security, in our opinion, at the wrong layer. They're handling it like at the application. It should be handled before that. So anyway, but info stealers are huge. And like right now, there aren't any, websites that we see that are infected. It's not due to outdated plugins. I can't, it may have been since June, July, that we really saw a number of websites that were infected due to outdated plugins. And you can look at WordFence has a great threat intelligence feed. PatchStack puts one out. WP Scan puts one out. Focus on Your Biz. Stephanie Hudson, she has she puts out a list on Wednesdays. So you can see that there's not like a huge wave of vulnerable plugins right now. Are there a lot of them? Yeah, but they're small. Their installation numbers are small, that it's not really going to give hackers anything to really drool about. And as I said before, how, when you talk about how, you also have to keep in mind open Wi-Fi. Oh, one last thing about info stealers. You definitely need 2FA, but you also need to have your people log out. Just go up and hit the log out button, when they're in the admin panel, and that kills the authentication cookies. So if hackers do come, invade your system, that authentication cookie's dead at that point. So it's useless. Open Wi-Fi, I used to do this when I lived up in the Chicago area. You could go to a coffee shop, obviously talk to the owner. That's what I would do, and set up a duplicate Wi-Fi hotspot. When I mean duplicate, like if it was, a coffee shop, Joe's Coffee, I'd set up a duplicate Wi-Fi hotspot called Joe's Coffee. But I was make sure that like I'm sitting in the cafe there, so people are going to pick up my signal as being stronger than the one that Joe provides in his cafe. So they're going to connect to mine. Once they're connected to mine, I can filter all sorts of stuff through there, and see what they're doing, see their logins, all kinds of stuff. So, and also under how, any method that they can think of, we're seeing stuff now where, um, hackers will infect a local computer, and while that legitimate person is logged in, we see traffic from the exact same IP address where they're installing a bogus plugin. And, talk to the people on the phone and like, why were you installing this plugin? I'm like, I didn't. And they're like, that's what I'm talking about. There's like something going on where as I'm working as an WP admin, hackers are infecting my site. It's like there's a ghost in my computer or something, and obviously whether you believe in ghosts or not, that's up to you. But, the fact remains is that, they're doing like a session hijacking. So they're operating from your computer while you're logged in. So the only weird things for us to see is that they're installing a bogus plugin during your session. Like, okay, oh yeah, you're checking on this plugin and you're going to update that plugin and so on and so forth. And oh, look at that. Just installed a plugin. Oh, I didn't do that. So at any rate, it just lends credence to the fact that, how do hackers hack? Any method they can possibly think of, and many that haven't been thought of yet. We'll talk about games that they play. We've been hearing this a lot. If I tell people, well, somebody's login credentials were compromised, and like, well, if it was login credentials, all of our sites would be infected. No, hackers don't want to set off alarms. They want to stay in the site as much as possible. So what they'll do is they'll infect a few sites. Let's say we had a case recently where hackers are coming in through various admin panels. So they would steal the session cookie for that admin panel, log in, as like a super admin. Now they've got access to whatever, 100 sites. Well, they're not going to infect all 100, because they don't want to set off alarms. The more they infect from one location like that, somebody like us is going to put two and two together and say, okay, what's the common denominator here? It all came from this admin panel. So that's how they got in, close that up, and now they're all out. So they will infect a few sites that they have access to through one login, and then they watch to see how fast you react. If it's not very fast, then they'll maybe infect a few more, and then a few more. So we used to find we play cat and mouse with them all the time. We're chasing them out of like say 20 sites. They'll infect sites 1 through 4, and then we get those clean, and then they infect sites 5 through 8. Then we get those clean, and then they're doing every odd numbered site, every even numbered site, and it just becomes cat and mouse. And another thing that they're doing is they create hidden processes, and this works even on shared hosting accounts with the big hosting companies. We've verified this because we've cleaned enough of them that if you have a site where you see the malicious code inside of the index.php file. Right now, the on a WordPress site, the index file from download is 405 bytes. So you see one day that it's 529. Like, oh, there's something in there. So you go in, use your editor, remove that code, save it, refresh, and you look, wait, it's still 529. You open that file up again, look at the code. Hey, the code's right back. So in a case like that, hackers have created a hidden process, and they were stuck on one file called lock 360, LOCK 360, and that would run as a hidden process in memory on that website as that website owner. And so you could look for these hidden processes and say, okay, you kill it, and then it's done. So you remove all the malware, kill this process, then you can replace the index file with the 405 byte file from the original, and you'll stay clean. But if you see something where it's automatically reinfecting itself over and over again, chances are they've created a hidden process, and you may be able to delete it. If you can get to a command line, you may be able to delete it, but a lot of times the hosting providers will not allow you to get to a command line, so you have to contact their tech support and have them kill it. And then this latest game that they play, hackers, is this perpetual Perl programs. I don't know, I had to come up with something that was 3 Ps, so that's it. I lack creativity, but it is what it is. Anyway, what this is a file excuse me, that I got all choked up over malware. This is a file that the hackers hide outside of the standard WordPress file structure, and it works in conjunction with the hidden processes. So what we were doing is, okay, we found a site, we had a website that we were cleaning. We killed the hidden process, and we find, like, in another, I think it was running roughly about 2 minutes, a new hidden process would be created, and there was no traffic to the site during that 2-minute period. So it's not like they were like, we missed some back door that the hackers left there. And so then we're like, okay, well, this is kind of weird. And then, we check the hidden processes again, and we find out that, wait a minute, the one that we were looking at a minute ago is no longer there. Now it's been replaced by this one. So what the hackers were doing, I think it was like every 3 seconds, it would kill the original hidden process, recreate, like respawn a duplicate. I'm sorry, change that order. One hidden process would spawn a duplicate and then kill itself. And then it kept doing that every 3 seconds. So it was always a different, what they call a PID. So the process was like self-perpetuating. That's why I got the perpetual. But we couldn't figure out, like, how is this happening? Something must be controlling it from above. And what it was this Perl program, heavily obfuscated, and I had to dig way back into early days of Perl to decode this. But that Perl program was running, and it was set up almost like a server cron job. So it would run, it would check, see if any of those hidden processes were running. If not, it would spawn a new one that would self-perpetuate itself and go on and on. So what we had to do is we had to kill this Perl program, and then we could kill the processes, and then there was no more reinfection. So, and this is stuff that, you can't do from a plugin. Like I said, that this Perl program was outside of the WordPress file system structure. So to find it, and in this particular scenario, this individual is running 3 different security plugins on that WordPress site, and they came to us because he said that somebody told him that we find stuff that nobody else does. Well, we did. So at any rate, and I'm not going to name the 3 security plugins. So what are the most popular methods? It changes, but like, as I said before, it's not what you think. Everyone's saying, oh, it's outdated plugins. Depending on what time frame you're looking at, it is outdated plugins. But for the life of, like for the span over a year, it's not security plugins. It's stolen credentials. I'm sorry, it's not security plugins. It's not outdated plugins. It's stolen login credentials. And here's some information on like this is a bunny loader. It's a malware service. Yeah, I mean, hackers have organized into legitimate, well, not legitimate, but services, and they offer malware as a service. Some things I know they changed their name, and I apologize to the iThemes people, Devin and crew. Should have this changed to Solid WP, but theirs is a great. It's a good plugin to use. They've got 2FA. They've got a number of other features in there that help keep your sites secure. And no, I'm not an affiliate. And then I've got this other one, how this other malware uses Google Chrome dev tools to steal data. So it actually installs malicious extensions that take screenshots. I thought this was like really cool. I was really impressed by this. So I see I'm going to run over time here. Sorry, folks. Who am I? I started focusing on website security in 2007. Removed malware, not me personally. I wrote programs to programmatically analyze files and determine with 100% accuracy if they're malicious or not. So we've removed malware from over 5.5 million websites. We now currently, as of today, actively monitor 7.2 million websites. We do have a freemium service, and at times the freemium, I like the freemium service better than paid service, because the paid service also includes obviously some prevention methods. The freemium service does not. So we get to, it's like having a honeypot of 7.2 million nodes, which is pretty impressive. One of the things our paid service does, well, both our paid and our freemium service does, is we stream your log files into our system, and our systems we now can ingest, and we are ingesting over 20 million log entries per second. So we're gathering data in real time, real time. And that 20 million log entries per second, if you do the math, it's 1.78 trillion log entries per day are analyzed. I just like putting trillion up there because, that's pretty cool. So anyway, that's it. Like to see if there's some questions in here. Hello, Kathy.
I'm back. Well, I haven't left, but I am back on screen. Great presentation. And I know you and I are going to have a deeper conversation next week about some of this cookie stealing stuff that you're seeing, because that is fascinating.
Yeah.
And I want to go deeper. So we'll just tease that because.
Yeah. Stay tuned to Kathy.
And Tom. Yeah. We do have a couple of questions. I want to make sure that we get some of those in. Hiding the login IP at all. It sounds like it doesn't matter a ton, since hackers can usually get that. I think hiding the login, I think we mean hiding the login page, because I know that's something that I hear a lot from people. What's your take on hiding login?
I guess in the overall scheme of things, when you talk about defense in depth, it can add a layer of defense, and you will see less hits on your login page. Even though it'll return 404s, you'll see fewer hits on your login page if you're hiding the login URL. So, but as an end all be all, no.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, I found I had to scan a document, and I found this really old thumb drive that has all of like my really old FTP logins, because I knew not to keep them on my computer, and I didn't have a password manager. So I was like, I'm going to put them on here. And I put them in a folder called EFF hyphen F and then TEE dash PEE. So FTP. I'm like, oh, you're clever, Kathy.
Wow.
Nice obfuscation there.
Yeah.
To me, that's like hiding the login page. It's like, yeah, okay. But if anybody does find, it's still there, right? There's still login. And with hiding the login page, for me, it just causes more problems for you. Like, what did I change it to? I know I changed it to something really obscure that nobody can guess, but I've also then hidden it from myself. So you run that risk. So it's obfuscation, it's hiding things, but it still exists, right?
Right.
So
that's good.
Yeah, that just happened yesterday. I'm like, oh,
I'll have to remember that story.
I am totally fussing to it. I put it up on Twitter and fussed to it. Let's see. We have this question. How important is disabling cron jobs on your site? It always comes up on security scans, but it's also necessary for certain functionality.
It's actually, if you were to analyze log files, like Kathy, like I do, get my Brandy snifter and open up some screens of log files and just scan through them. If you were to see how often WP cron is actually hit in a normal day, not so much from a security standpoint, but from the fact that it's just like chewing up resources, because that WP cron runs every time somebody hits your site. So, and there's articles online, like I said, it has nothing to do with security, but from a resource utilization factor, disabling cron, I'm a huge fan of that.
Are you? Okay. I'm always afraid I'm going to break something, because I know that there are things that require it.
Right. But, again, test.
Sure. Of course. Yeah. Greg, also a connoisseur of fine log files.
Yeah. Greg, are you any relation to the Colorado Avalanche hockey player, McKinnon? I'm a hockey fan,
Yeah. So schedule
okay,
post.
Schedule. Yeah.
So that's one thing. Security plugins that you do recommend. I know we both have some thoughts on this.
Yeah. It's tough to say. What I will say is this: if you're concerned about security and you want to go the plugin route, I encourage you to go the paid security plugin route. One of the things that became very apparent to me during the Essential Elementor add-ons exploit was that people that had the paid version of I'll say it, of WordFence were protected immediately. The people who didn't, I think they issued an update to the non-paid WAF rules like 20 or 30 days after they announced that exploit, and people were just getting nailed with it. So either you have to go the paid plugin route, or you have to commit to updating your plugins on a regular basis. And I don't mean once a quarter as being regular.
Right.
You got to do it, every couple of days.
Right.
So.
Yeah. And I think of security much, there's all sorts of different aspects of security, right? We have the OSA model, we have the network layer, we've got application layer. There's so much going on, right? And security should really be thought of on every single one of those layers. So like Cloudflare, I think people should have Cloudflare just in, first of all, their DNS, if you have to move your site from one server to another, so fast.
Right.
And if you are ever under attack with the DDoS, you have immediate remediation available with Cloudflare. It's there for you. It's also making your site faster with the CDN. So I just recommend Cloudflare and having that security off server to begin with. And then, I think of security plugins as the place that helps people, guides people to make better security decisions.
Mm-hmm.
About their site, about their login, making sure you have two-factor authentication available in case you or one of your users' passwords ever do show up in a breach, that second layer of authentication is available. I'm a big fan of what Solid Security is doing just because they have passkeys, and I know that passkeys is just going to change the way we log into WordPress and everything else. So I think it's time for us to start using passkeys wherever we possibly can and start training other people to do that, because it's going to make the web as a whole safer. So
Right.
there's my
And Google's betting on it. So
yeah. Google, Apple's passkey team is really active as well. PayPal
Right.
has it. Stripe has it has passkeys as a second factor of authentication. More and more large organizations are really pushing this new method of authentication that just, it's going to stop things like brute force attacks. It's going to stop things like
Right.
phishing attacks. You can't fish away somebody's passkey. I'm sure a hacker's going to figure out something.
Right.
I keep trying to figure out what, and I'm not there yet. I'm just not smart enough, but I'm excited to see what kind of I'm weird that way, because I think it's so clever and creative what hackers do. That's one of the reasons why it's like this. I love
Yeah.
talking to people like you about what's going on.
Like I said, one of my stories, real quick, one of my stories was I cleaned a site for a guy, and he's like, "Man," he goes, "You are so smart." I'm like, "Well, it's not. This isn't rocket science." And he starts laughing. Goes, "Yeah, I know. I am a rocket scientist." I was like, "Oh, okay, sorry."
I love it.
So
That's awesome. Tom, before we go, where can people find you if they have more questions about their site security? Your website, your socials.
yeah, you can probably the best way. You can send email to Traef, Traef at WeWatch your website. My last name is Raef, which, by the way, is fear spelled backwards for you who don't know.
I love that for a security person. That's perfect. Greg's got one last question. Let's try to get this answered. Do you recommend using or managing multiple sites updates with like managed WP or other centralized services?
Yes, because it provides a convenience factor. So people can't say, "Oh, it's such a pain. I got to log into every site and do this and that." Now, yeah, do with the main WP, WP umbrella, managed WP. I don't know. There's sync.
Solid Central.
Solid Central. Sorry, I'm having a tough time with these name changes.
Oh, me too. Me too. My
But,
database tables are not updated at all.
Yeah, mine either. I keep trying to do an upsert and it's not working. But anyway,
Yeah,
yeah, definitely recommend.
yeah.
Yeah,
But log
pick one.
out when you're done, right?
Yeah,
Kill that cookie.
even with the managing management consoles, log out when you're done.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Well, I'm going to let you go, Thomas. Thank you so much for being here. And we're on the calendar for next week, I think. I'm pretty sure I sent
Yep.
you an invite.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to dive even deeper on all of this stuff. And
It'll be
have a
fun.
great weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You as well, Kathy. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow. Okay. I didn't get enough geek time on security with Tom there, but we are going to talk next week. So, follow both of our socials. We will definitely tease when that interview comes out, because I want to know more about what's happening with some of these session stealing cookies. That's just fascinating to me that could be happening and affecting the security of WordPress websites. So amazing. Tom is Like I said, he's one of the best kept secrets in WordPress security. If you are in like the admin bar on Facebook, great group for anyone who is deep in on WordPress and trying to get more out of it. Thomas is very active there, as well as I believe on like the dynamic WordPress group that is run by David McCann. Tons of great conversations that happen there on some of the higher level conversations. Calvin Elkin, also another security expert that's very active there as well. And me, your lovely security friend. But now I want to introduce you to someone who is one of the people who inspires me the most. I have learned more from Brandy Lawson than I have learned about marketing, analytics, putting yourself first and having good boundaries, and just succeeding. My success is a reflection on things that I've learned from Brandy. So I'm going to pull her on. I do have a written up description of your bio, but I just want to say, I want to add my love to you first because you are one of my
beautiful,
one of my favorite people in the whole world. And when I reached out to you and said, hey, we're doing this Amplify thing, I know you've got something, and you came back with this topic. I was like, bring it. This is awesome.
Well, thank you. I'm excited to be here and that you thought of me. And that was a lovely intro. And well, it's going to be a little bit about left turn from the previous conversation, but still very relevant to the audience.
Yes, definitely. Do you have slides or anything?
Oh, yep, I sure do.
Okay. Down below, there's a present little icon. And if they're Google Slides, it works that way too. And there's all kinds of... There's so many ways to share.
So many things that we could do. Okay, well, it's probably safest to share the Google Slides because I was all logged on and then my internet connection just dumped. I was like, oof. But why? Don't do that.
Because it's a live stream day.
All right, so I am attempting to load my slides into StreamYard.
Okay,
and
great.
It's got all these security things that I need to make sure that I know what it's accessing.
Yes. So. The cool thing when you can load it into StreamYard is you don't have to go to a separate window. You can stay right here and see what everybody else is seeing. And that to me always makes me feel better that I'm not just showing the wrong slide or showing the wrong screen and nobody else can follow along and there's no one there to tell me that I'm doing it wrong. So.
All right, it looks like it is processing. The internet is doing its thing.
It is. Okay, well, I can read your intro. I think I have it here because I have to talk about your shoes. Brandy is a techie, a ridiculous shoe lover, and the author of a brand new book, Hire Help. And we're going to ask you about that at the end of the presentation, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. Brandy's the founder of FieryFX, an 11-year-old systems agency that helps kitchen and bath design businesses standardize, simplify, and innovate for more profit and less stress. She has a weekly podcast, Elevated, and she delivers actionable business improvements in 5-minute episodes. I love it. That's great. And we have
to try. All right. Well, thank you for the beautiful intro.
And I'm going to show myself out for a bit, and I'll come back in with questions.
All right, excellent. Okay, and so for anyone out there, this is kind of a interactive thing. So I am going to be keeping an eye on the chat because we're going to talk about conquering scope creep. And this can show up actually in a lot of different ways. And it's not just when the client goes off the rails, right? This can be internal. It could be in your own realm. So what we're going to start with is a question. Where is scope creep showing up for you? Now you can drop it in the chat, you can write it down, but I like to get focused here because I don't like giving information without connecting it to action. So we're going to connect this to action at the end. So the first thing to do is to start in and think about where is scope creep showing up for you? All right. If you want to drop it in the chat, if you want to write it down, just think about that. Then we're going to jump into a flashback to September 16th, 2016. We're going to go visit Brandy in the past. So in 2016, my agency was about 4 years old. And I was in a program where I was getting lots of help. We were figuring out discovery, and I had a place to go ask these questions. And I had to go beg for some help because I had my first like real big client where we had done the full discovery in the beginning. And suddenly I found ourselves 9 versions in on the design. And I was like, what is happening? What is happening? Yeah, midway through a project. Kelly, I hear you. I hear you there. So in this case, it was like getting through the design. It's so, visual review. So I reached out to my community. I'm like, can somebody please help? So obviously, I've not always had all the answers here. I struggled with this. So let's dig a little deeper. What really is the problem? So Kelly offered one way that scope creep seems to happen for her, but like, why does this happen at all, really? I found that scope creep will happen because we've lost the trust of our client. This can happen through various things. I know when I was first starting out, I would overpromise. I felt a lot of pressure to deliver on expectations that I thought that the client had. And so I would promise things and not be able to deliver necessarily. So the problem in the scope creep shows up one of the ways is like we've lost the trust, or the trust has been eroded. And then they start second guessing. And so then that's when the change request or the design revision, or shouldn't the button be blue? That creeps in. Next is a profit eater, right? The more times and the more iterations you spend on the design. And Demi's weighing in here about happens near the end of the project. Oh, yeah, Demi, we're going to talk about that. It needs a profit, right? It's scope creep happens, and then you're spending all these cycles, not only on doing the thing, but defining the thing. The client comes back and they're like, well, couldn't we put a slider on? Right? Everybody died a little inside just now. Then you're like, well, how will we do that? And is that the right thing to do? And then how do I price it? It's just like, it takes the time and the money away from the project you thought you were going to have. What else is the problem? Yeah, the timeline imploder. It just blows everything out of the water. Oh, the client came back and they want to, I'm sorry, what? And we can't possibly get that launched anytime in the near future. Or it eats into the versioning. Like I said, with the design, 9 versions in. Didn't plan for that. That wasn't helping us get that website launched on time. So how else is this a problem for us? Loss of faith. So not only is scope creep a problem for our profit and our client relationship, it's a problem for the people that we work with. I actually experienced this a lot in one of my corporate jobs, because an executive would come in and say, oh, we're going to do this thing. And I would be like, I have no idea how I'm going to go position this to my team who's trusted me to get us here. And then I'm like, oh, actually, no, we're going to go over here. So scope creep can really cause issues with the faith that your team has, whether they be actual full-time employees or vendors that you're working with, in you and your ability to lead them in the project. And then finally, it's just a joy killer, right? No one wants to run a business. No one wants to work on projects. I know for sure when I was reaching out to my community with that issue, I was like, this sucks. Who wants to run projects like this? I can't. I won't want to. Like if I get through this and the next one still requires 9 to 11 revisions of design, I'm not going to do this anymore. It just sucks the life and the joy out of doing the work that I actually usually really like doing. Ask Design says that their scope creep first emerges after the first review of the development site. They see the improvement and they're like, oh, excited. Yes. Okay. So we like it when clients get excited, but how do we keep that aligned, right? So let's talk about the opportunity. So scope creep happens. It's a real problem. It sucks the money and the joy out of the project and potentially the business. But what could it be like? What might projects be like if we really could wrangle in scope creep? Well, we could always begin with a clear outcome. And I know anybody who's done more than one site project gets really good at this or understands that this is really a problem if we don't do it right. So begin with a clear outcome. And with the possibilities that are at our hands, sometimes that means taking the big picture vision and breaking it down into small bite-sized pieces. When we do any projects with clients, the timeline can't be more than 6 to 8 weeks. Anything that we define has to get into 6 to 8 week chunks, because if we don't get it launched by then, stuff changes. Greg actually says scope creep makes me more money. Yes, that's, see, Greg has found the secret sauce here. It's not the scope creep itself that's the problem. It is how you handle it. So first, let's begin with a clear outcome. Define success so that we have a map to keep us on track, even if we're going to add additional stops. Like it's like when you schedule your Lyft ride and you're like, oh, but we want to now go stop get ice cream. Lyft doesn't mind. They're going to get more money getting you there, but you have to do it in a way that everyone understands what's happening next. Creating explicit trust. So this is one of the ways that you can guide that scope creep and actually, instead of a creep, turn it into what, like a scope suitor? No, but if you can create explicit trust with your clients, you can then guide them through how to handle the expansion of the project. So project expansion, yeah, they get excited. They want to do more stuff. They can see the possibilities now. Super. Let's do that. But you have to have created explicit trust through those small deliverables, through meeting your timelines, through showing them how you are the expert so that they will trust you when you're like, oh yeah, great. That is exciting. And we'll add that here. Instead of, yeah, we'll get right on that. Also, you control the process. So even on the outset, even if you don't have anything fancy or you don't have a signature process, be on the outset just telling clients, okay, these are the steps we're taking. And then at each point, if they're kind of running off the rails, you bring them back. You're like, oh, yep, this is the step. You control the process. You explicitly set out the path. Because after all, you're the expert. Yeah, they know their business. You know what it takes to build the site, to add the functionality, to secure it. You have that piece that you're bringing to the table. So you control the process. And then everybody's in for a smooth ride. When we know where we're going and you're controlling the process and you have their explicit trust. One of the best visuals I ever had for a client who gets panicked was Pia Silva. She said at one point she was driving up this mountain road, this very windy mountain road that she'd never been on before. And her husband was driving and she's like looking over the edge and there's no guardrails. And she was really terrified and like wanted to reach for the wheel and feeling very, and like could see that other people also were driving erratically. And she was like, oh, of course. When our clients don't know the road and we haven't given them like, okay, up here, there's going to be like a hairpin turn and I'm going to go real slow and we're going to, if we haven't like prepared them for the ride, then they kind of get like a little crazy and the fear creeps in and they want to try to wrestle back control. So having a smooth ride means setting that expectation and then having their explicit trust so that they know you'll tell them if they need to hang on or there's a hairpin turn coming. And then finally, when we do all these things, we can have more profit because there's not extra time, energy, or resources being burned in various stages of the project. When you can control the flow, move clients along to the places that get results for them, and then you can continue to deliver high quality work, continuing to have that trust and gain, it just builds a better relationship, right? They get excited. You tell them how we're going to do those things. We can deliver on those things. And then they keep hiring you to do more work. So how would it help you if you could avoid scope creep? And I guess we'll just qualify it as being the off the rails scope creep, not the client got excited and wants to do more things and you know how to navigate it. So how would it help you if you could avoid the off the rails scope creep? So we go back and we talk about where Demi's talking about scope creep at the end of the project. Demi, does that keep you from launching the project? Or Kelly, when they see the first visual review and then scope creep's happening there, how would it help you if you could really be in charge and wrangle that scope creep, turn it into the scope money generator? You can drop that in the chat or jot it down for you. Because next we're going to talk a little bit about the ways that you can tackle the bad scope creep and wrangle it in. So if you have a clear idea in mind about how it would help you to avoid scope creep, then you'll have some specific things you can apply. Jot that down, take a moment. All right, so then the answer here is to really be the expert your clients need. The reason they came to you is because they don't know how to do what you do. They're in some other business. Maybe they're in a photography business, or they sell widgets, or they have a service. You are the expert. Be the expert your clients need. So how do you do that? Well, first of all, you build the trust. And this actually starts from the first time they contact you. So how do we build trust? Well, trust is built through consistency, expectations, doing what you said you were going to do, even the smallest things. Again, I'll borrow an example from Pia Silva, where she realized that she was eroding clients' trust by telling them, okay, you'll have that on Monday, and then not sending it till the end of the day on Monday. Is that a big deal? It's not a big deal, but those little things, because if you tell them the client will have it on Monday, they kind of expect Monday that they'll be able to do something with whatever that was, whether they need to look at it or send it on, or they're waiting for it. So she made a new principle in their business that if she said things were going to be delivered on Monday, they would be there at 8 a.m. on Monday. But that she needed to adjust her timelines then, because if she hadn't been delivering until like the end of the day Monday, then you tell the client Tuesday, you send it at the end of the day Monday, or you schedule it, right? But building trust, there are so small little things. And every one of us has relationships where we've got trust and we understand sort of intuitively how to build it, how it gets eroded. But with clients, I think sometimes we forget that this is a human-to-human relationship, and that all those things that build trust in our non-business relationships still apply here, and all the things that erode trust in our non-business relationships still apply here, and even sometimes I think more. So small things, setting expectations, meeting expectations, and if you can't, like, you actually build trust. If you said, okay, we're going to do this by this day, and the moment you know you can't meet that, you're going back to the client and be like, okay, here's the deal. this was the original plan. This came up. We're going to need to adjust the timeline. Here's what I propose. The more you are transparent with them, the more they know that they can trust you. So build trust. And this is the absolute foundation of anything that comes next. If you've lost a client's trust, you got to go back to square one. None of the rest of these things even matter if you don't have that trust from your client. Next, understanding needs. At this point, I think agencies and providers have become a lot further with the understanding needs. We get that our clients know their business, but they don't know how the website functionality or the other things that we can do will apply to their business. They only know their business and maybe what's shiny and new. And no, you can't have a slider on your website. So understanding needs. And this can look like discovery. Things really transformed for my agency when I started doing a paid discovery. Now that does not work for everybody, and it's certainly not where I started. But when you can make space for a client to think about their business and you can pull the information out that will then paint the picture for what they actually need and connect the dots for them, one, that in itself has value because they're certainly not carving out that time and space in their business to do it without your help. And two, you might, as Greg mentioned, really discover other places that can be helpful, but it's also the context for everything that happens next. I'm sure all of us have gotten to the middle or the end of a project and the client's like, oh, actually, yeah, we're going to launch this new thing. You're like, where? We've been working together for 6 months. Could you have mentioned this? Yes, Demi says just extends the completion date. Yes. So understanding, like getting really, really clear about everything that's going on. Because the other reason that clients hire us is they're busy doing whatever job they've got. Maybe they're the business owner, maybe they're the marketing manager, maybe they're the salesperson. Like they have a whole slew of things taking their time and attention. So sometimes it's just that they forgot to say, or they didn't think it was relevant. Pulling this information, understanding the needs, creating some time and space to really dig in, however you decide to do that, is so important because it sets the context. It gives you a view into what is actually a priority for them and allows you to be able to guide them later because you already understand what else is happening in their world. All right, setting expectations. This seems obvious. Like a lot of people are like, of course I set expectations. And I'm like, but how clear and how detailed and how often are you updating them? So you need to kind of have a GPS for your clients to keep them on the route. And so this kind of goes back to the mountain, scary mountain road, and you being the driver, telling your passenger, oh, hey, by the way, up here is a hairpin turn. I know it's coming. We're going to slow down. It's just giving them the pieces and parts to, again, have that trust, but also set the expectations so they know what's coming. I talked to somebody who ran a business. She helped people plan their remodel. So she was kind of like a project manager. And she said, every time we get to demo, every homeowner thinks, we can do the demo. This is going to be easy. And she doesn't address it until at the time they're deciding, okay, well, how is demolition going to happen? And everyone's watched HGTV. It's so easy. And she, at that point, she just tries to warn them off, like, because they think they can save money. They think they can just do it. And every time it's a disaster. And I said, well, so when you start the project, you could prime them. You could say, oh, hey, by the way, when we get to deciding about how the demo is going to happen, you're going to want to do it yourself. And at that point, I'm going to remind you that it's not a good idea because insert example A, B, and C. So if you set that expectation up front, when you get to the place where you need to remind them, they're already primed for it. So finding all of those hairpin turns or scary ledges in your project can help prime the client to know and respond to your guidance at that point. So setting expectations. And then, of course, the good old, it used to be the post office, but Amazon. Be reliable. Do what you say you're going to do. Update it if you can't do it. Set expectations with clients about when they can contact you, how they can contact you, how long it takes for me to get back. So at this point, I'm not in my email all day, every day. I have already set expectations with clients that if you email us, we'll respond within a business day. If you have something urgent, go ahead and text this number. That's it. That's how you get a hold of us. We're reliable because we always meet those expectations. So between expectations and being reliable, I've found I had a tendency very early on to want to overpromise. I wanted to do things faster than I probably could, or I got too busy and was like, oh crap, this is not going to happen. So part of being reliable is doing a good job of setting expectations and telling clients how to connect or contact you so that they're not texting you if you're like, I don't answer text, or they're not Facebook messaging you if you're not on Facebook Messenger. Between setting expectations, that's how you really deliver on reliability. And then finally, the biggest thing and sort of the overarching is to be the pilot. When you're in an airplane, it's a little scary, right? Sure, you're a seasoned traveler, you've flown a lot, that's great. But when you're in an airplane and there's turbulence, what happens before there's turbulence? Does it just come out of nowhere? Usually not. Usually the pilot comes on and says, I've turned on the fasten seatbelt sign because we've got some rough air ahead. And then he gives you guidance about what's happening next. The best way to, I'm going to call it channel scope creep at this point, the best way to keep your clients on the route to the thing that's going to serve their business is to be the pilot. Tell them what to expect. Tell them how to behave. Tell them what's happening now. And as things change, like when the pilot gets the plane up in the air, things could change. They may have to go a different route. But you're always hearing from him what's happening now before it happens. That's the best way to wrangle in, keep things on track, and just make the experience more joyful for everyone. Then there's no disconnect about what's happening. Then there's no question about who's in charge, reaching for the wheel or driving erratically on the mountain road. No one wants that. Okay, so let's go back to Brandy of September 2016 with her big problem of 9 versions in, trying to figure out where I went out, because I did the discovery. I understood the needs. I thought I was doing everything right, but it was just not going well. And here is what my fellow people had to say to me. Basically, the highlights here are that the revisions, so me leading here is when the client was asking for revisions in this point, it probably wasn't actually going to serve their business. So I needed to be the expert. I needed to step in and say, well, I don't think the revisions you're asking for will make any difference. The other piece of advice was to avoid asking them if they like it at all costs. And I was like, wait, what? And this isn't a dig on anybody who has been doing this, but it's sort of our default nature, right? We put our heart and soul and our work into this thing, and then we present it and we're like, do you like it? Because there's nothing that feels better than for them to go, oh my gosh, yes, I like it. However, I decided there's a lot of 4-letter words and I'm actually okay with any of them, but the only cuss word I know now is like. Like is the 4-letter word because it introduces opinion to a place where we're actually working towards business objectives. And I can pilot, I can set expectations, I can be reliable, and I can build trust when we're all operating on the same map. But if we start introducing opinion, we are off in uncharted jungle or other scary places because everyone's got a different opinion. That's not actually going to help us get business results. That's why context is important. That's why the map is important. I'm presenting a solution. And the reason I was 9 versions in is that I was presenting a design that was being evaluated on its likability, as opposed to a solution to a business problem. This was where things really came into focus for me. And I finally understood what I needed to do to properly be the pilot for my clients. And that is to tell them with all the love in my heart, I don't care if you like it, because it's not for you. And this, I think, is one of the hardest things for business owners to come to terms with, is that your business isn't you. And you are not the person who buys from you. And most of our job, if we're developing websites or other marketing assets that are connecting a business with a potential client, is to get the business to think like the client as opposed to just like the business. So this was my liberation. And in fact, I started using this early in the process. When you have a sales call with me, the first time we get on the phone, I'm talking through what your needs are, how we do things. And at some point in the conversation, I'll go, oh, and by the way, we've got very proven processes. And at no time, like maybe we'll do some branding work for you. Maybe we'll do some email development for you. Maybe we'll do all of these things that do have a visual element. At no time will I ever ask you if you like it, because it doesn't matter. It's not for you. And the right clients get it. And in fact, like a little light bulb usually goes on and they go, oh, and the clients that are not for us will go, but I don't like purple. Like, doesn't matter, not for you. But this is how you can help keep things on track. So now we're going to go back to those places where scope creep was showing up and think about, is there something here you can apply? Is there something here that would help keep things on track, move things forward, or keep them from like wandering into the woods? So take a second, drop it in the chat. Let me know. Is there anything, anywhere you want to apply this? I'll also just get to the next slide here. And if so, which one of these will help most and why? Give you a minute to think about that. Drop it in the chat if you want to, but mostly writing this down for yourself, connecting one of these possible actions with that problem you were having earlier was really important. Give you another minute to kind of think about it. Drop it in the chat if you want. Because I have another question on the next slide, so I'll just let you finish up. All right, so now you've thought about where you can apply this, which one will help. Okay, so ask says, understanding needs first. Yes, followed by setting expectations. Yes, those are super critical. Oh, Peter says not to overpromise. Here's the deal. I am a bit of a people pleaser, and I really had to come to terms with the fact that I was doing a better service for my client, just being realistic up front. And they didn't ultimately care. They just needed to know when. So when I started first doing that, we'll respond to you in 1 business day on the email, no one cared. I thought the sky was going to fall. It didn't. So not to overpromise. That's a great one, Peter. Yes, the over promising is I think any of us who are high achievers who want to do the thing, we sometimes get a little too ambitious. So for me, I also created frameworks around some of the things that we did so that I wasn't tempted to overpromise. Like, okay, what's our standard delivery timeline for this? Yes, over deliver only, Greg says. Amen. And I think different personalities deal with this in different ways. Some people have no issue. They're like, no, the timeline's the timeline. And again, very early on, I was like, oh, I bet they want it sooner rather than later. Nope. I had to very much divorce myself from that and be like, okay, this is what it is. This is when we need it. This is our expectation for you. If you don't meet our expectation, then I'll just wait and then we'll reset the timeline when you get back with your review. So excellent. All right, great. Now, what are you committed to implementing? I warned you in the beginning, I'm not one for information without action. And you don't have to take everything, just one thing. What one thing are you committed to implementing from what you learned today that will bring you more joy, more profit, or more ease in what you're doing? So write that down, think about it. What are you committed to implementing? If this is something that needs some time, I invite you to open up your calendar and put that hour block or whatever on your schedule, because I don't know about you, but if it's not on my calendar, it pretty much doesn't exist. So I invite you to really take the next step that is needed to hold yourself accountable to implementing the one most valuable thing that you learned in our session today. So I'll give you a minute. Literally, I like it when I'm in a room full of people and I can, the kind bully, like, okay, no, like get your calendars out, really open, like open up your schedule, get this on your calendar. Because I want you to be better for having attended here. And that's not just knowing new things. That is implementing stuff. Okay. Give you like 30 more seconds. There's Kathy. Hey.
You are amazing. What did I tell you guys?
Well, I hope it was useful and helpful. And this is where you can get a hold of me. And this is my book that will be out on Monday about having business use experts to get where they want to go faster. So this is actually written for clients. I've had a couple early reviewers tell me, oh no, my clients will need to read this before they work with me. This is now my handbook for becoming a client. Awesome. So, go ahead, Kathy.
Oh, I'm just popping
thank you.
Some of the links down here. Definitely get that book and get on Brandy's mailing list. She writes great emails, not long ones, succinct ones. One major point that's going to make you think. You're going to take a step back and go, You're going to think about this stuff. Like if managing projects and managing clients is a challenge, which it always is, because Kadence makes building out sites super easy, right? Where the tactics are all great, but it's the strategy and the people where I think a lot of people find challenge, but also can find even more success using the tools if you can get it right. So this has been just a great session.
Thank you. If we have more questions, like pop them in the chat. Happy to answer questions. I actually have a physical copy of my book in my hand. It was crazy. I got it a couple weeks ago. It's more at my house now. But putting down the information in a framework format, I found to be one, helpful for me, but also just, you guys know all this stuff. However, when it's presented in a framework format, it gets a lot easier. And I attended a sales training the other day, and the gal's name was Sherry, and she made she articulated a point that I think we all know is true, but I was like, yes, of course. She said, success is not one big new idea. It's doing a lot of little things well. I was like, oh, damn it. That's right. And for me, having a framework improves my chance of doing those lot of little things right. Because then I've got a path carved out and I can be like, oh, yep, check, check, check. And I can keep doing those little things right.
Right. And when you have that framework, those big ideas, because you get big ideas, they're still going to show up, but they don't become the end all be all. They fall into the framework, don't they?
Yes.
Or they can.
Yes. Well, and you're more well equipped to execute the big new idea if you already know how to do all the little things well. Because for me, like when we did this book, we rebranded the podcast. So the podcast is in its 5th season. To even have a podcast at all required that I have a framework. Because otherwise I'll be like, but squirrel, like I get distracted easily. It's hard for me to be consistent. But to execute any big new thing that comes, having a way to break it down into those little bite-sized pieces and then chip away at it day to day, as opposed to like I'm going to just go climb the big mountain all today. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tempting because I think, here, I'm going to take this out and make just us a little bigger so we can have some of these conversations. I think we see other people do that, or the story of somebody else's success makes it feel like they just had a boom, big idea, and they went viral on Hacker News, right? And that it was just so simple. That top of the iceberg thing where it just sounds like, oh my gosh, that big idea really worked for them. But we don't see the blood, sweat, and tears, the failed ideas, the things that went off the rails, all of the stuff that happens kind of in the background is stuff that we don't see. And so we think it appears from the outside like it's just the one big idea. It's just the one thing. Your book looks like it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It looks like you just sat down one weekend with a cup of coffee and wrote it. But I know didn't have it the way I did it.
I'm like, I don't think any book in the history of the world has ever been done like that. And it honestly, if you would have told me even in January that we were going to publish the book this year, I'd be like, that's hilarious. Because one, I'd never published a book before. So I didn't really have any grasp of what it would take to get there. And I think that's what happens when we embark on the new thing, the big idea, is that we're excited in the beginning because it seems cool. And then we don't know how long it's going to last, like what it's going to take to get to the end of it.
Yeah.
So without the framework, the team, the support, it wouldn't have happened. So there's no way I could have done it on my own. The only way it got done is I had a team. We also hired an expert to publish the book because I will take my own advice.
Yeah.
And I had done the bulk of the work previously because season 2 of the podcast was on this topic.
Yeah.
So many times we've already created the asset that then could be reimagined. And I don't know about you, but I have this tendency to do stuff and then be like, okay, well, there's nothing else I can do with that. So I'm going to go create over here and create something new.
Yeah.
As opposed to I've created something and it actually could have many, many, many different forms to reach the people who might need this information.
Right. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. If anybody has more questions for Brandy, otherwise I'm going to use up all the time talking to Brandy about the things I want to talk about. So, get your questions into the chat because you know how I am. Yeah, this is so great. Such good advice I think that's the thing that creates for agency owners, the scope creep and wanting to do a good job for the client and wanting to make them happy. That's, I think, creates more burnout for agencies and web developers than anything else. It's not the technology. It's not the project. It's this stuff. So if you don't get this stuff right, if you don't understand how to, I took quotes, scope creep itself isn't the problem. It's how you handle it. It's not the clients that are the problem. It's how you address it. It's not the contract. It's not the project. It's not the deliverables. It's, hey, it's you, me. We're the problem.
Yes. Well, one of the favorite things I ever heard said was Brad Martineau, who runs 6th Division. He said, we teach our clients not to be crazy. And I was like, oh, snap.
Oh,
He's right.
Yeah.
He's right. Because no client comes in necessarily knowing how to be a good client. Like, our job isn't just the expertise we bring. It's the link to the client. Building that bridge, showing them how it's done. Like, the pilot of the plane is never like, would you like to go over here? Or like, oh, I'm sorry about the turbulence. Like, they have no control of the turbulence. They just tell you it's happening. So having that pilot mentality was really a helpful framework for me to be like, oh, no. What needs to happen here is I need to tell them what's going on, tell them why that doesn't matter. I literally at some point had a conversation like, no, we're not changing the button color to blue. If you really think that is going to change the outcome of this, we will test it. The data will tell us. I don't care if you like it.
Yeah.
But that is really important part of serving clients.
Right. Yeah. And I love that advice of, you're not building the site for the client. You're building the site for the client's customers. Like, really, I mean, I see that so much where people are like, they're so focused on the immediate thing in their face, right? I got to get this proposal. We got to get these deliverables. We got to get our estimates. We've got to get this whole thing. And everybody forgets about who we're doing this for. Who are we trying to delight? Who are we trying to convert here? Who are we trying to build brand with? And they're never brought into that conversation. And it's so critically important to have that there, because then it takes sort of like that pressure off of all of the issues between you and your client. That's a different thing. And you turn your focus, instead of at each other, you turn it outward towards the client. And it's like, or towards the customer, towards the end user. And there's the focus. And that's where you're going to find the magic. You're going to find what converts. And that will ultimately make your client happy when their customers are happy. And you've got conversions, you've got increased sales, you've got some actual metrics where you're like, look at what a rock star we are together, right?
Yes. I love Greg says the logo needs to be bigger. It's everyone's favorite. Well, and I think this is also a piece where, back to the airplane analogy, right?
Yeah.
If this is the first time they've taken a flight, they're nervous. They don't have control.
Right.
They're looking for the thing that they can control. So many times before we even, when we go into a design review now when we go into a design review, I will remind them what end result we're chasing. Like, what is success for us? Success is that we are like, I'm working with a diaper bank, and like, success is that people who need what you have to offer can find it quickly and easily on their mobile phone, because that's their device. So like, I try to get them in the mind frame of who's the consumer. And then I remind them, by the way, just a reminder, this is not for you. We will be evaluating this upon its applicability to the results we're trying to get. So that's the framework. And if they come in and they say, oh, well, can we just move this to left? I'll be back. So how does that help our mom find the product she needs better? Like, I will, and maybe they have an answer to it. Like, I'm humble enough to know I don't know everything. So my job as the pilot is to keep us on the course and to remind them about the course. So it's like, the logo needs to be bigger. Okay, well, how is that going to help us exactly with the mobile phone and them getting the thing? Then they'll answer their own question, and I don't have to be a bad guy, but I'm willing to stand up. And then I will also tell them that I'm here to be the advocate for the person using this. Yeah. So we're going to have this conversation, but I'm going to be an advocate for the person who needs to use this and get something.
Love it. I absolutely love it. So are you going on a book tour with us? Like, what's next for you? What's next for Brandy?
So we are looking at like early next year, booking out some dates to tour with the book, and I'm excited to speak to more audiences about both sides. Being the expert your client needs, and for clients to be better clients, because ultimately, like when stuff goes south, both parties don't benefit. Like both parties are harmed in the making of the bad relationship. And so I'm also looking about how to teach clients how to get better value from their engagements, to be better clients, to not be crazy. But also to be more confident, because we've all had the person come in and either had the sales conversation or got them as a client who's been burned, right? If we work in this industry, there's no client that we haven't had that hasn't been burned. And I get it. Like they don't know what they don't know going in, and it's hard to trust somebody when you've been burned. So yes, the book tour will be talking about those things and helping people use it to better partnerships. Somebody asked me, so why did you write this book? I was like, because agency owners and clients try to work together and they keep effing it up. So this is going to be the guide to stop it.
Amazing. Yeah, I think, well, it's like, it's almost like you're a marriage coach for agencies and clients, right? It's all about relationships.
Yes.
Like, okay,
yes, it's all about think about your other partner. But also I think there's just a little bit of ownership that comes in. And even in the book, there's chapters on when things go south, right? Not every relationship is going to work out well. Sometimes we got to fire a client. Sometimes the client needs to fire us. And so how do you go about doing that in a way that, one, preserves the value that was created, and two, doesn't burn you so bad that you're not willing to do this again? Because good news, bad news, you're going to have to hire another person if you fire your website person. Even how breakups, and from an agency side, most of the time we've not let go of clients soon enough because I like these people, but just because they're lovely people doesn't make them good clients. And so like how to structure things from the beginning so that when the end comes is a lot easier for me. In fact, I created a GTFO process so that it was just easier for me to be like, oh no, this client now needs to go. And I could tell my operations person, so start GTFO. And then, but lovingly, but then there's just steps that need to happen to offboard the client. But when you have those things already in place, ripping the Band-Aid off becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, definitely. Wow. Well, great information. Brandy, where can people find you? You're on various social media. You have a podcast. Where can people follow you? I've already told them to get your newsletter.
So you can follow me on LinkedIn. That's primary, and also Instagram, because that's where our kitchen and bath people are. You can also go to Listen to Elevated, which is where you can get my podcast. LinkedIn, podcast, Hire Help, book, Fire Effects.
Okay, great. All right. I am getting your link on LinkedIn and popping that over into the chat. Oh my gosh, I have so many windows.
I can't even imagine. The life of the person running the live events. So many windows.
Yeah, there are. It's been a little bit of a week. We'll just say that. And we've had a speaker that was sick this morning, and Hannah, who was going to run track 2, is sick this morning. And I'm just like, but it all just kind of fell into place. So it has been a great event so far. We've got a couple more sessions, and we need to talk. We need to one-on-one one of these days. I want to learn more about what's going on with you. And I got some tea to talk about with you. So
well, this was such a pleasure. Thank you to everybody who played along. Love doing this. Can't wait to catch up with you, but thank you so much for having me.
Yes, thank you for coming. And everybody go follow Brandy and tell her how awesome she is, even though.
Oh, thank you.
All right, we'll see you later. All right. Well, that was a joy for me to be able to bring you Brandy Lawson. Brandy Lawson from Fiery FX, one of my dear friends in the Phoenix area, in the Phoenix WordPress ecosystem. I met Brandy when I had first moved to Phoenix, and it was 118 degrees, and I was pretty angry about that. Coming from the nice, cool climate of California, it was pretty unpleasant. And I was like, all right, I'm going to bloom where I'm planted. Let's go figure out what's happening with WordPress here. And I went to Brandy's meetup that was in the Northwest suburbs, and she was my first introduction to WordPress in Phoenix, and she is just positively amazing. She's been a keynote speaker at WordCamp Phoenix, and definitely someone that you should be following, and you'll just get so much insight into sort of that high level thinking of strategy, that high level thinking about how do you deal with clients, about deciding what kind of business do you want to niche into and what's right for you, in thinking through all of that. And also just in terms of like client communication and understanding that we're all doing this for someone. We're building websites for someone, and it's not necessarily the client. It can also be and should be the people who are visiting those sites. So that was a great conversation, lots of good information there. I am so excited for our next guest that's going to tee up in about 5 minutes. You know who Adam is, Adam Preiser, WP Crafter. Adam is so much a big part of why Kadence is successful. Kadence and Adam met way before I met Kadence, and a lot of that early success with people saying, oh my gosh, this is changing the way I think about the block editor, started with Adam, and Adam bringing it to his audience on YouTube and beyond. A lot of the advice that was given to Ben and Hannah when they were just getting started came from Adam. So it is a real treat for us to have Adam here to kind of share where he's at and also share where he's going. He's doing so much amazing stuff. So if you have never heard from Adam, you are in for a real treat. Adam, looks like you are backstage. If you've got a screen share, there's a little present button. You can cue that up, and we will get that all ready for you. I feel like I've already given you an introduction, and we've got like 4 minutes to the top of the hour. I want to make sure that everybody that's coming in for you with all of the social posts and stuff that we're scheduled to go out, that they don't miss anything. So I'm just going to fill time. If you guys are here in the comments, drop in some comments. How has Amplify been for you? What sessions have been great? What sessions have up-leveled your thinking about how you build with WordPress? The security talk, landing pages with Zach Stepek, that was pretty amazing. He's doing some really innovative things. What's resonating with you? And you can even ask questions, like start dropping questions for Adam. And then after Adam, track 2 is going to come over here, and we are going to hear from the man, the legend, Ben Ritner, the founder of Kadence, the one who started all of this magic in basically changing the way people are building with WordPress. Super exciting stuff. All right. Couple minutes. I'm going to pull you in, Adam, if you're ready. Hi.
Hey,
How are you?
Kathy. I'm
I'm-
great.
I'm done with the stretching. I
Oh,
need
that's
help
okay.
here.
I figured you should have just brought me in. I'm a little on the chatty side, so I'm sure I can fill up. I don't know.
Beautiful.
Unfortunately, I missed you at the WordCamp event 2 months ago.
Yeah.
You would have seen how I'm in a circle of people. I'm probably the guy trying to make everyone feel comfortable talking, trying to get people laughing and stuff like that, and all of that. So that's why I'm like, pull me in. We can fill up this gap very easy.
Very cool. Very cool. I heard you had a very interesting WordCamp US, and I heard you had a very interesting trip home. Whoa.
Yeah, that was
There's a
crazy.
story.
Yeah, I'll tell everyone. This is extremely rare. I don't think this happens to most people. So I hop on the plane, and 10 minutes into the flight, I'm relaxed. I got my eyes closed. I got my earbuds in for noise cancellation. And then I hear this boom. Now I'm sitting right next to the engine, so kind of middle plane. And it woke me up, and I said, what the heck was that? Like really loud. And I felt really bad, right? Because anyone who saw that movie, Meet the Parents, knows if you say the wrong thing, you're getting off the plane. Anyways, what ended up happening, it was, interesting 20 minutes there, but the engine went out and we had to make an emergency landing. And I usually don't get afraid, but I got afraid when I looked at the flight attendant, and she's sitting there. She pulls her phone out and she's texting someone, and she's literally shaking.
Oh,
That scared the heck out of me. And so then I was texting my wife. I'm like, honey, I might not see you. I love you so much. Like I literally sent that text message to her. Anyways, it was a crazy experience. It takes a lot to scare me, but that scared me. I'll tell you.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, okay, I didn't hear all of those details.
Oh, sorry.
I think you just had like in my mind, it was just like this, okay, we had to turn around and go back type of thing. I didn't hear that. That is scary.
And what was crazy is the pilot's like trying to calm everyone down. Oh yeah, this is entirely normal. When we land, there's gonna be multiple fire engines and all of that, but this is very normal. It was the craziest thing.
Wow.
But anyways, I live to tell the day. I think airplane crashes are very rare, so it's mostly safe.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So when you
that's what
landed,
happened.
did you have to like go down the stairs and like stand on the tarmac and everything, like so they could check the plane? Or
No, they first checked everything out. We were stuck on the tarmac for a while, and then we were able to taxi in, but we taxied in.
Okay.
And the plane literally couldn't move after that. Like the next day when we left, they had to get a new plane. They couldn't even move the plane because it was like the engines were shot. So yeah, it was pretty. It was quite an event. At the end of a trip, you want to get home. You want to go home. You want to go to your bed. You want to go to your pillow. You want to see your family. So,
Yes.
but anyways, I survived. Thank goodness. It's not my time yet.
no, you've got a lot to do. I'm watching all of your stuff because you're doing some really amazing things, and I know a lot of your fans are starting to show up here. Everybody's excited to see you, and you're going to talk to us today about elevating your online store and unleashing e-commerce potential with WordPress blocks, and I am here for it, and I know a lot of other people are too. Pretty exciting.
We're going to actually make an entire e-commerce site using the Kadence theme in about 5 minutes. That's how I'm going to start this thing. So and then we're going to customize every area of it visually using blocks, which I'm sure the audience is very familiar with and comfortable with already.
Amazing.
So it'll be good. Now I have just a technical question for you.
Yeah.
I would prefer to use my own switching like this. Did that not switch? Oh, I guess it's not going to switch like that.
Do you have
I could just actually share my browser. I
Okay.
can share my browser through it. Is that what I do with the present option?
Yeah, you can hit present, and then under share screen, it is going to give you some options, and that should allow you to get into, you can do share your entire screen, share your window, a specific Chrome tab. Probably if you're going to go back and forth between windows, I would just have a specific Chrome window, and then you should be able to go back and forth between different windows.
Let me see something here. I'm sorry, folks. I thought I had gone through this, and I was going to use my own switching device, but this is not switching anything, huh?
No, I'm not even seeing your screen share in the backstage, so I can't even. It was there when Brandy was speaking and you were first coming on, but then it disappeared, so you might need to reshare.
Okay. If everyone could just sit tight.
Yeah.
Let's see. What happens if I stop my camera and make my camera come back? No, this is not working. Literally, this is interesting. Hold on just one sec. Sorry, technical stuff, you know, it is what it is, right?
It is. This is the fun of a live stream, and sometimes with StreamYard, going out and coming back in sets everything and calms the StreamYard gremlins down a little bit.
Oh,
So
there we go.
oh, there's something.
Okay, so I figured it out. All right. So
Okay.
what I was going to ask was if I can just have the full screen, and then I can use my own switcher like
Yes.
this and do it
Perfect.
this way. I can do
Yep,
that?
sure can. Yep, I'm
All
going to pull
right.
myself out, and I'm going to do a solo preview, and I will see you in a bit.
Wonderful. All right. So, you know, most of you guys probably might have seen a video of mine on the internet on YouTube, but ironically, I don't give many presentations like this. And I think it's because I get a little nervous. So if you ever look at a WordCamp speaker lineup, you probably never see my name there because ironically enough, I can crank out a great video, but then sometimes some things still make me nervous. So we're going to go through this together. I do have just a couple slides, and it's going to be all practical application today. So quickly about me, I got this funny name. Someone once said, "Oh, you're that bald guy on YouTube." And ever since then, I have ran with that phrase. If you ever get an email from me, it'll say, "Sincerely, Adam, that bald guy from YouTube." Most people recognize me from a YouTube channel that I have called WP Crafter, where I've been making WordPress tutorial videos since 2015. That's a very long time, and things have certainly changed a lot. But around 2017, I thought, hey, why don't I start trying to make some products? I think there's something I can add to this and bring to this. And that's when I started my product creation journey. And I'm also, one of those products is called SureCart, and that's the e-commerce platform that I'm going to show you in this presentation. That is a block. Well, we're going to learn more about SureCart in a moment. With SureCart, our belief is that creating an online store just shouldn't be difficult. And your traditional e-commerce platforms, they're for WordPress, they're really made for developers. They're not actually made for the end merchant. And because of that, there's a lot of user experience that gets sacrificed from it, and they kind of can be a little tedious to use. But our belief is different, that anyone should be able to create an online store with their WordPress website. And everything should be simple and easily customizable. So in this presentation, like I said a moment ago, we're going to set up a brand new store from scratch. Actually, a site with using Kadence and a store. It's only going to take about 5 minutes. And then I'm going to show you how to customize every part visually in that store. That means the shop page, the product page, the cart, the checkout page, and everything is going to be familiar to you if you've ever used the block editor. And I'm assuming many people here use the Kadence tech stack, which is rooted deeply into the block editor. And then after that, I'll take any questions that you might have. All right. So there's this new era of products that are coming out. I think, honestly, I'm going to give some props up to Kadence because I think they were really the first to really embrace this new era. And the block builder is ushering in this new era of products that are easy to customize visually, and not like, for example, the old way. This is the new way. The old way, everything's kind of rigid. Think about e-commerce with WooCommerce. It's pretty rigid, right? You have the product page and it is what it is. If you have a theme that gives you some options, great, but then it still is whatever that theme gives you. You don't really have complete customizability visually, or you have to add additional products in because WooCommerce is not a block first e-commerce platform. So you have these tools that are coming, new era of tools that are block first. Kadence Blocks is one of those products. SureCart is also one of those products. And this really opens up a whole new world of visual customization for every part on the front end that these tools offer, which you'll see in this presentation. So we're going to be using SureCart. As I mentioned earlier, I'm the co-founder of SureCart, and it takes a block-first approach to e-commerce where everything's going to be visually customizable to you. So today we're going to take a look at SureCart, which was first released a year ago. And when we released SureCart, at the time, it wasn't a complete WooCommerce alternative, but today it is. When we launched it, it was just some checkout forms, amazing subscription capabilities, amazing customization, but it didn't provide the traditional e-commerce experience. It offered standalone checkout forms, but now it has the full e-commerce experience, the shop page, the product page, the categories, the cart, and the checkout, the whole entire experience. So we're going to get to take a look at that today. And so let's just go ahead and jump into it. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a brand new website. We're going to put Kadence in, we're going to put SureCart in, and it's all going to just take a few minutes. So I'm going to create a blank website here. Let's call it Kadence Store. How about that? And I'm going to click on Create Site, and the site's already created. This is Zip WP. It's like a testing platform where you can go and make a website like you saw. Just took a second. Let's go ahead and put a theme in. And for this, we are absolutely going to be choosing Kadence right here. And right after you activate Kadence, you are all familiar with this. There's an option to install the starter templates plugin. I'm going to choose a starter template right here. I just like the way this one looks. So I'm going to click right here where it says full site, and I'm going to start importing. So you're all familiar with this. I think we're maybe 30 seconds in. We've already spun up a WordPress site, and in just a few more seconds, we're going to have a fully functional site. And it's just as fast to add SureCart to this site and have it look amazing out of the box. So we're just going to wait another moment here. SureCart is in the WordPress plugin directory. We're just going to go to plugins, add new, and do a search for SureCart, and it's going to be right there, and we're going to set that up. Okay, and looks like I'm done. Let's just take a quick look at the site, and this is exactly what I expected. So now let's go and add SureCart. Plugins, we're going to choose add new, and type SureCart. SureCart. Okay, I should spell that correctly. There we go. I'm going to do install and activate. So I hope I'm sticking to this 5 minutes. That was just a guess of how long it would take. So now SureCart's installed. We just click on SureCart, and it's going to take us into this step-by-step site creation onboarding process. I'm going to click on create a new store. I'm going to choose a brand color here. This is going to be used throughout the store automatically for you. Choose a currency. It'll be US dollar for me. I'll click on continue. This right here lets you start from scratch. Basically, this is just some pre-created products that you could remove later. I'm going to go ahead and choose this one right here for printable merchandise. I'll click continue. And here you put your email in. This is used for the receipts that go out to your customers. I'll just leave that as is. Click on continue. It's setting up my store. And then we get the confetti. I love the confetti. And I'm going to click on view my store. So I think that took about 5 minutes or less. And we have a fully functional e-commerce store right now. So here is my list of products. I'm going to show you in a moment how to fully customize this. And then you can click into any of these and you have a beautiful product page. And I'll show you how to customize this. And you can have multiple templates that you make that you can apply to different products. We can add this product to the cart, and we have this beautiful slide out cart. I know I'm kind of in the way, so I can get out of the way just like that. Actually, how about this? I am going to switch the magic of video. This slide out cart is also completely visually customizable, which we're going to see in a moment, all through the block editor. And then I'm going to click on checkout. It's going to take me to the checkout form. Now, obviously I haven't connected a payment processor to it. That's why we have this little warning right here that says I don't have any payment processors connected. But this is the checkout form. Looks very Shopify-ish. And this as well is fully customizable using the block editor. All right, so I think that was about 5 minutes, right? Everything looks great right out of the box. And so here's a site that I have actually set up 30 minutes prior to this presentation, and I applied a couple customizations to it. So I changed the way the shop page looked a little bit, and I just did some simple centering of the shop cards right here, these product list cards. And if you're familiar with the block editor, this is super easy. You can just click on Edit Page, and it's going to be a block right here. I can click on it, and there's an icon here. When I click on that, I can customize every aspect of the individual product cards to get this product list to look however I want it to. And all of the options are here, your columns, products per page, and this is probably looking very familiar to you if you ever used the block editor before, especially when you use Kadence. You have control over pagination, font sizes, the products that actually show in this list. So if you want a short list that's on, say, your home page, you can easily do that as well. So this right here is editing the product page. I'm sorry, the shop page. A couple other things I did, I add this icon here to the menu, and I added the link to this shop page here in the menu. So I did spend a couple minutes customizing this. And here is a product page where I made a couple changes to it, and you can see I actually threw a lot of our features at this product page. So we have something called product collections. It's like categorization. So I have a list up here of the categories that that have created that apply to this product. And I've also added variations. So there's this beautiful variation selector, and I'm going to show you how all of this is customizable. With SureCart, we do something a little different than with WooCommerce. You're allowed to have multiple prices for a product. So you might want to have a product have a one-time price, a subscription price, an installment plan. You can do all of that and have this and this is actually very modern and common today, to have a product with a one-time offer and a subscribe and save offer. I use Amazon. I'm sure many of you use Amazon. There's a lot of things I will subscribe and save. If I can save 10% and I know I'm going to need it again in a month or 2 months or 3 months, SureCart makes it very easy to add this kind of experience as well to your e-commerce stores. So let me show you, before I progress, how this product is set up, as well as how to visually customize any product page design. So I can click on Edit Product right here, but actually let me go to the back end of this site, click into SureCart, and click into Products, and this is a list of products. Now these are the products that were automatically created when we set up SureCart. You can obviously easily add your own products, but let me show you what a product looks like. I'll click into this product. You can give it a name, you can give it a description. You can have multiple images, so there's a gallery experience there. Here's what I was talking about, where a product can have multiple prices. This is a very powerful feature because it allows you to turn a one-time transaction into a recurring transaction if your product being sold is a very expensive product, say $1,000, and you want to split it up into 12 payments. You can do that here as well. All you do is click right here where it says add a price. You can give it a name. So that's where the subscribe and save name came from. You just give it a name and you can choose how you want it to work. And with subscriptions, there's all the things you would expect, such as setup fees and trials and all of that. But we have that set up. And then when you scroll down, I'll show you in a moment how easy it is to create variations. It is so easy to do inside of SureCart. But we're talking about customizing every area of your e-commerce system through the block editor. And this is something that I love about SureCart is the template system. So here's a product, and over here on the right it says template. And I'm using the default template. I can have as many templates as I want, but this allows you to visually customize out of the box what those product pages are going to look at like and the layout. So I can click right here where it says edit template, or I can create new templates if I want, but I'll just edit this existing template. So it takes you into this very familiar looking block editor experience over here where you can expand this and you can get the list view of everything that makes up this product page. You can rearrange things very easily. You can add new things. You can make a column sticky if you wanted. So when you scroll, you can add additional information underneath here if you want to have a fully designed product page that might look something like something you see on Apple's website, or websites that have these key products that have very unique buying experiences along with it. And all of this should be familiar to you. So if I wanted to say, for example, here is we call them price choices. That was the one time in the subscribe and save. If I click on the block, I've got full options here. So if I wanted it to show, let's see how we had it right here. We have it in 2 columns, but if I wanted these stacked, all I have to do is change the columns down to 1. Like that. If I didn't want to show the price, I could do that. I would, of course, always want to show the price. And you can even change this text label that's above it. See how everything is done visually. Here's the text label. Everything is done visually. The same goes for the buttons down here. So I can click on a button and say, that's taking up 100%. Why don't I make that take up 50%? And then the buy button, I can take up 50%. Now I have that side-by-side button effect. And this is all done visually. Traditionally, if you wanted to do something like this with any other e-commerce tool for WordPress, you don't get this level of customization because it's not a block first based product. And so SureCart is a block. We're doing things in the block editor that no one's doing yet. And that's the extent of how it's a block first experience. So you would just go through here. You can add whatever you want. You can add some Kadence blocks in here. You can add anything and make a truly unique experience when someone wants to purchase any of your products. Okay. Now, what's nice about that though, it's not just one template. You can have as many templates as you want. So if you have different types of products, you can create entirely different purchasing experiences for each and apply the template to the product that you want to apply it to. So it's fully and entirely customizable inside of that experience. So that's how you can fully customize this. Now, one of the things I'm actually very proud of is the slide out cart. So let me click add to cart. I think I've already added a product to cart. Yeah, now I've got 2 items here. This as well is customizable. Let me show you. So I'm going to go back here to SureCart, and there's an option here that says cart. And when you click on cart, this is the cart right here. You can expand the list view, and you can see everything here that makes up the cart. And you can click on them and start customizing them. So say the cart header right here, if I wanted to change the text, it says review your cart. I can just highlight and change that. I did change the color to match the brand of the site. So you can see over here on the right, I changed the background color and the text color, but you can have full control over literally every aspect of SureCart and this slide out cart using the block editor, which you're already familiar with. And you can also add additional components. We have this other feature here called cart message. You can click on that. It's at the bottom. Let's go ahead and drag it to the top, and we can type something here: free shipping on all orders, free shipping on all orders. Ooh, did you see my skills of typing without looking at the keyboard? Man. Okay. So then we can align it. It's just all visual. So, if we wanted to make the background color something different, We can do that same, maybe do like a gray on white. We can do whatever we want here, whatever makes sense. That font looks a little small, so we can increase the size of the message right here. You've got full control over every aspect of your store visually using the block editor. I know I keep saying that, but it's true. This is what SureCart is all about. Okay, so next, what you would want to do is click on the checkout button. It's going to take you right here to this Shopify looking, I don't know if it's Shopify. They actually changed their checkout recently to be actually more like this. They went multi-step, and now they say multi-step isn't the optimized way. A single page checkout is the optimized way. And so we actually have that right here. So this as well, everything is customizable using a block editor. You want to change this color. You actually want to change the layout entirely and not have this 2-column setup, but have a single column. You can do all of that. Now, what's really nice about this, if you've used the newly released Kadence Blocks that has the form builder, the SureCart, I would like to say that the SureCart way of doing forms highly inspired that new feature that was added to Kadence Blocks, which I think is amazing. So you're going to be feeling right at home. So here is that checkout form. And you go here and let's expand this all out. So I've got every part here that makes up this column and every part that makes up this column. We can change colors. We can rearrange things. Now, SureCart actually very much excels when it comes to the checkout customization. We have an option here for custom fields. So you can add custom fields. They can conditionally load. We have numerous elements that you can add to your checkout form, radio boxes, all kinds of things to really get the checkout experience that you want. And it's all visually customizable as you would expect. So we can see here, let's see, so some of the things we got. We have this beautiful, it's not appropriate here, but it's a name your own price type of interface. If you wanted a standalone donation form, you got that. You can reposition this checkout errors as well. If there's like, say, something wrong with the address of the credit card, you can position where that would go. Just as you would expect, you can drop in your, if you're an EU merchant, or a global merchant, you can drop the VAT field so you can display that when someone is visiting from the EU and they want to enter their VAT number. Things you'd expect, such as phone, titles, headings, custom fields, first name, last name, password. If you want to add a password field here so someone can put that in as they're checking out, you can do that. We've got switches and checkboxes. This I love a lot. So let's actually add that. I'm going to add a switch, and oops, it added it right there, but that's okay. It's the block editor. We can move this down, and we'd probably want this above the purchase button. And what the switch block you can do with this is have someone opt into your terms and conditions or to agree to anything that you want. And just like everything else, it's all visual. So I can make this required. I can change the name from switch to something else. I can visually click in here and start typing different bits of text. I can put hyperlinks to terms and conditions. And what also happens is when someone checks out, it keeps a record of them having checked this on. So you have all of this power and flexibility just right here at your fingertips. And there's also other checkout form templates. So when I click on this, let's see, I don't think it's going to break anything. We have multiple templates to choose from. So if you want something where it's a single column and you wrap it up in a really pretty design, you can easily do that as well. All right. Now you think we're done, but we're not. There's a customer area. So I'm going to place a test order right now, and you're going to see the customer area. And you can also visually customize every aspect of the customer area using blocks. And you can do some really special things there. So I actually have to place a transaction. It's just going to take me a sec to fill this out. I got to put the address in as, actually, you know what? I forgot to say how beautiful this is on mobile. Let me go to inspect. And let's see, and this is what it looks like on an iPhone. You can see we put the order summary at the top with the total, and the buyer can expand it, but this would be the default view right here, and then fill this out. It's important that everything looks great on a mobile device. Okay, let me just fill this out. It's just going to take a second. This is my P.O. box, by the way. If you want to mail me anything, you can do that. I forgot to mention with SureCart, you notice I didn't enable the tax collection. There's real-time tax calculations. You literally just go into the settings, click on taxes, you toggle it on, put your address in. If you're in the EU, you put, you just configure your tax region and stuff like this, and it does the real-time calculation. For selling physical products, I probably would have wanted to do that, but I forgot to do that. 9709, and this is a fake number. I only connected this with Stripe for Stripe test mode, but you can connect to PayPal. You can connect to Mercado Pay. Molly, that's what I meant to say. Molly, we're working on Mercado Pago. Molly and Paystack, we support lots of, and all the payment methods Stripe offers. It's like 20 different payment methods. All right, 888-91709. Okay. And you can see link is also integrated here. So when you click on purchase, actually, this is really cool. You see these little messages that's telling you what's happening in the order. That's actually all customizable too. I forgot to show you that. I really love it. So let me see. Let me here, let me get back into my checkout page. And when I click on here, I love this. That was called the loading text, submitting order, processing payment. This is what I'm talking about. Customizing every aspect. You can add some kind of the way your brand speaks to make something fun in these messages here. Like, hey, wait a second, or we're getting this done for you right now. Just hold on. You can do all of that right here. And then what you're seeing is the modal. So we have this modal pop up when the order is complete. You could actually send them to a custom order confirmation page if you want. This is just easier out of the box, but all of this bit of text, you can go in here and customize it all that you want. See that the bit at the top, everything is customizable. The color's using that brand color. All right, now I'm going to click on continue, and this is going to take us to the customer area. And this is what it's going to look like out of the box. It's amazing. Everything is customizable. So this is the dashboard of the customer area. I'm going to click on edit page in a moment, and you're going to be able to put whatever you want in here using the block editor. But this is where your buyer would go. They can click on the orders. They can download receipts. They can see the status of the shipping. If there was subscriptions, it would be plans. You could also attach digital downloads and stuff like that, and that would appear here. But you know what? This is a physical store. So let's go and remove this downloads because it doesn't actually need to be there. But also we have this here where the buyer can access their account and billing and all that, go back to the home page. So just like everything else, you can click on edit and edit this out however you desire visually using the block editor. So let's expand this. You can see orders, subscription, downloads. I don't need downloads. I'm not selling downloads here. So let's go ahead and delete that. But you know what? Maybe I actually want to add like a video. But you know what? I don't have a link to a video, but you can literally click here and add any block that you want. So if there's some video of you saying, hey, thanks for buying stuff from us. You got all that stuff that you need down below. You can put a video in. You can put anything you want in because it's all visual with the block editor. And so that looks good. And then let's see, there's one more thing I want to do is toggle off downloads right here. Click on update. Now let's view that page. And you see it no longer says downloads because I just visually removed the downloads. And I also removed it here from the dashboard. Now, SureCart is going to allow you 3 ways to do e-commerce transactions, that's the traditional way that like you would expect with WooCommerce, where there's a shop page, product page, cart page, and a checkout page. And you can actually have that running on your store today for free for maybe investing like 20 minutes of your time setting it up. It's very easy to use. But there's two other ways that you can have e-commerce on your website. That's just one way. The other way is to have a standalone checkout form. So this is very much like what you have with the form builder inside of Kadence. You can literally go to a page and add a new checkout form on the spot. Actually, let's just go ahead and do it. I wasn't planning on doing this, but I can say my thing, and then I can go here and I can scroll down and there's an option for checkout form. Let's create a new form. Let's give it a name, my thing. You can name it whatever you want. Click on next. Choose a design. So say I wanted to choose this right here. I'll choose next, and then I can choose my products that I want sold in this standalone checkout form. Say I want that, and maybe I want this product right here, and then I can do a custom thank you page, which I'd mentioned. And now I've got a checkout form here that I might want to expand out and add some more customizations to, but it's now a standalone checkout form. Another thing that we have, the third way to sell with SureCart, when you create a product, and this is actually something I came up with, I'm very proud of it. I'm all about how fast is it to set up. So we made it a feature called instant checkout forms, and I love this feature. You literally just go and create a product, and then we have these, this is very opinionated, by the way. It's for someone that wants something that looks great up and have it up quick, but necessarily might sacrifice all the little tweaks they might want to do to it. So you go here on any product and you can turn it into an instant checkout form. And we have these options through toggles. So if you didn't want to show the product image or you wanted to change the width of your logo, coupon filled, all of that, I'm just going to click on preview. So this is an instant checkout form. You don't have to do anything to create it. You just make your product and you turn it on, customize the URL, do a couple toggles, and you have this beautiful checkout form. And this is that product that had variations to it. I love the instant checkout form. Okay, the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how easy it is to add the product variations, and then we'll take any questions that you have. Okay, this is a feature that actually launches Tuesday, is product variations. And so it's so easy to set up. You scroll down. What variations are, if you're not experienced with e-commerce, just think of it like you're selling a t-shirt. A t-shirt might be in multiple colors and multiple sizes. So those are different variations of the same t-shirt pattern. So that's one way to think of it. So you go here, setting this up in WooCommerce is kind of a lot of moving parts, but not with SureCart. You click here to add an option. Let's just call this color. And then you click here and you add your values. So I'm selling this in green and I'm selling this in orange, and maybe I should spell that right, orange, and I will do it in black. Perfect. If you notice, all my shirts are always black. And I click on done. So I just created variations, and you can see the 3 variations are here, but then you can make it more complex. I'm going to add more. I'm going to put size and say we sell this in small, we sell this in medium, and we sell this in large. Done. Here's all my product variations, and I can override the price. Maybe the large shirt is $39. You can do it like that, and you can add your SKU, and you click on Save Product, and you literally just built your product variations. I really wanted to show that part. So I think I've covered fully SureCart and all that you're able to do with it in order to to have just a better and easier e-commerce experience. Obviously, there's some more stuff in there. I didn't show you where you put in the business address for tax calculations. I didn't show you order bumps. I didn't show you one-click upsells. I didn't show you cart abandonment, subscription management, but just know it's all there and it's very easy to use. So what I'd like to do now is go through any of the comments and find any that might be questions, and I'll be happy to answer those. Okay. Oh, am I able to display comments on here? Let's see. I think I might be able to. I'm not able to. So I'm just going to scroll through here. Let's see. Okay, we got Kathy back.
Yeah, we've got a question here from Tammy about shipping.
Yeah.
And how does
okay. Oh, yeah, shipping. So in the settings, you would, there's a shipping option there, and you can set up your shipping profiles. So you can set the areas that you ship to, the methods that you use, and the cost for those methods. It could either be a fixed cost, or it could be a cost based upon weight. So in the product pages, I should have shown creating a product from scratch, but there's an option for a product to say it's physical and to set the weight, or to say it's digital. And so what ends up happening is you had said, I probably should have done that for the demo, set up the shipping. Big mistake, but that's okay. We have a couple of videos on shipping and setting it up on our YouTube channel. It's very easy to set up. You can have multiple regions, all of it. It's very simple. And then there's a full fulfillment process that you can go through, marking it as shipped, putting in the tracking number. The buyer gets emailed the tracking number. They can see the tracking number in a link in the customer area. So all of that's there. The one thing that's not there that we are working on in the next 2 months or so is shipping automations. And that's where you'll just link it up with like ShipStation, or there's like 5 or 6 of them that are big in the various countries. And those are coming in very soon.
Excellent. Very exciting. I just popped the SureCart YouTube channel over into the chat, so you can mark that for later, so you can see more about how SureCart works. I've just been watching you develop this from launch, and it just keeps getting better and better. And where it is right now, and some of the demonstrations that you've just shown us, has really matured as a real big player in the e-commerce space. I'm so excited for this.
Thanks. It's been an adventure. I didn't realize how complex an e-commerce platform is, but I'm very fortunate. We have built an amazing team of developers, and we are moving so quickly. I didn't get to show what is launching in about 3 weeks as an integrated affiliate platform as well. So if you are, if you have affiliates, we've got that coming in. We've got so much coming to the platform. Next year, we are going to be adding multi-currency and something called purchase power parity. That's where you can have different pricing discounts based upon the region of the buyer. We have a built-in licensing system. If you sell products that need license codes and things like that, there's just so much we can do with it.
Okay, great. Okay, I have a question for someone that I consult with. They are on WooCommerce, and there's some things that they need that you just listed. How easy is it for a WooCommerce store, a relatively small store, but let's say they have about 20 to 30 SKUs? How easy would it be to migrate to SureCart?
I'm so happy you asked that. We identified about maybe like in January that we have to make it easy for people to move from WooCommerce, right? The question kept coming up and coming up. And so we actually have built it already. And so when you first install SureCart, there'll be a banner in the settings area that says, are you coming from another e-commerce platform? And then when you click on it, you fill out a form. Right now we're doing assisted migrations. So you can just say the details of your store, and we'll contact you and we'll assist you in migrating. And what we are currently migrating is products, customers, and we can even migrate active subscriptions if you're selling subscriptions using WooCommerce subscriptions. So we can
Wow.
even migrate that across. Now, the cost of subscriptions in SureCart is zero. I used the free version of SureCart right there. Everything I showed was in the free version. So the subscriptions, selling multiple subscription terms, selling installment plans, which is very hard to do traditionally,
Mhm.
selling a product in installments, all that works just right out of the box, including name your own price. I didn't get into that. That's like for donations or things like that. And I didn't even actually show, there's probably so much I should have showed. I didn't show integrations, right? So for example, if there's, part of the Kadence family's Learn Dash and you want to sell a courses or something along with physical products, we have the
Yeah.
integrations right there. It's just like point and click, choose the course, boom. When the purchase is made, the buyer ends up in the course. We have lots of integrations like that.
Amazing. All right. Well, so definitely go over to the SureCart YouTube channel, subscribe there, because as these things come out, I'm certain Adam will be making videos. We've got some more questions. Sailor would like to know, were there controls to edit templates for tablet and mobile? So if somebody is trying to, there's lots of people who have customer journey that's starting on Instagram and coming into an e-commerce platform. How can they handle mobile?
Yeah, so with mobile, with the block editor that you saw, and as well with like the Kadence theme, I'm going to probably botch some of the terminology I'm using. They use something called clamp. I know I'm already botching it, so don't judge me, anyone. Where a lot of those values are already pre-baked into your theme and into WordPress, so will automatically be responsive on mobile devices out of the box. Obviously, if you're using a block that has specific mobile controls, you can do that as well. But out of the box, everything's going to be mobile responsive with spacing automatically using those clamp values that are
Love it.
we set in there and themes have set in there.
Amazing. Yeah. And clamp is the same methodology that Kadence Blocks 3 and a current version of Kadence Blocks is using, so that it's highly responsive. And I liken it to moving away from driving a stick shift and having an automatic transmission that just figures out all that fancy stuff, and we don't have to think about it anymore.
Yeah, and it's a better way because it's more consistent.
Exactly. All right. We've got another question from Robin. Can you use SureCart as an invoicing system to make invoices for customers, which then get an email and can pay? So like, let's say, for example, I would think the implementation of this would be you're selling services. And so you are coaching program and you want to do maybe a recurring type of payment thing for recurring coaching.
Yeah, so there's a couple ways to accomplish that. I think the specific way you're asking is something we want to build, but we haven't built it yet, but we've already planned it out. So first of all, it can work with an existing billing system. You can set up a form that has name your own price. And so you could include a link, click on this link to pay your invoice, and the person can type their invoice number in with a custom field, as well as the specific amount they want, and they could pay. I don't think that's what you're asking. The other thing that you can do is, if someone has already made a transaction with you, there's a saved payment method. So you can go in and you can create what's called a manual order, and you can, but that will charge them immediately without their intervention. That's probably the better way to go versus sending an invoice and waiting for them to pay when they feel like paying it. But what you're specifically asking for is, can I go create a manual order that would kind of be an invoice, and they would get a link and pay it at their convenience. And that's something we want to build, but we have not built just yet. We have a lot of people asking for it, and we'll probably get to that maybe around March of next year.
Okay, excellent. Great. Oh, so the behemoths in e-commerce traditionally, well, over the past few years, have been WooCommerce, open source. You own your platform. You can move it to any hosting provider. And then, of course, Shopify, which is all a hosted situation. And you're locked in. And SureCart kind of seems like a little bit of a hybrid in the middle, because there are some things that are happening on SureCart servers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. You want me to explain that?
I'd love for you to overview that and then talk about sort of the pros and cons of going that route.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. So SureCart is a different type of infrastructure. So what happens is e-commerce is a more demanding application to put onto your website. Anyone who's put WooCommerce knows it's going to eat more resources. It makes the back end a bit slower, the front end a bit slower, especially if you're going to have the activities that a normal store would have. And traditionally, you have to buy your way out of that. You get better hosting, more expensive hosting, and you just apply money to have a higher monthly payment to get out of it. But even with that, you still have lots of problems. Have you ever tried to create a staging area for a WooCommerce site and now your data is out of sync? And if you merge it back, you just lost orders, you just lost any activity that happened in between when you made that staging site. There's lots of problems that you run into self-hosting your e-commerce tool. And also with WooCommerce, if something goes wrong, it's like being on a desert island. You're all alone. There's no like WooCommerce guy that you can call. I mean, you can't call WooCommerce and get support. It just doesn't work like that. You're on your own. Now, obviously, you can get past being on your own by some WooCommerce experts that you might pay to come and save the day when you run into a problem. SureCart's different. So everything that you saw, I did on the website, but technically none of that data is on your website. It's all securely stored in the SureCart platform, which uses the same infrastructure that Salesforce uses. So it's highly secure. It's extremely fast. It's capable of handling an insane load, where it's all securely backed up. You have access to it whenever you want. In fact, in the settings, there's the download, and you can download all of your data right there. But the benefit to someone using SureCart over WooCommerce is there's a team that's watching over it 24/7, which is just something you don't get when you're going fully self-hosted. So if there's some kind of, say, attack going on your website and they're trying to submit thousands of fake orders, our system catches that and stops it. So you don't have to worry about it. There's a lot of benefits as well with email deliverability and all of that. All these things are managed for you. So technically it's kind of like managed e-commerce, but you have access to all your data whenever you want it. It's right there. In fact, we have a sister tool that's free called SureTriggers. There's a free plan that's very generous, and you can real-time put your data wherever you want, in a Google Sheet, into another system, wherever you want. And you don't have that staging issue because the data is not stored on your website. If you have a plugin or on your website that doesn't have a security update and now the website gets hacked, well, that hacker's not getting access to your customer data. They're not getting access to orders. They're not getting access to any of that stuff because it's not there.
Right. So this handles a lot of the PCI compliance, the personally identifiable information, all of the stuff that the payment card industry is very interested in you securing. SureCart is compliant with all of that, and so it takes that off of the store owner's head.
All of it off of the store owners. It's when you have a store, you want to focus on growing the store, getting the customers, getting the sales, marketing your business. You don't want to focus on my website is slow. There's this problem with placing orders, all of these kind of administrative burdens. So SureCart gets that kind of all off your shoulders. Now, obviously, you could buy your way out of it with consultants and things like that. It's just also interesting is we got Black Friday coming up. Yeah, SureCart can scale in real time. Your website can't. Most hosting is not prepared for scaling for large sales. They're not. Yeah. And the ones that are, they charge you like $200 to $300 extra per month in order for that real time scaling. So there's just a lot of advantages.
Okay. And then compared to something like Shopify, SureCart has additional advantages versus Shopify.
Absolutely. So first of all, we everything that you saw was coming through a plugin, and it's completely open. We've got integrations with everything else that you see in WordPress. Can easily integrate with SureCart, and we've got many integrations ourselves. So that's number one. You saw the level and detail of customization and how easy it was. So there's not really a learning curve to go through to get the experience that you want when you're selling things. Where with and that's a lot of it's because it's a block first based product, where if you've used Kadence before, or just, I guess, the WordPress block editor, you're going to feel right at home. So you don't have these steep learning curves. But I think the biggest thing is Shopify. It gets really expensive really quick. I don't think people realize that these merchants are paying thousands of dollars per month. You go there and it says, oh, I think it's $39 per month if you pay for a year or something like that. And that's the lowest plan. But you don't realize the minute you start scaling, that fee, just add a zero, multiply it. It gets, that's the name of the game, So merchants end up paying a fortune.
Yeah,
but it's also nice to
definitely.
have it on your website as well.
Definitely. It gives you a lot more flexibility and much more control. My daughter she's 15. She tried to build out a Shopify store, and I'm like, go ahead. Don't listen to mom. It was, she hit the wall pretty fast. It was not a pleasant experience.
Yeah. And that's the challenge with traditional e-commerce. It's very complex, where we tried to make everything simple and easy, because anyone should be able to have a store.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. All right. We have a question from Richard. How would you handle with SureCart printing products where there are fixed quantities, with each quantity having a different price?
Yeah. So I don't. Well, so it depends. If it could be fulfilled through product variations, then it was simple. You can just set up the different variations of it. So say different print sizes, different canvases. I'm just thinking pictures for some reason. You can override the price for each of the variation. You can have a unique price there. However, if it's something like really detailed, I believe the term might be like dynamic pricing, where someone's going to manually enter in a value on the product page and it's going to calculate a price. You're not able to do that with SureCart right now.
Okay.
If I got the question right.
Okay. Yeah, variations. That's what I think they were talking about. Tammy has a question about integrations with ConvertKit, MailChimp, any of the ESPs.
Yep. So what we did was we built a sister product, we could call it, called Sure Triggers. And Sure Triggers, think of Zapier without the high cost of Zapier. So when you purchase, if you did get on a SureCart paid plan, we include a plan of Sure Triggers that Sure Triggers integrates with pretty much every WordPress plugin and hundreds of apps, SaaS apps. So all the email marketing services, it fully integrates. So there's this visual canvas that you can go to, say, when an order comes in, send the email here, send this there, and you can send something into Google Sheets. You can integrate with all of these apps. And, probably by summer next year, we'll integrate with over 1,000 apps. So we do have a free plan for Sure Triggers to complement the free plan of SureCart, and that lets you do 1,000 things per month. So say you receive 300 orders per month and you just want to send the email to ConvertKit. Well, that would be 300 of the 1,000 you get that month. But you can do the most amazing things. You can send it to ConvertKit, send it to Google Sheets, send it to Zoom for a meeting, send it to a shipping company. You can really do some amazing things just like you would with Zapier, but without the high cost.
Amazing. Excellent. And then, is this an uncomfortable question?
No, it's not. I briefly mentioned a platform called Zip. And actually, if anyone watching this wants to try it, they can go to wpcrafter.com/zip, and it will take you straight to the registration. It's a back door. No one even knows that, and I'm sure it's going to leak out. And you can create a free Zip account. So I built the website you saw today on Zip. You can literally click on create a blank website, give it a name, and you have the website instantaneously. And then you can test things, you can build out projects and all that. Another thing that you could do alternatively in Zip is build a website with artificial intelligence. That is new. And so I'm not answering the question. Currently, no. We don't know what the future looks like. How about that? Is that a good way of putting it?
That's a good way of putting it. I'm gonna bring Ben in because he's gonna have a session up next. And Ben and I are watching what you're doing with ZipWP, Adam. Very interesting stuff you're happening over there.
Well, you know what? I got to say, Ben and I have had conversations about that. Ben and I are friends. For everyone that's still on, Ben and I are friends. We've been friends since we met each other in 2019. And about every probably 4 to 6 months, we have a 2 or 3 hour Zoom call just to catch up. So we talk shop, we talk different things. And I love the stuff that, I guess this is what I want to say. I am so excited about AI and its application to save time and to do things in a better way. And I love what Ben's doing. I love what Kadence is doing. I think it's just an exciting time to be a web creator. And there'll be many applications of AI. And I think it's great to stick with a company that has the resources to be experimenting and offering solutions to their customers using artificial intelligence to be able to get your job done better.
And there you go.
Hey, Ben.
Adam.
Hey, man. It's always good to see you, Adam. Thanks so much for being on this today.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate the invite. SureCart looks great on Kadence websites, by the way. We made e-commerce with SureCart. And so Ben has been very accommodating with SureCart. There was something we needed him to do for Kadence users when we were going to launch product pages, which I showed. And Ben's like, I got this, no problem. Within like 2 days, he had the update out. So that's the benefit of us all being friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, we all, I think, everyone that's working in this space, you can really tell the organizations that have their eye on the end user and trying to make building sites faster, easier, better, more efficient so that they can create better things for their customers. And I know that everything that you're doing with SureCart, SureTriggers, everything that's going on with ZipWP is all aimed towards that similarly on the Kadence side. And it's just a pleasure to watch both organizations moving the ball forward and setting the bar pretty high. So
yeah, doing cool stuff.
Very cool stuff. Thank you so much, Adam, for being here and for answering all the questions, especially answering my questions. I know I had a few. That was just I am so excited to play with SureCart and to recommend it to a few people who are pained, kind of hitting some walls in various areas. And I think you're going to solve those things. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And thank you for asking questions. If there was a question that you think of later or a question that I didn't get to, but I think Kathy had it all under control. I'm easy to find on the internet. So you can literally ask in the Kadence Facebook group and tag me or whatever you want. I'm super easy to find. But thanks for having me on today. I will end now and become a viewer, and I'd like to see what Ben's got to share. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Adam. We will see you really
Adam.
soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, I'm bringing Michelle in because Michelle is the superhero of the day.
The superhero, saved it.
It worked.
So good.
It worked.
It has been a bit of a wonky week, and then waking up this morning and hearing that Hannah was not feeling well. First person in my mind, because Michelle kept saying if there's anything I could do to help with Amplify, and I'm like, I'm holding that card. And so Ben, the funniest thing, I quickly Slack her a message and say, Hannah's sick, can you help? And she's like, I was just looking at my calendar and wondering why it was blank.
I literally had nothing on my calendar today. I was like, well, it's meant to be.
Man, that was a save for sure.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that Hannah's sick, but I had so much fun. Oh my gosh. Like so many amazing speakers. The attendees had such great questions. Yeah, it was really delightful to be part of the whole process. So thanks for thinking of me, Kathy.
I am so glad you were able to step in and help out here. Otherwise, it wasn't going to happen. And we had speakers with some pretty epic presentations prepared, and I was not ready to let that get canceled. So
it worked
it worked out very well. But we're here to end the day with the man of the hour, the person with whom, without whom,
no pressure though. No pressure.
Yeah, seriously.
And that viewer tech keeps going up and up and up. People want to hear from you, Ben. So I don't think you need much of an introduction. If you have a slide share, there's a present button or a screen share. You can get that ready for everybody down in the bottom. And then Michelle and I are gonna go backstage and take a big sigh. Maybe during one of the presentations, of course, the dachshund was just like, "What are you eating over there?" Like chewing on plastic, and I'm just like, just chaos in the background. So, but
for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of a breather and let Ben have the stage. You guys watching, if you have questions of Ben, pop them into the chat, and we will have questions at the end of this. Even if you have questions if you have questions related to the presentation, that's great too. But if you have general questions about like, when's this happening with Kadence? We know you're holding those. Everybody's got their notepad with their questions that they have to ask Ben. Hold those towards the end, and we'll make sure that those get answered as well, because I know everybody wants to hear how things are going with their platform of choice. So without any further ado,
thank you.
There's your slide share.
So this probably won't take too long. And so we'll have some time for questions. I'm mostly here to demo kind of what we've been working on with the new version of starter templates. And so in demoing, just even 5 minutes ago, I broke everything. So I expect this to break because this is still very early and we're still like, figuring everything out. But I think it is cool, the direction we're going and all of that. So I wanted to start just looking at like what we currently do and have for starter templates, and then how like our thought process on the next phase of it. So right now we have 80 some starter templates. And they're great, right? This is how you can get in and look at them. They're well designed, and you can quickly change color palettes. You'll notice that the logo doesn't change, but obviously that's something easy to switch out. But they're very opinionated. And so if you're not coming in like wanting a cleaning service, you're going to end up with a bunch of pages and a bunch of stuff that you don't necessarily want. While maybe this layout is the layout that you actually want, but something totally different. So we wanted to make the next iteration of starter templates use AI, because that's really powerful, and offer more flexibility. So again, this is going to break, but I'll jump in. So in this experience, I've already set up my AI data just because that whole part could break. I'm going to get in there and show you, but normally when you come after you click that, you would land here and it would walk you through and say like, what is your information? And so, in this case, you can put like, I'm doing Swell Life, which is a company that my brother and I have been like kind of playing around with, creating electrolyte powder drink that's like really beachy themed, and kind of like a fun beach vibe thing. So drink manufacturer, this is like, can be any industry you want. Like I think there's like 3,000 different things in here. And then I've got like just some like bullet points, like Swell Life is an alternative spelling of Swell Life, and embodies a brand that focuses on embracing the ocean and leading an active lifestyle. And other things, this is one where you're really wanting to just give us information about your company that like makes you unique and tell us about it, because that really helps inform the AI. The more in depth you go here, the better content generally. So this is like definitely something to look at when you start playing around with Kadence AI. And we've got a lot of things like to help you think through what kind of content you should write in here. So this is a pretty, I would say, bad example, but like for today, it's just what we're going to show. And then you have an option to do some keywords. And here we use AI to suggest keywords, which, I've already got some up here, like tropical flavors and ocean enjoyment, things like that. I might want to do like beach vibe, and different things. And then you can set your tone depending on like how you feel like the website should be toned. And this is something like, the idea is you could set it, look at it, come back to it. And then from there, what we do is we generate a search query to try to say like, what kind of images might this website need? And then give you like a group that's like, we've got this beachy thing. And this is really fun too, because you can get in and change this. So like, here's my search query. If I'm like, you know what, I don't want a ton of people, I really just want beach, I can go in and do that and update this and get this like just really beach vibe. And so this is one where you can change the query, come back to it. You can edit a collection, and this will take a minute, but what it's going to do is it's going to grab all of the images in this like featured images section, drop it in to the library here, and then I can add to this collection. So, if I'm looking for like a specific, I don't have pexels loading in here. This is what we're talking about breaking. Interesting. We'll come back to that. You can edit the collection. We'll come back to updating the collection later because it broke. And then you would save and generate content. And so in this case, I've generated some AI content already for this fake Swell Life brand. And so what you get is a grid, again, with websites that feel fairly opinionated. And the idea here is, how do we make these sites opinionated? Like, you're picking different sites. And 4 is like, just because I'm like verifying that this whole trajectory is going to work. We will have a lot more when this goes live. But the idea is you can go through and you get your header switched, the text added in, and a live preview right here of what it is. And then if you want to jump in, you can jump in and see, okay, what's going on this page. And you get a live preview. Now, what's fun about this is, instead of, we'll switch back to here. Instead of just giving you, some color schemes to choose from, in this case, I'm building the color palette based on your primary color. So you can select one of these colors here, and then we'll generate a palette for you that kind of gives you all the grayscale that you need. So with this, you can even go dark, which is fun. And then in dark, I've added some accessibility tools. So in this case, it's telling you, hey, this is too dark, this color. You should make it lighter. And then that way it's easier to see. And so there's already a contrast checking mechanism in there to make sure that your color palette is going to be accessible, which is sweet. And so, like, just to give you an example, like, I probably want a light background, and this brand color for this brand that my brother and I, may or may not do, is this blue here. And right off the bat, it's saying, hey, this is going to be a little bit too light. And so I can just take that color down until that warning goes away. And now I've got a color that has enough contrast. And I've got that warning to know, like, hey, this is the color. And then you can, of course, switch the fonts here too. So you get a live preview of all of that with, different fonts to look at. And then what's really interesting is you can actually go back and see the whole grid with your color palette and your font selection. So you don't have to like go in and go out, go in and go out. You can go and be like, oh, hey, interesting. What does this site now look like if I've got this new thing? And then I can come in and say, actually, I really like this font. This is a better vibe for my site. So colors. One other thing I'll show you is like background saturation. So essentially the grayscale is slightly cool when you're generating a palette with blue. If I generate it with orange, it's slightly warm. And that you can push on more. So we'll open up this example. You can see how like with the saturation at 3 versus 0, it's a lot warmer. And so if you're like wanting a little bit more of a vibrant feel to your like subtle background and text color, you can push the saturation around. And that just tweaks this color palette a little bit. So again, like pretty fun and quick and easy way to like get your whole palette done and figured out very quickly. So let's go back. I'm going to move forward with this one because this is what I've got an example of. So in here, I've got this home page and I'm like, okay, this is looking right. I've got my color palette set up. I can go to the content and then now I can see a live preview of what pages are going to come as part of this. And so I can go through and pick pages or deselect pages. And I've got an interesting thing here. I can import blog posts or not, and example WooCommerce products or not. So some of the feedback we got from people is like, they wanted the blog posts. They wanted the whole thing. They were like, I want a whole website, menu, everything. And some people were like, I actually just want a page. Don't give me all this stuff that I have to go and delete later. And so that makes this really easy. It's like, if you don't want any starter blog posts or WooCommerce products, you don't have to get them. And then you've also got options to like disable footer widgets or your theme settings. And then you get a quick plugin option. We're still working on this page to make it more interesting. You've got some required plugins based on the template you chose. And then finish and launch, which I'll go ahead and tell you nothing's actually happening here. This is all just kind of placeholder for how this is going to work. Although I do know that this can work, but the idea is a lot different from how we did starter templates in the past. In the past, we took an entire website export and we imported that into your site. And what that did is it kind of made it tricky to do multiple imports because all of those were based on like making connections with images via their IDs and stuff like that. This new import process is going to import content on an individual level and be a lot more reliable and smoother. And so this is one I imported earlier to give you an idea of like, this is the generated text from AI and what the page looks like. And here is the example products. Go ahead and created that menu. We've got an about page with some nice stuff, contact with a map, frequently asked questions, and a blog with some example blog posts. And so this is like the idea. You would come out of that and you would be like infinitely further along in getting ready to launch your site. And then because we've already integrated AI, and I know it's not live, but we've integrated it into Kadence Blocks, you can take what we have here and go, okay, well, I want to expand on this. I can open up the design library and I can find more content that has, again, all of my Swell Life AI content and the images that I'm using on this ready for me. And so it's really easy for me to be like, oh, hey, I really like this section, or I really like this section. I can drop that into my site. This is gonna, of course, live demos. Interesting that the pictures didn't go through there. Well, I'm using like multiple betas of betas, but the idea would be this would drop in without breaking, and that these images would be replaced. Obviously, the text has been replaced with text from OpenAI. So that way, it makes it really easy to come in and say, I want to add more sections to my homepage, or I want to edit it. And then we'll go back to images real quick. These are just images that are, again, dropped in. If I'm looking for a specific image for this, like homepage hero, so like drinking water, beach. Let's see what we get. Yeah, that could work. Let's see. That could work. So I can drop these selected images in, and I think this one's going to have a better view, but then immediately get that much closer to like, okay, this is starting to look like an electrolyte powder, website where we're focusing on people, beach, and nice flavors. And so, obviously there's text to update, images to update, but the whole process should be infinitely cleaner and easier to do than how we previously were doing starter templates. And so this is exciting for us to get out and get mixed with all of the AI stuff, because the ability to jump through contexts and find what you need as well. Like I can go in and rewrite titles, things like that. So I can ask it to edit this title, or I can, ask, like if I click inside of here and click that, that'll ask me to edit. I can also click at the end and I can generate something that will get added. So like, we'll do an example of how this works. Whoops. So by doing that, I quickly get results. I can use that copy. I can simplify it or change it, discard, and drop that in. And so the integration with AI and, starting with like, here's your draft website, to here's how you can keep using that content in all of the different contexts that you want, or generate entire pages if you want using the context. It's going to be really powerful and a really quick way to like get AI content, especially with the images. This is like just even fun to play around with. So like I've got edited collections here. I can go back to the search at any time and be like, you know what? I want to see all of my design library using someone. Let's see, what's a good query here? Oh, that's interesting. Smiling people with sports drink. I have no idea what this is going to give me. Not great. Let me try just sports drink. That's better for sure. So, I could take something like that, just updating that, and then going into looking at stuff. I can see how this is going to apply across all the different, patterns in my pattern library. So that is what Kadence Future AI is going to look like, at least in step 1. I think the expectation on my end is that we get this out by Black Friday, in terms of you'll be able to use it then. We're probably not going to have 80 different variations, especially because these require some work to build. Even though we've built a pattern design library with 350 patterns, we're still building more patterns to make these sites more opinionated. A lot of our patterns right now are pretty wireframey, which is kind of the goal at first. So I would say we'll probably launch with something like 10 of these, with all the pages built out, and then you'll be able to quickly get into different designs. Obviously, the designs change a lot once you start playing with colors and stuff. But yeah, so that is Kadence AI coming soon. Let me bring Kathy back in and
Dun, dun, dun. I think it looks pretty amazing. Michelle?
Oh my gosh, yeah, for sure. I mean, just the templates alone made my life easier. Adding AI is going to be can I just go to take a nap and let the site build itself? I mean,
yeah, I think it's going to get exciting, because there's even more little tweaks we're looking at doing for as you build, you can give us more opinions about some of the pages that we're building. We're working on a custom page builder with AI. So that way, you build a starter template, or you build a draft website of 4 pages, and then you're like, hey, I actually need this page. We're working on a wizard to get you the page content that you want, so it's not just too general, and get you even further along. So yeah, it's exciting for sure.
A comment here from Mark Woodard, one of our developers. Refining content with AI and image collections feels very next gen.
Yes,
That's what we're going for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The viewer is coming from inside the house.
Yeah. Well, and too, what's funny is the normal Kadence team isn't working on AI. So some of this, they get to see, normal's not the right word, but yeah, the AI project's kind of been separate from our current major dev work for Kadence Blocks and things like that.
Yeah. So where do these generated images come from?
So they're not generated. They're just, we create a search query and allow you to search pixels, which is an image, free image library. We may expand that to more, WordPress is working a lot on theirs. So there's potential for more image libraries to come in, but where we're using AI is to say, hey, give us the right search query for this person's website to get us a good array of images that will fit. And it's generally pretty good.
All right. So Heath has a couple of questions about how this is going to impact the bottom line. How is AI pricing going to be structured? Does this also wants to know if this is included in lifetime? And I know you might be still working on all of that.
We have an outline for it. The main thing is it will be included. We don't have plans to increase pricing or charge separately for it, but it does have limitations, meaning you're going to get, the idea is you get enough credits to where you're not worried about it. That's our number one goal, is we're going to give free users credits, and we're going to give pro users lots of credits. But there has to be some limit to protect us, because we do pay for every time we ping OpenAI. And so the idea is to give everyone the credits that they should need, unless you're building a ton of sites. And I mean a ton of sites. you shouldn't be running out of credits. That's kind of the goal. And if you were to run out of credits, it will be something like buy 10,000 credits for, a one-time fee of this, and those credits stay with you until you use them. They'll be lifetime credits that you could buy onto your current yearly package. And for lifetime users, there'll be a bunch of credits. So the idea is we're not trying to sell credits. It's more of improving the product.
Okay, great. Sorry, I clicked that a little too early. What if you already have a logo with 2 to 3 primary colors? Can you accommodate all of that with AI?
So I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure what the question is. You can add any logo you want to. The examples that I have here are just very simple, vector stuff. As far as a primary color, if you want to have multiple primary colors on your site, you can do that. The Kadence skinning system is designed for a primary color that sets the tone for your grayscale. So like I talked about, blue being more cool grayscale, because it's just way more interesting if your grayscale is either cool or warm, depending on what your primary color is. If it's just straight black and white, it just tends to feel very uninteresting. So we kind of bake that in. If you have multiple primary colors, you can do anything you want to with colors once you have the site. We're trying to give you a site that's here you go, here's your primary colors. So for example, in this site here on the right, if you wanted to jump in and change that green to something else, that's just a matter of literally opening up the template and going, okay, here, I want to change the background color. And we give you an option, and here I'll just, show you. We give you an option in Kadence to add more colors. I'll show that here. So you can add a color. So if you're I really want this red. Now, back to my block. Oh, sorry. Gutenberg wants to update. I now have that red here. And so if you want to fill this out with 25 colors because you're I might use those colors somewhere, your color palette can be infinite. The skin, the default skin that Kadence does is really what's your primary color and how do we set the grayscale for this site? But after that, you can do whatever you want to. And so these starter sites, similar to these starter sites, all will work primarily with one, primary color that sets the grayscale. And then from there, there'll always be times to be oh, in this place, we're going to add one extra highlight or whatever. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay. We've got some clarifying questions, for Google's logo, how would Kadence AI handle that since it has 4 relatively equal colors?
Again, you can put whatever logo you want to, and it could have 100 colors.
Okay.
We're not defining your logo for you. You get to pick your logo. We're just saying when you're setting the default skin, what's your primary, and set the grayscale. If you are I don't know what my primary color is because I have 4, you still have to pick one because there has to be one that and you might design your site where equally 4 are used, but you still really want to work with one grayscale. You don't want to work with 4 different types of grayscale on your site because that'll just feel really, really weird. So in the end, you'll need a primary color, even if your secondary colors are close in terms of use. You'll still need a primary color and you'll still want to set your grayscale that matches that primary color.
Makes sense. I've got another question. Do you ever think there would be something like code AI? So you're using I'm interpreting this to mean you're using a block and you want to do more with like advanced CSS or something, would there ever be AI in Kadence that would help you figure that stuff out? I guess you'd have to be really specific on your queries.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some stuff like that. I mean, I use Copilot in, a lot, which is really nice to help coding. For writing custom CSS, I'm kind of hoping that you don't have to do that very often.
Yeah.
I mean, there's going to be cases where you do, but like, I don't know that we'll spend the time to work with AI to get that right versus like, let's figure out what you're trying to do and make that easier.
Right. All right. Everybody always wants to be a part of the journey with the team of what is coming next. Where's the public roadmap has been, well, AI has been some interesting topography. Like you go down a path and you think this is going to end up going in a certain direction. And oh my gosh, look at this giant boulder in the road. We're going to go around it. And oh, look where that is taking us. Look at all these other opportunities. It's not a normal roadmap, is it?
No.
Yeah, and if you've ever done anything with AI, the hardest part is getting it to respond consistently in a certain way. AI, I mean, I don't know if you've done much, like especially with the APIs, getting it to do what you want is very hard. And so we've ran into lots of challenges along the way in this journey to get it where we are. Interestingly enough, one of our biggest challenges is getting licensing to support a credit system. That has been a massive, massive undertaking. And so, like, I think the best roadmap I can give you is we plan to have something out. There is beta access to stuff. You can go get beta access to like just AI and blocks and things like that. But we plan to have something out before Black Friday. Now, will it have everything? Probably not. This is going to be something we iterate on a lot. And we have like a lot of ideas of like, we want to explore this and see what happens next. And the technology is changing a lot too. So like, I don't, next year, what are we doing with it? I have some ideas, but I'm not confident in those. So I think like, we have no good way of being like, we're X% done with a lot of stuff because we just don't know either. Like, I mean, I follow a lot of authors and I know a lot of them, some of them put like progress bars on their site and some of them absolutely refuse to. And I get it. Like it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to know. And like, we get to a point on a product and we're like, okay, this did what we set out to do, but it's not what we want. Like we set out to build this, but we have to go back now because it's actually, once we got it there, we realized we need to rewrite this. I mean, we did that with the advanced form block multiple times to get it where we wanted to. So yeah, it's fun challenges, but it's really hard to say like we're X amount done with anything.
Yeah. It seems like it's much easier to talk about like roadmaps of like what's happening in blocks. Like we know all of the advanced things that we're working on with the repeater field and advanced query
block. That's
all
like,
of that.
That's another one where it's like, I can tell you based on like, tickets, how far we are, but I can't tell you based on like actually how far we are. Like because there's just going to be points where we like stare at it and go, we need to add a ticket for this. Like we need to go build this thing next, or like, hey, this isn't working like we thought. Let's go add something to it. So, yeah, but I think it is helpful to know that like, hey, advanced query is like one of our top priorities right now to get that out because it's something a lot of people want. It's going to enable you to do a lot of really cool things with grids of data. And so we're working on it and it'll have filters and all the stuff and it's going to be great. When it's going to be out, don't know for sure. Soon-ish.
I like ish. Ish is always my favorite thing to add to a word. I also think like if the rest of the world's technology would slow down, we wouldn't have to worry about, well, what are they doing in order for us to keep caught up either. It's like everybody else just take a break and let us figure out what's happening next. They can follow us.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
It's
tough.
fun to be in web
Yeah.
and constantly experiencing the changes. I mean, especially since we finally got rid of Internet Explorer, just the JavaScript and CSS changes have been wonderfully fast over the last several years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Kenneth. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. So many innovations, so much good stuff happening. But I really loved what we talked about today, across all of and keep the questions coming about the things, all Kadence. You've got Ben here. I brought you Ben. What else do you want from me?
I have a question. So here's my
Okay.
question, Ben. I love building with the templates that we have, right? Only I sometimes forget to change like a pumpkin to a tree. Like when I built a tree farm based on the pumpkin farm one.
Sure.
Is there any way for you to go, by the way, you forgot to change this picture?
That's a good idea.
Man. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how, but also don't look at it right now, but MichelleFrechette.com is in the works, and half of the pictures of Michelle Frechette are the stock images that came with the template. So she's much prettier, by the way. But anyway, yeah, so I was like, I got a call from a customer that's like, my husband wants to know why when you click on this, it's all pumpkins. I'm like, that would be because I forgot to change the link that goes with that button.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one thing we're definitely trying to do is fix link problems. That one is an easy fix for us. We shouldn't that's something that the whole new starter templates won't have wrong links, like linking back to the starter template websites. As far as a notice on images, that's interesting. I'll have to think through how that could work.
I mean, it's probably just me. Probably everybody else does it right, and I'm the one who forgets that it's not a pumpkin farm.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. I think part of it is we're giving you images, especially with AI, where it's you can use these right out the gate. You're free to use them. And so there's people who are going to be like, "Oh, I want to use this image. It looks good. It's what I wanted." But yeah, could be interesting to have some kind of scraper that says, "Hey, you're still using these images from your initial import."
True. Or if
Just
everyone just
FYI.
had a big splash across the middle that says, "Don't forget to change this picture."
Yeah. Yeah.
Matt Howell would like to know, is there any plan to make individual sections from starter templates available as patterns blocks?
I'm
We
assuming
kind of have that.
we do have that. And all the AI stuff will have that as well. You'll be able to find a pattern that's used in your starter template. Because they're all actually sourced from the pattern library. We build them into the pattern library, and then we generate these pages on the fly to import into your website, which is cool, by the way. That took a lot of work to get that right, but it's very cool. As far as the old ones, maybe. I think we'll be rewriting a lot of the original starter template ones. You can go and import all those pages and then just delete the sections you don't want. But yeah, we'll be kind of simplifying some of those old original starter template designs into patterns and then into the library. So you should see more options there. Hopefully that answers that.
Okay, great. Let's talk e-commerce. Let's talk about Shop Kit.
Cool. New features coming for Shop Kit. Kadence e-commerce needs improve. I know we have features that we're planning on doing. I don't know if we have the features that you want in plans, so I'd be curious what you want us to be working on. We have a lot of feature requests, and part of part of this year and through the end of the year is actually going to be expanding the Kadence team and our capacity to do more, because one of the hardest things that we run into is how do we work on feature requests and how do we get new big things out and how do we do them both fast? And so we're growing our team to accommodate more of that and have more happening throughout all of our products. So yeah, I don't know that I'd be curious which certain feature we need, all caps. But I know we have a lot of feature requests that we're working on and that will be coming out, especially like real short-term AI, advanced query, repeater field is in beta round 2. We're going to do some more stuff there and then push that stuff live. And then we'll be looking at, okay, what are the next things here, here, and here? And we've got a list.
Right. Yeah. The best thing to do if you have feature requests is to go to the site and put in feature requests for whichever, if it's the theme, if it's the blocks, if it's Shop Kit, whatever. There is a place on the site where you can add feature requests or search and see if somebody else has put in a feature request and it's similar or the same. You can add some clarifiers to that and then upvote those types of things so that gets onto the radar for the dev team. That's
bring them to the Facebook group too. Like it's really nice if you post it. Hey, what do you guys think about this feature request? Get some extra votes. We're really working on improving the process of like finding those gems that come in on our feature request board.
Right, definitely. Yeah. And so a lot of the Kadence team is in that Facebook group. So if you, it's helpful if you post it on the Kadence site in that feature request area and then go to the
it'll get lost in Facebook. Otherwise, don't just post in Facebook.
Right.
We won't it'll be gone.
Yeah. There's 12,000 plus, almost, I think it's like 12,500. We're almost, 13,000 by the end of the year. Who knows? We've got a lot of people asking a lot of questions. So post on the site and then bring it to the Facebook group and say, hey, this is what I need in order to make my shop better or make my site better. If it will work for you too, please upvote. And then that way you can kind of rally the troops to upvote that. So that really does help. But just don't ping me and say, hey, Kathy, make this happen. I do my best. I do pester Ben enough, but there's only so much that one woman can do in the marketing side of things. But I love you guys. I really do. And I love talking to you. So if you have questions, ask me questions. But I get a lot of, hey, make Ben do this. I'm just like,
it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
I got a cookie, Ben.
Yeah.
What am I doing here? Yeah. Greg has a good point, though, that it would be nice for, and it's hard for the community to tell, like what things are, top of mind. What is priority A1 versus what's priority D4, right?
Yeah. We're currently hiring for a role that will focus on that, on getting the feature requests that are on our internal list to match up with what's publicly being shown and then catching the ones that come in to get them lifted and pushed out. That's been highlighted and we've been trying to figure out a solution. We may even move how we're getting feature requests to better accommodate that because our current system has some drawbacks. But yes, that is something that we have we've flagged. We have a team that's kind of creating a strategy for how we can do that better, and then we're hiring a role that will focus a lot on that.
Amazing. And Carmelo, who's been one of our biggest fans since the day I started, saying that this all looks fantastic and that we're awesome. We're doing our best. We are awesome. We are awesomely doing our best.
Doing our awesome best, even.
Yeah. I have a super secret private question Ben, can you talk about what all of this that you just demoed means for the future of the current starter template library? Are we going to add more to that? That question seems to come up fairly often where people are like, I love all these starter templates, but you guys haven't put out a new one in a really long time.
Yeah,
So
we put a halt on putting a new one out for a while because we decided, hey, we should do this with AI and we should focus our energy on getting starter templates that are way more actionable when you get them out. So we will not be getting rid of the current starter templates. I think there'll always be the option to go to that. Like I could even show you that I brought my screen share back up. There will always be an option to do that. And I think too, there's a lot of people. So like here, you can switch to block editor. You have the old ones. And then we're updating like this interface a little bit to be similar. Nice. So you can click through and then say, I only want to do pages, similar to what we just did. So, right, that's all coming. And then people who are building child themes and using starter templates, we're improving that interface a little bit, but that takeover of Kadence starter templates will still be functioning and working well. So like anyone who's building child themes and stuff, none of that is going to go away, and we're going to provide options for you to make sure that your customers see your starter template, and then it will improve the functionality around it and the design. But yeah,
here's a rock star you might recognize.
Yeah, it's fun to see our team in the chat.
I was like, I think I know Sailor.
Yeah.
I love Sailor. Sailor is a rock star. Anytime we might have a public poll for things the dev team has in mind and see what the people would like to see first. I think Sailor would like to rally the troops. Vote for Sailor's ideas.
I will say that as a product developer, you have to balance what the loudest people in your community are saying versus what like overall the community is saying. And that's a hard thing to do because there's a lot of people, like even in our Facebook group, who have really great ideas and they can be really loud about those ideas, but they don't make up 100% of the user base. And so there has to be some balance always of like who we're creating for and which features come next. So I would be scared to open up any kind of a poll that's like, let's see which wins. Although I would certainly say like there has been a lot of things where it's like, we want your opinion. What do you think about this? And we've done polls in the past, and we should bring some of that back more often in our Facebook group of like, hey, what do you guys think of this versus this? But just to straight up, like everyone gets to vote on what we do next. That's pretty hard to like pull off.
Right. There's so many different factors that go into features, right? How much work is it going to take? How many people will actually use this, and how will it help them actually make a better website? How does it affect income streams where we have people who want money from us, you know? So there's all sorts of different variables that go into that matrix of deciding what is going to be the next feature. So it's kind of, if you get the perfect thing that has the widest impact with the lowest amount of effort to make, and it can affect the bottom line and make our customers as happy as possible, then you've got the perfect storm. You've got like the triangle of happiness for product. I'm making things up.
Yeah.
But that's how it is, right? You have to make, those are the decisions you make, not based on, this got 75% of people voted for it. Well, that's going to take 7 years for us to do, and it's not going to make our company money, and it's not going to pay for our team, and it's only going to be used by the 75 people who voted for it, and really not a wider audience. So 75% of voters do not necessarily mean it's going to work. So, but we
all that said, we do love feedback, and we are massively manipulated by it. Like people post stuff and it turns us. Like yeah, seriously. That's one that always comes up during a live stream. That white label is like 50-60% done, and I just can't figure out when I'm gonna create the space to push that over the limit or put a dev on it. I mean, it needs to happen. We've said it's going to happen. We started it. It's just hard. It's a priority thing that hasn't. Yeah, exactly. Like that's a key scenario of like, we looked at the broader audience and we're like, this is not actually that big of a thing. But yeah.
It's really important to some people, but you know, there's that magical matrix that I'm making up as I go along, and it might not fit that. So
yeah,
obviously
I do hope to get to it, because I do know there's a lot of people that want it, and it isn't that big of a thing. It's not like it's a 5-year dev thing or whatever, but it's just been hard to create the space for it.
Just for you, Robin. I'll pull it in just for you.
I love it.
Yeah, so fun. Well, we have a few more minutes. Any more questions? Otherwise, I really, really want to just call out Michelle and give her all of the accolades, all of the tacos, all of the, you are so amazing. You're so amazing to work with. Whenever I need anything, you are there for me. You always have had my back, and you've got Cadence's back. And I am just so thankful to the.
Don't make me cry. I am so happy that number one, because I was laying in bed when you messaged me, because it wasn't even like work time yet. Like, oh, Kathy's messaging me. I'm like, do I pretend I didn't see? No, I'm kidding. I had literally just looked at my calendar to see like, oh, what time do I have to be like on? I was like, I got nothing on my calendar today. And Kathy's like, oh yeah?
Yeah.
Let me add a full day for you. But it was
a full day. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had so much fun.
Sent a message early this morning. I've been up all night. I can't do it.
I'm so sorry that she's sick, and I really hope she feels better. But the silver lining is I got to have a really fun day, and hopefully she's recovered by now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Hannah, if you're watching, don't do anything. Just rest. We need you. We need you.
Stay on the couch. Enjoy your weekend. Hydrate, woman. Hydrate.
Hydrate. Yes, indeed. Yeah. No, I am so glad that Michelle was able to step in. Hannah gets a break. She needs to take care of herself, and I'm happy that I was able to accommodate everything and be here as well, because of all of the craziness in my world. And I am grateful you've been here. We have great lineup of speakers. So if you guys are still with us, still got 60 people watching, our biggest fans. So we're going to end the stream in a bit. I am going to go back through over the next 24 hours and add timestamps to all the speakers. We will eventually pull all of the recordings and make them their own recordings, and launch them out on the YouTube channel. You'll probably get, if you're on the Kadence mailing list, you will get a notification about that. Make sure you're on the Kadence mailing list. If you haven't been, just Google Kadence mailing list. It comes up. And it is, Kadence is still just one of the most incredible things out there. It is, like I've always said, it's changed my relationship with Gutenberg. It has changed my relationship with WordPress. And Ben, thank you for creating it. Thank you for making my work fun.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. But
Absolutely.
I really enjoyed hopping in and out on speakers today, and there were some really great.
Oh my gosh, amazing speakers today. I learned
I
so
feel
much.
like I need to go back and watch both sides over again.
Yeah. Well, I need to go look at all of track 1, because I was in track 2 listening all day. So I know what I'm going to have in my headphones next week while I'm getting some work done.
Yeah. There were some really exceptional sessions, and I could, I've got to do that for 2. So
absolutely.
Well, thank you. I can't thank you guys enough for making this happen. Thank you to everybody who showed up and listened to a little bit here and there, or some of you people have stuck with me all day
You
long. Even
people.
when- you people are amazing. We had one speaker who was not available this morning, and I could have just like put up a blank screen and said, see you at the top of the hour, but I am an idiot. And I'm like, what do you want to hear? Dun, 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 dun,
Oh my goodness.
for
Glutton,
an hour.
glutton for punishment sounds much better than idiot.
First half, I talked about landing pages. Second half, I did a demo of Kadence Cloud that didn't work because I hadn't even looked at the site in 6 months. Let's see if this works. It was
Let's take a look.
but it was so much fun. And so everybody that came, thank you so much. We have one final question from my friend Joe. Your friend Joe too. You guys, we
Yeah, I
all
love
love you,
Joe.
Joe. And he has a question for you, Ben. He builds for a government agency and accessibility is primary. Are there new or existing features you're most proud of in the accessibility realm?
I don't know about most proud of. New, there's always something new. Like Kadence had a release this week based on Amanda's feedback for something in our navigation that she was like, hey, you shouldn't change the area label when you're opening up a submenu. Oh, okay. So I think in general, I'm very much want to make sure we push those things out as soon as they come in and not be like, we're withholding all this like accessibility stuff for a big release or anything like that. So it's hard to like think through because there's just generally like once it gets flagged, it gets fixed. I know I have done way more research into accessibility than I ever thought I would to try to become my own expert so we can just do it right and find things. And I know that that's been a thing on our team. I think one thing that we are wanting to focus on with this new AI starter template is like, how do we make sure these come accessible out the gate? And that's not something we necessarily did with our other one. Like the designers that focused on our original starter templates were not thinking accessibility out the gate. And so then we did some fixes, but like this one, these base templates that were like, or I guess I should just say patterns. These patterns we're building to be accessibility first. And even like the focus on color, and when you're picking a color in the tool, it automatically says, hey, like this doesn't provide enough contrast. That's the kind of thing that I'm really trying to make sure we get put in so that people can make better decisions as they go through a process.
Amazing. Thank you, Ben. And thank you, Joe, for the question.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to give one final shout out to the audience today. Like, seriously, great questions, amazing interaction, and everybody was so polite. I loved that part of it too. Like, Kathy had to teach me how to kick people out, and I didn't have to do any of that. It was awesome.
Not at all. Yep. The Kadence community, you guys are
amazing.
You people are incredible. And it is an honor and a privilege to be here with you. So thank you for making Kadence Amplify a really fun event. And with that, let's wrap up. Let's say goodbye. Let's slide into Friday. It's time for the weekend. So I will go ahead and say goodbye, and I'm going to do that little countdown thingy, and off we go.
Thanks, everyone.